Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 9. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 41, Visits and End of the Practices, Contract. My name is Hospital General. The brown-haired boy and the black-haired Namuri had arrived at the hospital, where empty lady, was recovering. When they arrived, many people stared at the brown-haired boy. There were two types of looks. The first one was one of fear, and the second one was one of how good the job was. Although, of course, after what he did to that group, it was to be expected that some would look at him in a certain bad light. A UA student committing such a massacre. It was a miracle that all the wounded came out alive. But on the other hand, some thought they deserved this. All the victims had suffered in many ways. The boy just got what he deserved. Even if it was about people's opinions, for the brown-haired man, he didn't care how he would be judged. What mattered would be to know how the blonde was. If it was damaged somewhere else, he possibly could have made her recover. But damage from a strong shock to the brain was something else. He had never tried acupuncture. It was the brain that was damaged, not a muscle or bone. He had all night to find out how to help her, but he didn't get any results, and if Phoenix's tears would work? He didn't know. Before thinking of another way, he first had to know the woman's condition. The blonde was in a special room with several machines connected to her head checking her condition and the damage. The human brain was very fragile, and it was not so easy to recover from damage like hers. According to what the doctors said, the human body had regenerative cells, or rather replaces dead cells with new ones. And in the case of the woman, it could be cured, but the damage was in the brain and the time it would take was indefinite. She was the first case of receiving a shock right in the brain. Currently the brunette next to the black-haired girl were inside the room where the blonde was recovering. There was silence in the entire room, not counting the sound created by some devices. The brunette stood looking at the blonde, while the black-haired girl didn't know what expression to put on. She really felt very bad for the blonde. Her career as a heroine hadn't started long ago, and she had already suffered great damage. She could only pray that she would recover. They had spent about an hour in the living room. It was really a bit tiring even to sit down. She didn't understand how it was possible that the brunette could stand for so long. Namuri, how much longer will you remain standing? The woman asked the brown-haired man, who sighed to look at her. Issei, Midnight Sensei, let's get something to eat. I'm sure you're hungry, aren't you? Said the brown-haired boy approaching the exit/entrance door, the aforementioned one, who got up and followed him. Not before both of them took a last look at the blonde. They would come back later to see her. They both left the hospital, but not before telling those in charge to keep him informed of the blonde's situation, to go eat something and then stop by the Hyoudou residence. Skip. The brunette and the brunette were at a nearby cafe to have some breakfast. Spending a whole night locked up in the police station must have made him hungry, so he was supposed to be the first one to do it, but instead, he went to see the blonde first. The brunette had ordered some toast, eggs with bacon, the typical breakfast despite being 11 in the morning, almost late, and on the brunette's part, she had had breakfast before going for the boy, so she simply ordered a cup of coffee, and she looked at the brunette from time to time. Namuri Issei? May I know how you yourself were able to cause such injuries to those subjects? The black-haired girl asked the brown-haired boy, who stopped eating to answer this question. She expected some uncomfortable reaction from the brown-haired boy to this question, but it was the opposite. He was calm. There were still some pending questions that remained unanswered. Every UA student in their hero training classes was recorded by cameras from every possible angle. It was a way to evaluate and make notes on the students' abilities, such as their condition, way of acting in certain situations, as well as analyzing their way of fighting and behavior. In the case of the chestnut, according to observations, he was an expert in hand-to-hand combat, a very peculiar fighting style. It was more of a martial arts style, but it was not known until now. It had never been seen. In ancient records it could not be found either. A quick reaction, and his behavior was too relaxed, as if he was not trying at all. It was as if he was having fun. There was no trace of violent behavior in him. He was like a young teenager like the others. Despite the fact that you were his friend, Such a burst of anger could not have caused such damage, almost being perforations. His quirk would at most be breaking some balls. He could not open almost the vital areas. It was as if something was digging into them. Issei, I already said it, they hurt you, San. That made me very angry, he said calmly, but his gaze was a little low due to how he is now. If I had arrived earlier. Nemuri, not all of us can prevent some things from happening, said the woman to the brown-haired boy. Even the best heroes can't save everything completely. What the brunette thought was true, the brown-haired man calmly denied it. Issei, no, there are many people I haven't been able to save, said the brown-haired boy calmly, remembering the times he couldn't save his loved ones, either because of a lack of power or because he couldn't be there. Xuanzang, Beiji, Wujing, the capture and loss of Grandpa Dashin's arm, Ryo, Akane, among other people who could not help. Now with you, if he had known that something like this would happen, he would have arrived faster. Part of his attitude of trusting himself was still in him. Despite knowing the consequences, he was not the powerful one. And he knew it very well. He knew very well that there are an infinite number of people stronger than him. Maybe in his world where he comes from he really has the title of Supreme God. But what about the other realities? There were definitely beings stronger than him, and that was what motivates him to train. He is not an all-powerful and omnipotent God as some see him. He is not infinite or nothingness like that. He is a small grain of sand in an infinite desert. Like the others, he had his human part that was instilled by the years of life by his teachers, grandfather and parents. Even so, he could not avoid many things that happened. He was not someone who believes himself to be a god over others. He is a human, someone raised by humans, a human at heart no matter the being. You cannot achieve everything at 100%. Perfection is just the prefix that people have put. Maybe saving people makes everyone look at you as a hero, but you don't do it for that reason, but because you believe it is the right thing to do. That's how you were taught to see things, and you will follow that path. His gaze had become a little guilty, a guilt that no matter how much time passed, he couldn't forget. It was a guilt that nothing could do. This gaze didn't go unnoticed by the black-haired girl. She didn't know what he was thinking, but maybe she had touched on a fragile subject. She didn't know much about what he was thinking. But that gaze said a lot. Someone who has carried guilt for years. It was strange, since he was barely 17. That gaze was very old for someone as young as him. Nemuri, what are you saying? Haha, are you too young to say something like that, or are you not? The black-haired girl asked in a funny way. She had to change the subject quickly. It was a delicate subject that she had touched on a while ago. The brown-haired boy, realizing what he had said without knowing, got nervous, but quickly recovered, taking it as if it were all a joke, while laughing a little, scratching the back of his neck with his hand, which he almost ruined. But anyway, the day had a course to follow, just like him. Both finished eating, while the black-haired girl took the coffee. Nemuri paid the bill despite the brunette's insistence that he pay for it. They both left the restaurant. Now it was 12 noon. It was time to go somewhere else, or rather home to report. Nemuri. Okay? Where are we going now? The woman asked the brown-haired man. Apparently, after making the brown-haired man sleep in her house, she was more open with him. Issei. Home, he said with disdain. Nemuri, do you want to take the next step so quickly? She said flirtatiously to the brown-haired boy, who almost fell because of his teacher's way of thinking. Issei, I think you misunderstood things. Midnight Sensei, said the brown-haired boy with a drop of sweat. His teacher really does say things like that. No matter where it is, there's a reason she and Kuroka got along well during the party. Skip Hyoudou residence. As expected, the entrance to the residence was packed with people trying to get those who lived there to open the door so they could come in and talk to a certain trio of women, from product representatives to heroes. Everything was seen by the black-haired girl and the brown-haired boy as they approached. Issei, how is this happening? He asked, somewhat surprised to see such a scene. Really, these 3 days he had missed several things that happened in the residence. Nemuri, don't you know? All of them are here to talk to Venelana, Grafia and Yasaka, since the incident of a failed kidnapping of the daughter of a high official who paid the heroes. Those 3 have become famous on the networks, the black-haired girl explained to the brown-haired boy. Issei, what do they have to do with this? He asked. He didn't understand, but he felt a déjà vu in his mind. Don't tell me that. Nemuri, you really are slow. But if that's what you're thinking, you've drawn it on your face, said the woman in a funny way, seeing the brown-haired man starting to get jealous. It was funny, oh. Are you jealous? She asked mockingly, not knowing that he was really jealous. On the brown-haired boy's part, he had a twitch in his eyebrows. For some reason he had asked Venelana, Grafia and Yasaka to use an appearance change spell in case he got out. But if he remembers correctly, they had never gone out since that incident. How did many people know that they were here? Issei, how did they know? Nemuri, it is said that someone gave them the address, but it has not been said who answered the brunette. But when she looked closer, the brunette was already halfway there, approaching to pass through that crowd. Hey! Wait for me! Nemuri reached the brown-haired boy. Both walked to pass through the crowd of people. Everyone, seeing that someone was approaching, looked to see who it was. Meeting the brown-haired boy, of course they knew what he did. He was someone dangerous. Such injuries made by a simple student to a hero. Everyone stared, while he opened it a little to avoid getting close to him. Most of them had dirty looks at the brown-haired boy. Plus they already knew that he lived here. They didn't think they would let him out so soon. Some photographs were taken while the duo walked to the door of the large 6-story house. The doorbell of the residence rang. A sound of bells rang. The door opened, revealing an older brown-haired man with his hair tied up. It was the brown-haired man's mother, who gladly received her daughter and the teacher, and also invited them to enter quickly, again leaving the usual people outside. Upon entering he could see Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Kagaya, Maya, Claudia, Celestine, Penemu, Yasaka, Venelana, Grafia, Lilith and Tiamat were in the living room with the older Hyoudou. Apparently they were watching TV. With the scandal outside he could not leave without being followed. The cadre had nothing to do. After all, most of the teachers in Group 1 did not have much to do, since the aforementioned group were in their practices, and when the children finished their practices, they would receive an individual report on the students' performance. And Gabriel and his Queen of Hearts went to heaven to check on some things, nothing serious. They are simply a meeting of the Seraphim, and about the Citri Academy it goes without saying for obvious work reasons. Prim had not yet left the academy, as well as Akane, who was still in kindergarten. There were only 2 hours left to go for the little one. The duo went to sit with the others. Of course the girls asked all kinds of questions to the brown-haired boy about how he and you were doing, something that Nemuri saw as a simple concern of family members, nothing more than that, which is wrong as she is, but it was normal. She doesn't know the truth. The brown-haired man said he was fine, and about Yu's condition, she was recovering at a very slow pace. He didn't know when she would wake up from the coma according to the doctors, and he would stay with her to see how she was doing more closely, something they understood. While the mother, the older chestnut, was in the kitchen accompanied by Kagaya preparing something to eat for her daughter/fiancé. Spending a whole night locked up must have made him very hungry, and the duty of a mother and fiancé was to keep the stomach of her son/fiancé full and satisfied. He must be lacking nutrients. The news channels generally talked about what happened last night. It seems they liked to increase the scandal. Another thing was that the brown-haired man asked about how they found out that they lived here, something that Maya opened up and said about a possible and only culprit, Mineta. Needless to say, the aforementioned was the only one who took photos. There was no one else who could take such direct photos of the party. There was only him. That day, no one else had taken photos apart from him. As long as he lies, he would talk to the little pervert later. For now his mother had called him to eat. Even though he had eaten out, nothing compares to a home-cooked meal. And since Nemuri is a guest, it would be somewhat impolite, so it would also be inviting her to eat. Even though the aforementioned refused, she was still curious to try homemade food. After all, her parents lived far from the city. A homemade meal had no way of describing its flavor. It wasn't with the best ingredients. But I couldn't give it a price. That's how it was. That was what made homemade food unique. While the brunette and the black-haired girl ate, Tiamat went to sit at the table, standing face to face with the brunette. Tiamat, it's good that you're back in one piece. It was to be expected, said the Dragon Queen without as much seriousness as always. Now she was more open. Tell me, how did you feel about spending the night locked up? Issei, what can I say? It reminds me of my old room, he said, remembering that he slept in his old house with only a sheet, and then went back to eat. Tiamat, I hope we go out for ramen. The ones you brought me were cold. Issei, no problem. After finishing eating, they both helped clean the table where they ate. There was really no way to compare homemade food, but it was good to try something I hadn't tried in a while. It was time to go for little Akane, and today Prim would leave the academy early, so from the beginning of this week, Penami was the one who accompanied her back, otherwise the pink-haired girl would easily get lost. And since the chestnut tree is free, he would go for his daughter this time, accompanied by Kagaya, and of course by Namuri, who would not stop keeping an eye on him. Not everyone had to go, seeing that it was what they wanted, just a few were more than enough, and with the brown-haired boy who is currently classified as violent in the sight of a large number of people, he would not approach those who are with him. Without further ado, the trio went in the direction of the kindergarten. Skip. The two black-haired girls and the brown-haired boy walked calmly through the streets towards the kindergarten. It must be said that the ex-Miko walked very close to her fiancé, something strange in Namuri's view. It was not assumed that the girl was a relative staying with the Hyoudou. Well, maybe they have a good friendship, the black-haired girl thought. Besides Namuri giving the chestnut a tracking bracelet, the Yui took this too seriously, not only the academy, but also the rules, and the best way to keep track of them. The bracelet was as simple as a watch, but its function was to keep the user located, and it also had a scanner that sensed whether it was in contact with the chestnut's wrist or not. With just a few centimeters away from the wrist, it would emit a signal, and there was no other way to remove it either legally or by cutting off your arm. But there would be no problem, it required a quick movement of the chestnut. It didn't take long for them to get to the school. There were many fathers and mothers who came for their children. The parents, upon seeing the brown-haired boy, simply moved away a little for the safety of their children, which made the brown-haired boy sigh. Well, since it wasn't the first time that humans feared him. The trio stood at the entrance, hoping to see a certain little redhead with some dragon-like features. It was easy to spot her. After all, she was coming out with a happy expression, and it grew even more so when she saw her father and mother. Without thinking, she threw herself at her father's face. "Akane, Dad!" exclaimed the little girl happily while hugging her father's head tightly. "Hi, Mom," she said, greeting her mother. "Issei, Yabtambain Tadebtrani, I miss you too," said the brown-haired boy. It was barely understandable what he was saying, since his daughter had her father's face covered. After a while, with the little girl settled without blocking her father's view, she was now sitting between his shoulders, while humming a song. Now I was walking back home, well, or rather, for ice cream. They had already said that they would go for some sweets, and that they would bring them a large quantity. The Miko simply smiled sweetly at the father and daughter. "Namuri, don't you think they really look like daughter and father?" the brunette asked Kagaya. More than just a little girl calling the brunette father, it really seemed like he was, and not just by name. "Kagaya, what can I say, Namuri-san? They are father and daughter," said the brunette in a courteous manner in the purest traditional way. I wouldn't say really. She had seen how the people of this world think. Seeing someone young who has a daughter or son was something frowned upon. Besides that, apparently in this world divine beings, demons among others related to the supernatural, were simply characters from literature and myths. In addition to the traditions she learned in her homeland, in this world it was already a thing of the historical past. What was once normal to have a child at a young age, now it was frowned upon as an act of irresponsibility. "Namuri, I wonder if the little one will also call me Mom?" She asked no one in particular, but it was fun. After all, the brown-haired boy was almost of age to get married. You have to order your cake before it is prepared. Kagaya simply smiled somewhat nervously. She had hatred of a teacher who was like saying it, somewhat flirtatious with a touch of adult hints, in addition to having a certain obsession with the brown-haired man for already entering her age of being overmarried. "Kagaya, Namuri-san, may I ask why you want to achieve that?" asked the former priestess of the Temple of Light. "Namuri, this is a little embarrassing to say it," said the brunette. Already at 31 and still single, women had to get married before 29, and while she was past that age, it was a race against time for her, and what better than to make the brunette fall in love with her? He doesn't seem to care about women older than him. Well, if I think I'll marry him soon, I must win the love of his daughter, right? The Miko had a somewhat poker-faced expression upon hearing this, but out of politeness she simply managed to force a smile. "Kagaya, if you knew Namuri-san," said the Miko, mentally at what the black-haired girl said. Skip, hospital, near the hospital. After what happened in Hosu Prefecture, in addition to a small, somewhat terrifying message from Stain, to finally be left unconscious with internal injuries, the students involved were taken to the nearest hospital for their injuries. Well, for both Ravel and Serafal, as they did not show any injuries, it would only be a simple checkup for both girls, while Midoriya, Ida and Todoroki were not so lucky. They would have to stay for several days to recover. After the group of 5 students talked to the police chief Kenji Tsurugami about what they did without permission from the professionals, what the boys did was quite dangerous. The rules had to be followed, and they broke the rules, and that deserved a punishment. But there was a second option, and that was that their confrontation against the murderer would not be revealed. It would be covered with false information. Even the one they fought was against the murderer, so the 5 students came to an agreement not to be involved. This way they would give all the credit to the only hero act that was present. Endeavor. Something that none of the 5 refused. It was better than receiving a sanction for breaking the rules. But above all, Ida continued apologizing for what happened because of him. They all ended up like that, something true. But it no longer mattered. Things would eventually return to normal. None of the 5 would be charged for breaking the rules. When Police Chief Kenji left, the door opened, showing the brown-haired boy next to Nemuri. Apparently they had realized what happened in Hosu. It was surprising and at the same time not. Issei, are you okay, guys? I found out about Hosu so quickly I came as fast as I could. The brown-haired boy exclaimed to the 5 who were present in the room. He entered just like Nemuri. Serafal, Issei-chan. The Mao launched herself towards the brown-haired boy, knocking him to the ground, while the older Citri's cheek brushed against the brown-haired boy's. Tell me, did you miss Saratan? You don't know how much I miss you, said the Leviathan. Ravel, I'm glad you're okay, Issei-sama. You have nothing to worry about. Everything is resolved, said the younger Phoenix, as she helped a brown-haired man get up. Issei, I know, Ravel, I saw everything that happened, said the brown-haired boy, caressing the blonde's head, who smiled at this action. Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki, Nemuri, how did you see everything? The 4 asked after what the brown-haired boy said. He had said something wrong, or rather, he said something he shouldn't have. It was that he saw everything. The 3 supernatural beings, upon realizing this, got a little nervous. He had to say something quickly to remove that. Issei. Oh. It's that Azazel-sensei sent me a message about this, and he told me how you were doing, ha ha ha. Exclaimed the brown-haired boy, telling a lie, hoping throughout the multiverse that the 4 of them would believe him. Nemuri. So that's how you knew so quickly, and we came here. I'm not surprised by Azazel, he always manages to know things faster. I almost thought you were clairvoyant, said the brunette, believing the brown-haired boy's lie, as did Midoriya, Ida and Todoroki. They were thankful that the 4 believed them, drawing a huge sigh from the chestnut, Phoenix and Mao, almost. Nemuri, well, I'll leave the room. Give them some privacy, said the black-haired woman, leaving the room, leaving the young people in the room. There are things that an adult present cannot talk about. I mean things of young people. Ida, Hyoudou-kun, exclaimed the class president to the brown-haired boy. He had a serious look, but nothing aggressive. Can I ask you a favor? He asked, receiving a nod from the brown-haired boy. Can I ask you to help my brother walk again? Please, he exclaimed, bowing as if asking for a huge favor. This surprised the brown-haired boy that he asked him for such a favor. His acupuncture could heal muscle wounds, even damage them, but now that he has the power of Ophis, the possibilities were endless combined with his acupuncture techniques. But with so much power there was a disadvantage. His Monkey King powers only worked to increase his physical power, and not being able to use a wide variety of power techniques was a disadvantage in combat. Fighting with his strengthened body was accumulating power in his body without expelling it. And in order to be able to make power-launching attacks, he had to stop strengthening his body and let the accumulated power shoot out. In simple words, it was physical power or energy. He couldn't do both, but the most important thing is, how did Ida ask him? It's like the class president knew that he could do it. Issei, I can't do such a thing, the brown-haired boy excused himself. Ida, please, he exclaimed, still bowing. Todoroki, there's no need to lie, Hyoudou. Ida and I already know that, said Endeavor's youngest son to the brown-haired boy, who really started to sweat bullets. Issei, don't tell me that. Todoroki, Serafal let slip the acupuncture thing, and Midoriya added that you fixed the damage to his arm at the sports festival, said the red-haired and white-haired boy. On her way to the hospital, the Mao let slip that acupuncture could fix the damage to her body, and the green-haired boy accidentally let slip that the brown-haired boy had cured the serious damage to his arms that not even Recovery Girl could do with emergency surgery. The brown-haired boy looked at the two mentioned. The green-haired boy was a little embarrassed for having said the secret of his acupuncture, while with Serafal, the Mao tilted her head while putting a fist on the side of her head, saying oops hee, it was an accident Issei-chan. The brown-haired boy sighed, saying that it was just that. He thought it was the origin of everyone in the Hyoudou residence. If that were to happen, it would definitely require erasing their memories and moving back to Ko. But thank goodness it was that and not what he thought. Issei, fine. If it's a favor to a friend, I'll do it, exclaimed the brown-haired boy, raising his fist to the black-haired boy, and smiling at him. But could no one else know that? Ida smiled at this. His brother could walk again. He couldn't be happier, so much so that he wanted to cry. He couldn't go tell his brother anymore, the sooner the better. Ida, thank you very much, Hyoudou-kun, he exclaimed, truly grateful. But he looked at the brown-haired boy's extended fist. He didn't understand what it meant. He looked behind the brown-haired boy. He found Midoriya's bed and with him there, making a fist bump sign. He also looked at Todoroki, who was with his usual powerful expression, but also doing the fist bump, so he understood. He had to bump his fist with the brown-haired boys. Then he rose from his bow to exchange the chestnut's fist with his own. Issei, fine, we'll go with your brother when you're recovered. Ida, Pero Hyoudou-kun. Issei, you already found someone who can help with your brother's condition. He knew what happened to the black-haired boy's brother. Midoriya had told him. He also thought about helping, but anonymously. But now in favor of the class president, when you recover we will go with him. Ida, thank you very much. I agreed to wait. There was no hurry. Just wait to recover first, and then take the brown-haired boy to his brother. Thank you, friend. The brown-haired man simply smiled, then went to where the green-haired man's bed was, who had several bandages. Issei, tell me, did Stain beat you up or did you cause it yourself? He asked in a funny way when he saw the bandages on his arms and feet. The brown-haired man managed to hear the conversation they had with that dog-headed man, but he still remained silent. Midoriya, Issei-kun, it's not funny. It was necessary to be able to beat him. You don't know how dangerous it was to fight against him, complained the green-haired boy at his friend's joke. Issei, good. Good. Leaving that aside, I have something to give you. Take it everywhere if possible, said the brown-haired boy, taking out a piece of green cloth and giving it to the green-haired boy. Here. The green-haired boy took the piece of cloth. It surprised him that the brown-haired boy gave him something like that. Could it be something special? He didn't know. The moment he took the cloth in his hand, he felt something strange. It was as if a pressure was present for just an instant. Perhaps it was his imagination. Midoriya, Issei-kun? What good will this do me? Issei, just always have it with you, and you'll find out. Hee, the brown-haired boy answered with a smile. This simply made the green-haired boy more intrigued. But who was he to judge? He gave him this, and it must have been for a reason. Fine. I'll come visit you another day. I still have a place to go, said the brown-haired boy, saying goodbye to everyone, to leave the room and go with Namuri to go in the direction of the hospital where you was. And after the brunette left, the green-haired boy received a call on his cell phone from a certain brunette with a gravity quirk. He left the room to go answer the call. And on the part of Serafal and Ravel, they too, having not received any damage from the fight, had to return to do their hero practices with their respective hero agencies, leaving only Ida and Shoto in the room with the chestnut. It was already night, around 11 p.m. He was sitting in the living room where the blonde was in bed recovering. He was sitting in a chair. Namuri had left, giving the brunette permission to spend the night next to the blonde. Sometimes he could be a bit stubborn, but he was a good boy according to the black-haired girl's thoughts. The hospitals were open 24 hours a day, but at night there were fewer nurses passing through the halls. The brunette created a magic field. Nothing that happened inside the barrier would come out, nor would those outside the barrier see this. On the outside they would only see the blonde lying down, as usual. Issei, I hope this works. Drake, I don't want him to hurt you, Sand, because of my mistake, said the brown-haired man, making the boosted gear appear. Drake, it will work. Remember that it is the same method that we applied with Sinbad's mother, slowly strengthening her body until she recovered from her illness, said the dragon from the great green orb. Issei, but Sinbad's mother wasn't in his brain, he said somewhat nervously. Drake, unlike that time, he only concentrates the smallest amount of power possible in a single point, that is, in his head, said the red dragon. Issei, ha, sigh, all right. Here we go! Boost! The sound of the boosted gear increasing sounded. A light emerald color surrounded the boosted gear, then placed its hand on the blonde's head, concentrating a minimal amount of power without causing damage. It was so little that it was very difficult to maintain. The power was so small that it could not be imagined. It never occurred to her to use so little power. Mental concentration was a lot. Transfer. The power was passed to you. The small amount of power was more than enough to strengthen the regenerative tissues and cells of the brain, making the recovery faster. He couldn't rush it, he had to do it slowly. His recovery depended on this. Every minute he had to retransfer an augmentation with the same small amount of power to the blonde's head. It had easily been an hour since he started doing this. Each augmentation had to be the same amount of power. The brown-haired girl's breathing was labored. It had been successful. But according to Drake, he had to do it once more after 24 hours to be complete. Doing this was much more tiring than fighting. It was too exhausting. It was very different with Sinbad's mother. She didn't have to suppress so much, it was really tiring. He sat down on the chair to recover, and wait for his breathing to return to normal. He removed the barrier to rest, and before closing his eyes, a magic circle appeared in front of him. From the circle came out Tiamat with a bag containing 2 bowls of ramen. Issei, oh Tiamat, is it you? What brings you here? Asked the brown-haired boy tiredly. Tiamat, I didn't come because I wanted to, but because Mrs. Hyoudou asked me to go buy something delicious for you to eat. You must have been hungry, said the blue-haired girl, passing her a bowl of ramen with chopsticks. It was the first thing I thought you'd like here. Issei, oh Garkais, it really is toy, said the brown-haired boy, going to take the bowl of ramen, and before taking it, he lost consciousness and began to fall to the ground. Tiamat, seeing this, dropped the bowl to go grab the chestnut tree so that it wouldn't fall to the ground. The bowl of ramen fell to the ground and was spoiled. Tiamat took the brown-haired boy, laying him down on several chairs as if it were a bed, using her legs as a pillow for the brown-haired boy's head. The green gem of Drake appeared, telling her what happened. After an explanation from the red dragon, the dragon queen understood. The brown-haired one was not one of those who accumulated such a tiny amount of power to transfer, not to mention the mental wear and tear of concentration. She wanted to ask more, but he no longer answered. Tiamat, idiot, she scolded the brown-haired boy while having his head on her legs as a pillow. You wasted a bowl of ramen. You said we would go eat ramen together. Look at you now. Asleep, she said, seeing the brown-haired boy's sleeping face. Now that I see you closer, that idiot face of yours is something cute, she said with a softer voice. Starting to play with the brown-haired boy's forehead. He may not be the most handsome or anything like that, but seeing him better, he had his own appeal. The little girl sighed. She would stay here tonight taking care of these 2 sleepy heads. She would leave in the morning. She would add this to the list to make him treat her to more ramen. You owe me several bowls of ramen baka. Midoriya's dream. At the hospital where Todoroki, Ida and Midoriya were, things were calm. Of course, after all, those mentioned were asleep. It was to be expected at this time of night, but there was something on Midoriya's mind, or rather in his dream. Everything around him was dark, but he could clearly see his hands. It was strange, even though everything around him was dark, but looking under the green-haired boy's feet, where he was standing, it wasn't dark. There was a wooden floor, like a dojo. I didn't know what was happening. Everything was strange. It didn't seem like a dream at all. It felt very real. I tried to look around me as I walked slowly, but I stopped when I heard a voice. So you are the young man that the original is training. I thought you were older, said a male voice to the green-haired boy. The aforementioned did not know where it came from. It was as if it was around him, but this voice could be very similar to the brown-haired boy's voice. Midoriya, tell me who you are. Where am I? He exclaimed, putting himself on guard. You know very well who I am. The moment the original gave you that object, you were able to contact me unconsciously. You just have to say my name," said the mysterious voice appearing, but his face could not be seen clearly. "Midoriya, your name?" "Bu, but I don't know what your name is," said the green-haired man in response to what the mysterious man said. "Ha, Sai, I'll tell you my name is..." The mysterious man had said his name, but for the green-haired man he could only see how he moved his lips without saying anything. "Midoriya, what? You didn't say anything about your name. I see you still can't hear my name. Well, it doesn't matter. I trust that the original gave you the object so you can contact me for something. I hope to see your growth." Midoriya's dream ends. Friday, end of practice, 7 a.m. The days passed quickly. Today the practices ended. Several students were already returning to their homes. Now only one remained. It was the brunette, who was in the room where the blonde was. He was apparently sitting in a chair asleep, with his mask covering his eyes. Sunlight came through the window, illuminating the blonde's face, who out of annoyance, slowly opened her eyes, got up with a headache, looked around, could tell she was in a hospital. She didn't know how she ended up here, but the memories of the last thing she remembered flooded her mind. Apparently she had been saved, but by whom? She didn't remember seeing or hearing anyone come to that damn place. But she realized that she was not alone in this patient's room. She could see near the door a brown-haired man sitting, asleep, with his sleeping mask on covering his eyes. His hands were inside the pockets of his jacket. She did not know how long he had been in this room, seeing the sky through the window. Maybe only a day had passed after this. But her thoughts were interrupted when the door opened. She turned to see a surprised nurse, who immediately ran to tell the doctor that the patient had woken up. Not even the nurse's scream calling for the doctor woke the brown-haired boy. He seemed to be a rather deep sleeper, literally like a rock. The review of the blonde's condition was carried out, of course without waking the brunette. Although it was impossible to wake up someone who sleeps like a rock, the blonde's condition was surprisingly good, or rather, it was like a miracle. The trace of damage in the brain seemed like it had never existed. It was surprising. And checking it better, it was as good as new. After finishing checking, she went back to bed. She could leave the hospital whenever she wanted. She was resting after several checkups, but her gaze fell on the sleeping brunette. "Nurse, this young man really cared about you. He spent the last 2 days sleeping at night in those chairs. I think it's beautiful that he went to rescue you from that place. Ha, Sai, even though you have received several charges of violence, it was all because of you. How beautiful," said a nurse with a dreamy tone. What the nurse said surprised the blonde. So she was in a coma for 2 days. Well, according to the doctors it was a miracle that she woke up. According to them it was undetermined, and possibly she would never wake up. But the least likely thing happened, less than 1 in a million. "You, wait. How come Issei-san has several charges for me?" asked the girl, entering what she would consider the nurse's personal space. The nurse told the professional about that incident, that the brown-haired man left the culprits with mortal wounds, and that he only said that he did it because they had hurt her, something that was surprising. Charges for violence, rule-breaking, inappropriate conduct, among others according to the hero regulations. Nurse, and to think that the first-year UA champion was single, but seeing how he spent these days with you, I suppose he is your boyfriend, right? She said in a funny way to the blonde, although seeing it from another point of view, worrying so much about a person could be misinterpreted, especially if it is of the opposite gender. The blonde, upon hearing the nurse say the brown-haired man was her boyfriend, turned red in embarrassment, and couldn't speak a word, only stuttering, and making signs of denial with her hands, causing the nurse to laugh a little. After this, the nurse left, leaving a thoughtful blonde looking at the sleeping brunette. She felt a little guilty because the brunette had those charges against her, but she could be free but under surveillance because everything she did was a desperate act. Although the news said that, the truth was a somewhat similar story. The UA did not want to reveal many things for reasons of protecting its student. She approached the brunette to gently caress his hair, while saying sorry, with a look of guilt, but her thoughts were interrupted when the door opened, revealing a brunette, who upon seeing such a situation misunderstood herself. "Namuri, hey! You don't want to take advantage of that, do you? I saw it first," the black-haired girl exclaimed to the blonde. "You, it's not what it seems. But what are you doing here?" Nemuri, they all say the same thing. What do you mean? What am I doing here? I'm the one assigned to keep an eye on Issei, the brunette said to the blonde. Don't even think about doing anything to him. Did you hear me? You, what do you mean I'll do something to him? You better say that to yourself. Old lady, contradicted the blonde, as soon as she recovered, and now she sees someone she least wanted to see. Nemuri, it's called maturity, young lady. Nowadays, young people have these kinds of tastes, exclaimed the black-haired woman, offended by being called old. Edo. Did I miss something? The one who asked was the brown-haired boy, who had woken up, and the first thing he sees is the two of them fighting with words. Before the blonde could speak, Nemuri got there first. Nemuri, nothing. Haha, let's eat, you must be hungry, right? Why don't you leave this girl aside and let's eat, said the brunette, taking an arm of the brown-haired man leading him. But she couldn't take it anymore because you also took the free arm. But the brunettes were charging straight for the blonde. You, it's more dangerous to eat around you than anything else. And why don't you move aside and we'll go eat again, said the girl. The brunette doesn't like her since the fight on that reality show. Issei, and why don't we all go together? He said nervously, since he was in the middle of two beasts literally, but he was quickly silenced by the enormous fury of both women. You / Nemuri, Jamis. Issei, okay, he said with fear. I think it was a bad idea to say that. Skip. It was time for the brown-haired girl to go back home, of course accompanied by her teacher assigned to watch her, Midnight. The brown-haired girl was carrying her small change of clothes that she took to go through the practices. Even heroes like Kamui and Death Arm were there to say goodbye to him, not to mention that Yu was also there. The blonde would take a few days off to rest a little more. She was also there to say goodbye to the brunette, although she could go visit him whenever she wanted. After all, she knows where he lives. In addition, she had apologized for what she caused to the brunette, something that the aforementioned said no longer mattered, and that if she really wanted to compensate him, it would be to invite him to that restaurant where they ate for the first time. Such a comment brought a smile to the girl. Kamui, you did a good job in just 2 days, kid. Even though the last thing was something illegal, you had no other option, and it's understandable. But even so, in the future you'll be a great hero, commented the wooden hero to the chestnut. Death Arm, you just need a better education to guide you on the path of a hero. The latter wasn't as supportive as I had hoped, but the hero just said what he had to say. Issei, thank you very much for those 2 days. The brown-haired man thanked the two heroes with a bow, then stood up and looked at Yu-san. See you later, he said with a smile. The aforementioned simply nodded to return it with a smile. To see how the brunette left to take the train, she stayed watching the brunette walk. She really wanted to thank him, but then, her two companions gave her companion a little push. She looked at them both to get a nod. Kamui, come on, I know you have something else to tell her, said her wooden companion. Death Arm, you don't seem to be yourself right now. You always have something to say no matter how absurd it is, said the muscular guy of the group to the blonde. He already knew his partner's attitude quite well, and keeping quiet is not her thing. She realized this until now, but it was almost time for the next train to arrive. She ran while shouting to the brunette so he could hear her. You, Issei-san! Exclaimed the blonde as she quickly approached the brown-haired girl and the black-haired girl. Issei, you-san? Nemuri, why so much fuss, girl? Did you forget? She didn't finish speaking when she saw such a scene with her eyes. She was shocked. Yu approached the brunette to take the brunette's face with both hands and plant a kiss on his cheek, something that the brunette didn't see coming, who was barely processing things. Nemuri's eyes opened wide. In addition to being open-mouthed, she didn't believe what she saw. After the kiss on the cheek, the blonde moved away a little so that they could both get on the train that had arrived. Nemuri, okay. Enough for today, or we'll miss the train, exclaimed the brunette, pulling the brown-haired boy by the collar of his shirt as they entered the train. Why you, see you, Issei-san, exclaimed the cheerful blonde, giving a huge smile while saying goodbye to the brunette with both hands. The brunette was able to recover and give it back. He smiled at the blonde in the same way while he made a goodbye sign as the train doors began to close to begin the return trip. You, see you, Issei, he said with a happy voice while a slight pink color appeared on his cheeks. On the train, the brunette, after saying goodbye to the blonde, went to sit down, and at the same time he could see how his teacher had an unfriendly expression. "Issei Midnight Sensei? Something wrong?" the brown-haired boy asked his teacher, who did not change her expression. "Numeri, HMP. Snort nothing," she said, turning her back to the brown-haired man, who dropped a drop of sweat with a confused expression of what happened to the black-haired woman. Issei, and what fly could have bitten her? He wondered in his mind. With Shigaraki. The Polygress along with Kurogyri were in front of the monitor talking to someone called Sensei. Apparently both reported what happened in Hosu to the mysterious man behind the monitor, telling him about the strange anomaly in the sky that was there at that moment. That black cloud appeared out of nowhere and put out all the flames and defeated the three Nomu with ease. It was as if someone was controlling it. It could only be one thing, a quirk. Not just any quirk, this level of domain to be able to do that. It was not a normal quirk, it really was something surprising. "Sensei, a quirk that can control rain and lightning," said the voice behind the monitor. "Interesting. Lately there are people with unusual quirks," he said, remembering the energy quirk that fueled the Sekiryuutei suit. "And now with this one of almost dominating the weather. Tell me, Shigaraki, have you found out who owns the quirk?" Shigaraki: "No, Sensei, but I'm working on it, as well as searching for the whereabouts of the Sekiryuutei," said the gray-haired man, giving information to the sensei. "Sensei, such quirks, if the heroes could be made on their side, it would be a waste. We must find them before they do. With those quirks in our power, we will give them a better use," said the voice on the monitor. "I await news from you." Shigaraki/Kurogyri: "Hi, Sensei," said both villains. Chapter 42, Ex-Member, Returned to School. Maya. A commoner who lived in a small, peaceful village of young farmers, the only daughter of a small, humble family of bakers in that peaceful village. The lower classes like them did not have a last name. That was a trait of upper-class families and higher. But that never mattered to her at all. She had everything a family needed: father and mother. Even in the midst of a war between humans and dark elves, his people could still spend a moment of peace, until then, when the small town suffered an attack from the Dark Army. All the villagers tried to defend themselves, while the women and children were kept safe. A battle between the villagers and the Dark Army took place. Screams of massacre were heard, while women and children ran to leave the town, from which the young Maya was going. But she could not leave her father alone. She had to do something. In a situation like this, she could not leave her father alone. She took an old sword that was on the ground to go help. Upon arriving, he could see hundreds of corpses, human and non-human, blood spilling onto the ground of what was once a peaceful town. It had been stained with blood. Everything was seen through the pair of red eyes of the young Maya. There weren't many humans alive, but there were many of the Dark Army left. But no trace of his father could be found anywhere. He ran through the terrain that was once a small park where children played. Now it was a land of corpses of both humans and non-humans, even if there were traces of his father. But even with the Dark Army close, the young Maya made her way with all the effort in the world with that old sword, all in order to find her father to take him out of this. But being inexperienced, she could not resist much longer, ending up almost being killed by an ogre with his enormous wooden weapon. She closed her eyes for her end, which never came. She slowly opened her eyes, to find a man with a great sword holding the huge mass of the ogre. The man looked at the girl with a slight smile, despite being in a war, which showed a meaning. After the storm comes peace. The girl simply stood watching the scene, a fearless man, a determined look, facing adversity with a smile. The man had a somewhat tan skin tone, a muscular build, short dark brown hair. He wore clothes made of fabric with parts of armor, a manly look. A knight who came to the rescue. Love at first sight. The feeling of adrenaline ran through her at great speed. Her gaze focused so much on that man who had appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he appeared to save her. That man, along with others who followed him, defended the town with their lives. Well, what was left standing? A fierce battle began with the new integration of this man and his companions. It didn't take long for everything to calm down, with the arrival of the army commanded by Celestine, giving great support to the group of men in turning the game around, achieving a victory in this assault. After this, the soldiers helped the survivors as much as they could, as there was little left, and they were surprised to find that of those who had been fighting, only a few survived, and among the dead was Maya's father. The women, together with the children who were escaping to safety, had been surrounded. Many women disappeared, and many children were mutilated, as well as some women. Death had claimed for the second time a loved one of the young redhead, this time her mother. An indescribable pain, the loss of her parents, left a great void in the heart of the young woman, who at the age of just 14, although she did not see death with her own eyes, that does not change the fact of the damage. Tears full of pain ran down her cheeks until they fell to the ground with traces of dried blood. She had been left alone in this world, without a home. She didn't know what would become of her from now on. The pain of a great loss clouded her thoughts. Amidst all the pain, the man who saved her from certain death offered his breast to this young woman so she could cry, and to take away all the pain and sorrow. There was no way to revive people. Psychological damage would not heal as easily as a physical wound. "Cry all you want, girl, keep going, live for them," said the man as he comforted the girl who was crying her eyes out. Skip. Joining the group of the man who saved her, who now had the name of Vault, secretly falling in love with him, despite the fact that several years had passed since that attack on her hometown, which was now no more a place than it once was a town, the survivors each followed their own course, to rebuild their lives. Like her, Maya moved on, joining the group of mercenaries, learning to handle the sword in combat, to the point of easily handling 2 swords. While continuing her apprenticeship as a swordswoman, what was once a young woman in full development could now be called a beautiful woman. She had grown over the years, she had become beautiful. You could say she is the spitting image of her different mother. But unlike her mother, Maya had short hair. Her attitude was unfeminine. Something to be expected when growing up among men. The emptiness of that loss never disappeared. It had become his goal to overcome, to become strong, to be able to kill the entire Dark Army with his Queen Olga. But just as it is his goal, it was also his daily pain. His mind could not stop thinking about those memories of his parents' corpses covered in blood. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop thinking about it. One day, she heard a conversation between one of her classmates about how he could relax and let out all the stress and clear his mind through a certain carnal act, something that clearly caught the attention of the now older redhead. She knew something about this, although it was almost null. Being only little about this act, she listened attentively at an audible distance, about how she subdued him and squeezed the walls of flesh to his sword. The pleasure she felt was nothing that in this world could be compared. The feeling of ecstasy that you felt was so much that you forgot about reality. She knew that a girl's first time was really important, but her situation made her think differently. Her past tormented her. Flee from that scene, leave it behind. She had no one to turn to, not even Vault. She had in a way made a confession. But he had rejected her for no reason, something that simply enlarged the void in his heart. With no one to turn to escape for a moment from that past, he would do anything. Skip. Trying to forget the death of her parents that torments her so much through a little carnal act, which at first hurt her. Little by little she could feel the sensation of pleasure. She could really forget for a moment those memories, which were a kind of trauma for her. It's not that he likes it, but it was a price to pay to put aside that painful memory. He did it with several of the group members, to the point of really covering that void in his heart. But not everything would last. The time had come to leave on a new path. She left the mercenary group, something that none of her companions denied, and wished luck to the red-headed adult, who enlisted in the Eostia army. Her mastery of the sword and her reaction in combat, combined with her strategy, easily rose through the ranks, ending up as one of the commanders of a part of the army. But her priority was to take care of a city, where she could meet with those who once socialized in her old town. Now it was his responsibility to protect. He would not let the same thing happen again. He would protect this city under his care. It's been a while since I heard anything about the mercenary group that was with me in my previous years. What happened to them? How are their former companions doing? But above all, how was Vault doing? She still loved her hero, despite being rejected in the past. Maybe she had her personal reasons. She respected him. Every time she thought of him, her heart beat strongly, while she breathed heavily. It was not the time to think about that. He had a city to take care of, and the war against the Dark Army was still ongoing, so that was the priority. As well as her integration as one of the 7 maidens who would come together to defeat the Queen of the Dark Elves. Skip. What was supposed to be a war between humanity and the Dark Elves, a new group, no, a huge army emerged from nowhere. Kuroinu, its leader, as difficult as it was for the redhead, the leader of that evil army, Vault. She couldn't believe it when she received the news. She didn't know how, or under what circumstances he changed. Now she had to fight against him, despite the fact that according to the rumors, he brought down Olga's great army, or rather the majority joined him. The Kuroinu army was a feared name, especially for the female population of all Eostia. Its objective was clear as water, but its ambition was as dark as the abyss itself, to form a nation of services. All women without exception had to satisfy the need of any man. It really angered her, even though she had resorted to such acts in the past to fill her emptiness. But now a lot had happened since then. In addition to understanding more about it, she was angry with herself, but she was young. Now she knew how to differentiate things thanks to some teachings from Celestine. His mind said he had to face this threat, no matter who it was, but his heart said otherwise. He had to fight Vault, and worst case scenario, kill him. If only deep down in his heart he could deny this fact and do his job to protect Eostia and his city. If I could truly hate you from the bottom of my heart, Vault. As quickly as news of a mysterious young man who saved an entire city spread, a large number of Kuroinu members invaded the city under Maya's protection. There were not only humans among the invaders, ogres, goblins, among other species of non-humans, which were all men. It was to be expected what people can do for a little hex. It was unpleasant. Armed with his 2 swords, accompanied by a small number of soldiers who were still alive, they evacuated all the citizens they could possibly spare. She, accompanied by her subordinates, opened paths, clearing away those scum. Death was what they deserved. Many of the citizens were evacuated and guided by the subordinates to the city of Lulu. Maya, she would stay. She had to take care of this, either as a duty of one of the 7 maidens or as an ex-member of that group of mercenaries before calling Kuroinu. He knew that Vault was coming, so as he ran through the destroyed city, his sword slashed at anyone who crossed his path. Whether they were Kuroinu, his target was Vault. He needed an answer. He couldn't believe he was doing this. It didn't take long for a large number of them to surround the man she had been in love with for so many years, where he was. She had no way out. The only way out of this was to go through all of them, something that she was already getting exhausted about, but she still wanted answers. There wasn't much to say about the reasons. He had simply grown tired of everything and was searching for his own way, wanting to dominate everything. No one knew what had happened to him to do all this. He wanted to take whatever he could. With no way out, with little strength to face what were once his former companions, now his beloved, he could do nothing. His heart would not allow it. Those lustful glances, which kept looking at the red-haired girl's body, were unpleasant, even though some of them had already done it to her in the past. Now it disgusted her. With no escape, she would bravely face her last fight. She knew very well what would become of her when she was captured, but even being at a clear disadvantage, she would not make it easy. It was then that several silver pillars fell from the sky onto Kuroinu's, leaving the only one standing was a Vault. A young man with a somewhat strange hairstyle appeared facing Vault, and he was also wearing somewhat strange clothing, but it was clear that it was for combat. She couldn't see the young man's face, since she was behind him, but the surprising thing was that he fell from the sky. With his arrival he simply turned the situation around 180 degrees, but he could hear him say who he was after exchanging words between him and Vault. Nothing good from the tan-skinned man. Supreme God. After saying this he retreated to the vault to the point of wanting to escape on a horse, which he did but with a wound caused by this young man who proclaims himself Supreme God. While she watched as the man she fell in love with escaped, not before hitting the young man with a kind of strange magic attack who dodged him while chasing him. That shot was quickly directed towards her. Her eyes opened wide as she saw how her end was, at the hands of the man she loved. Her whole body did not react. She had no control of herself. Her vision became all dark. She could only hear the noise of an explosion. Believing she was dead, without direction, she walked forward. Everything was dark, not long until she crashed into something. A sensation of warmth was felt from the object she collided with. A calm warmth was felt by the girl, who hugged it tightly as if it were the only thing in this entire dark place after dying. How wrong I was that this death was all a black smoke screen originated by that explosion. Upon dispelling, he could see a pair of red eyes, with golden irises in the shape of a cross. They were very bright. Skip. One quiet night, Maya was in Celestine's castle. They arrived here with the rest of the maidens. There was no other place left where Vault could attack other than this place, the capital of Eostia, where the governor of these lands is located. They didn't know when Kuroina's people would attack the capital, but they were ready, although Maya wasn't sure what decision to make. Kill him or let Vault live, she really didn't know what to choose. For his actions that he had committed against the kingdom of Eostia, he had to die. But she didn't want this, even though the rest of the princesses were in favor of killing him. No one knew about her love for that man. Only one could know, that young man who saved her from being raped by her ex-companions, the same one with whom she has been traveling with the maidens and the two dark elves avoiding the Vault plans. Now the red-haired girl was next to the chestnut tree, chatting a little on a balcony of the palace while the soft breeze passed between them. She had been very thoughtful. She didn't know what to do. She had cried on Chestnut's chest. She didn't want anything to happen to Vault despite her actions. Her mind said this and her heart said others. She was really desperate. Why can you always smile? I don't always smile at everything. I've been crying like you, letting out all the sorrows and pain. Tell me, how is it possible? I don't think I can live without him. In this life you can be trampled and thrown to the ground, but it is better than the afterlife. It is something I learned over the years. If you keep living, good things always come to you. That is why I always smile. And that's why I love to see people around me smile, and I try to always make them smile, just like your smile. You really are an idiot, thank you. A feeling in the girl's chest. She had not felt this sensation with another person other than Vault. But this young man who was next to him, such words are as if there are always things that make him move forward. It was admirable. This small conversation calmed her, and she was able to clarify her thoughts. But looking at it better, it made her heart beat quickly. It was strange, but it didn't bother her. It was like a simple tickle, you could say. A small red tone appeared on her cheeks, while her gaze never stopped looking at him. He wasn't as handsome as several men she had seen, but he wasn't far behind. He had his thing. Even though he wasn't good looking, he was something. Maya? Why are you a little red? Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? I just drank a little before coming here. You know, let's rest better. They both returned to their respective rooms, while Maya walked calmly, to whisper a word. Thank you, Jean. Doki doki. Better clarity of thought. From the beginning, another man other than Vault entered her heart without her realizing it. The feeling was much more intense than what she felt for the leader of Kuroinu. She would think about this later. Now it was clearer to decide what would become of Vault. Skip. Someone who can value you despite your past, could think clearly about moving forward, and good things will come to you, or rather, is already ahead of you. Maybe he still had feelings for Vault, but what he felt he had to leave behind, like an old memory from his youth, and truly love. The acts to fill the emptiness of his heart and escape from those memories were already a distant memory. Thinking about it, it had really been approximately 8 years since he had done that act. And using that again, I don't know what feeling it will have, but I could find out. After all, on several occasions I had heard about the action-packed nights with the brown-haired guy and the girls. She would continue to be by his side. He could have several women, but as he says, where there is room for one, there is room for two, and so on. I love you. Skip. In a dimly lit room, on a rather large bed, were two people very close together, hugging each other. The silhouette of a woman sitting facing a man, while she goes up and down. Ah! Ha! Ah! Moans were heard with each entry and exit of the brown-haired man's member into the most private part of Maya. It had been quite a while since she had done this, not to say a few years, and now that she was doing it again. It actually hurt a little when she felt the brunette enter her. Her flesh walls felt like they were beginning to squeeze the brunette's member. The same sensation was for the brunette. He felt how the flesh walls of the redhead's intimacy squeezed his member. As she went up and down, she joined her lips with the brunette's, An exchange of oral fluids took place, their tongues intertwined, oxygen was secondary now. The fluid from the girl's lower part with each thrust bathed the brunette's member with juices. If she were the same person from the past who did this to forget her trauma, she could never have felt this way. The satisfaction of being one with a partner was unique, warmth, security, more than the ecstasy of the act. I felt how gentle the brown-haired man was. He did it slowly without hurting her, not like his ex-colleagues in the past who were very rough. The caresses that went from her breasts down, while his hands ran over the girl's soft skin covered in sweat until they surrounded her waist and touched her butt. I love you, Jean. I will not fail to reciprocate your feelings. I know you won't fail. In the room, nothing could be heard but the moans and groans of the brunette due to the act of love. Plaf, plaf, plaf. The sound of the brunette's pelvis colliding with the redhead's firm but rang out. She was on all fours on the bed, while she had a crystalline gaze. Her hands gripped the sheet with some force as she felt the brown-haired man reach out with his fleshy pole kissing near her uterus. The size was a little bigger than average. I could say that the girl has seen bigger, but the feeling of the brown was unique. It was like the perfect one. A moan came from the girl's mouth, along with a few drops of saliva. The pleasure of doing it with love instead of forgetting something was much stronger. Both changed positions. The brunette carried the redhead while she remained connected to him. Maya's hands were surrounding the brunette's neck, while her legs were around his waist. The brunette's hands held the girl's butt, while he began to thrust in and out of her over and over again, the girl's large breasts rubbing against the brunette's chest as they rose and fell. She bit the brunette's right neck, causing him to moan slightly, while the grip on the girl's butt became firmer and stronger. The member inside Maya began to throb, causing her more pleasure with each penetration. Both were reaching their limits. Maya had had several orgasms. She had come countless times that she lost count. She just wanted to be closer to him. Like the brown-haired boy, he had come inside her several times, and you could feel a certain warmth inside her apart from body heat. I am coming. Jean! I'm coming! Ah! The brown-haired man had come inside the girl for the last time, just as she had come inside the brown-haired man's member. Their respective fluids bathed each other's private parts for the last time, so that they both fell onto the bed with labored breathing. It had been very agitated. A white fluid came out of the girl's intimacy little by little. She lay on the brown-haired boy's chest, while her crystalline gaze looked at the brown-haired boy's eyes. Both smiled at each other. Another round? The girl asked sweetly as she could see how the brunette's member stood back up inside the sheet. This made the brunette a little embarrassed. Even though for him he had done it many times, it was still a little embarrassing. Again the sound of moans accompanied by the sound of the bed creaking was known. Such screams from the redhead could be heard in several rooms next to them, as well as the floors above and below. A long night that would pass fleetingly for the two of them. She could become addicted to the chestnut if she continued, but she couldn't stop. It really felt good to be one with him, just him. There was no point in wasting opportunities. A weight inside her had been lifted. Now she could clearly see the path she would follow from now on, leaving behind a bad past to look towards a new beginning. Thanks, Jean. Walt was initially a flower in the redhead's heart, but without her realizing it, he ended up being a weed that slowly hurt her in the long run, to the point of committing a betrayal for the love of him. Her whole body was tied up by thorny weeds, which stuck into her whole body. Despite knowing that it hurts, she didn't want to let go until now. Sometimes there are things that she should let go of. Her feelings towards Walt had hurt her quite a bit in a short time. He was the first love that the girl felt. Sometimes the first love doesn't turn out as you expected, but that doesn't mean that it was over. She had found the second love, one that tries to heal the remaining wounds. End of May. Present. Today was already Monday, after a quiet weekend, if you can say so, with everyone who wanted an interview and a chat with Venelana, Grafia and Yasaka. Rugal had returned from Portland, saying that his distant cousin Monroe's wedding had been a success. But not in a good way the last part, but they were able to marry successfully, which he went to report on his return to his king. During the weekend, Nemuri was passing by to check on the student on release, and as expected, the brunette had to clear the way through the crowd so the brunette could enter the house. And on behalf of Tiamat, the blue-haired girl was invited to go out and eat all the ramen she wanted at Ikaraku's on both nights, bringing a smile to the owner's face for being the best customers. Today was the time for those who were in hero practice to return to class, and in Prim's case it would be her second week of class, not counting the 2 days before last. The UA students from the Hyoudou residence said goodbye to everyone to leave for the academy, and of course with the integration of Nomuri, who was already waiting for the brown-haired boy, it seems that this teacher takes her job very seriously. And on behalf of Penemu, she would go a little after them, to give a final review to some reports. Walking 10 minutes towards the station to take the train, they ran into Midoriya, who apparently had some unnoticeable dark circles, but he had worse. The green-haired boy hasn't been able to sleep well, since lately he's been having a strange dream where he's talking to someone whose face he couldn't even see completely, with little clarity. The stranger said the original, and that it would help him in his growth, and I don't know what else. It was really a strange dream. Something that the brown-haired man knew who it was, but he wouldn't give it importance. He would only focus on training the green-haired man to be a good successor to the symbol of peace in the very near future. On the train everything was quiet, but a bit cramped, so the brunette ended up pressing his face against his teacher's breasts, which bothered her, and she simply winked at him. Something that made the brunette nervous and reminded him of the night he had to take her back home and ended up staying thanks to blackmail from his teacher. In front of the girl's gaze, the brunette, rather than doing her job as an observer, tried more to seduce him, something that bothered them a little. The same glances towards the brown-haired man, which he didn't care about, he didn't care, he simply gave them what they deserved, he deserved it, he could have left them dead like Kuroina's mercenaries, but that would have caused the law to come after him with a lot of problems. After a 30-minute train ride, they arrived to get off and walk toward the academy for another 10 minutes to finally arrive. Room 1A. As Prim and Lulu went to their respective classrooms, leaving those who were going to classroom 1A, who ran into Ida at the entrance of the classroom, on the part of Nomuri, she went to put on her heroine costume to be ready and give her classes. The small group of 7 greeted the class president, who returned the greeting kindly. After the incident with Stain, Ida had a wound on her right arm, which would take a long time to heal, since the cut that Stain made had damaged several of the nerves in that arm. It was then that they opened the door, and the first thing that was heard inside the room was the laughter of Kirishima and Siro. Both boys laughed out loud at Bakugo, who had a hairstyle in the purest mommy's boy style, courtesy of the hero best genius, who during the practices had tried to educate him as a good hero both in his person and his appearance. The gel that was used to comb his hair apparently lasted the entire week of practices, even until now. Bakugo, damn you! Don't laugh! Exclaimed the blonde with his explosive attitude while he had a tick in his hands trying not to make an explosion in their faces. His hair had stayed like that, even after washing it. I already told you not to laugh. He exclaimed even more angry. His hair made a boom, causing him to return to his usual reign. This simply made the duo laugh harder. Outside of the talk between the 3 of them, in another small group in the room, the girls' group, they all talked about how their practices went, each one telling their experiences. Kyoka said that she had fought with some villains during her week, despite the trouble that she almost got into. Mineta and her partner from another group, Lulu, helped evacuate some people and gave some support, so it was not such a direct confrontation. For Tsuyu, the girl with the frog quirk, she trained on the coasts, in addition to patrolling, but above all, in one of those patrols with the sea, she and her companions at that time helped to stop a group of contractors. Something in the opinion of her companions was something truly incredible. For Ochako, the brown-haired girl, it couldn't have been better. Training with the hero GxH was really a challenge. The training was friendly, but not at all easy. But she was able to acquire a little experience in hand-to-hand combat, which could improve if she kept practicing. She still had a bit of a martial artist attitude. Punching in the air, a big change for only a week. And Yayorozu, more than a hero practice, was more like filming a commercial. Not only her, but the president of the Bikenda group was also involved, as was Leifi. But in the end they did go out on patrol, and were able to learn things about heroes, and learn how to handle a possible double job. But everyone focused their gaze on the entrance when the door was heard opening. Being able to see the brown-haired man, His news was really a hit along with that of the murderer stain. It really was a topic of conversation on the network since it was announced, although the stain thing was not what really happened as the news says, but oh well. The brown-haired boy simply greeted his companions before going to sit in his place, something that attitude was not to be expected from someone who gave a great deserved punishment to those responsible for the disappearances. He was supposed to be nervous with everyone's stares, but it wasn't like that. He didn't give a peanut about the stares. The same action was imitated by the newly arrived girls, who also went to their places to greet their companions. Some classmates who had the brown-haired boy's number, like Momo, Kyoka, Kirishima, and Midoriya, wouldn't ask how he was, since they had already done so through messages. It was a somewhat difficult subject to talk about, according to the boys, so they would behave as if it hadn't happened. But being classmates, they knew their partner well, and he wouldn't act that way without a reason, and those who were closest to him, like Midoriya, Kaminaria, Momo, Todoroki, Kyoka, knew very well that he was related to a certain heroine who is currently taking a short break from her duty as a heroine after what happened. But changing, the brown-haired man was not the only one who went through something like this, but also Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki, Ravel and Serafal. They 5 were in some way related to the case of the hero killer. According to the news, 5 students while patrolling were surprised by the killer, but they were not in danger of life. Since the hero endeavored together with other heroes arrived in time to stop him and capture him, it was to be expected from number 2, very strong, according to the comments of those present. It was a miracle that the 5 were not in danger with their lives thanks to the arrival of the professionals in time. Running into the hero killer was a serious and dangerous thing, especially bad luck. Todoroki didn't give much importance to his father taking the credit, but they promised the police chief not to tell the truth about what happened, so he simply nodded in affirmation. Yes, he saved us. In addition to the videos where they said who he really was, more than scaring, the data about him that he showed, in a certain way, was great, even if his way of doing things was the wrong way. That would bother Ida, if it were, but his hatred had come out after everything that had happened. Now he just had to wait for the hospital where his brother was to discharge him to leave and he would take the brown-haired man to help him cure him. He admitted that Stain's vision wasn't so bad, but if his methods weren't those of a villain, it would be a big change for the society of heroes. But it was also wrong. Not all of us do it for fame. Some do it because they want to help him, but with his spirits high, he would continue on the path to becoming a great hero. Something like that wouldn't change his belief. His old attitude had returned. It was a good thing. He would keep going. He would prove to be a true hero. That was the class president that everyone knew. He was back. Skip. It was time for the basic hero training classes, where All Might and Azazel were. The class teacher would be the symbol of peace, while Grigory's former leader would be to monitor the students' performance. He was not so animated apparently. After last night he was summoned by the same married woman who forced him to listen to her sorrows. Something that for someone like Azazel was torture. He himself could swear that the voice of that woman was ringing inside his head, repeating over and over again what she said. But let's put aside Azazel's thoughts and focus on the class. It should be said that everyone was wearing their hero costumes. Since everyone has just returned from their practices with the heroes, for this basic training, there would be a rescue race. It sounds like something simple. It was a race technically. This time they would not go to the USJ, since that place was for disasters, and where they would go would be the Gamma M field, a place made up of factories. Tubes, like obstacles and complex labyrinths, a perfect place for an obstacle race. For this race, you will be divided into groups of 5 people and a group of 6 people. When the teacher sends the signal in a part of the training field, everyone will go at the same time from the different ends of the field to the place where the teacher is. A race to see who would arrive first. The instructions were simple and easy to understand. Simple words is to see who was faster. The only rule that they had to take into account is that the damage to the field should be kept to a minimum. This was especially for Bakugo. They began to form the groups, and the first ones that were made were Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo, and finally the Chestnut. If it were not a race, if it were a team, it would definitely be the strongest team that could be made from Class A. The rest of the groups would not be rivals, was the impression of the majority of those present. The 5 went to their respective places, waiting for All Might to give the signal to start. while the rest will be spectators, in addition to betting a lunch on who would win in this. Others made their guesses about who the possible winner would be based on what had been demonstrated in the obstacle course at the sports festival. As Bakugo, the blonde could propel himself in the air with his explosions. In this way he could accelerate his speed, and not have to go through so many obstacles, but if he required greater speed, his explosions produced had to be much more powerful, something that would manage to do damage on the way to the goal. That would be his disadvantages. Todoroki, he was also veloz. His fire side as well as ice would play an important role. His ice side would serve to freeze the surface where he is, being able to form new routes that would help him pass through obstacles easily, and his fire side could be like an engine for acceleration. The ice would not damage the field, it would only freeze. So technically he had no disadvantage whatsoever. Ida, despite having damage to his arm, would not be affected since his quirk was in his legs. Of the 5, he would be the fastest, possibly faster than the brown-haired man who is driven by his strength. There was not much to say, the black-haired man could accelerate at a good speed. It would depend on his reaction time if he could avoid obstacles at high speed. Midoriya, the green-haired boy, was also fast, and he showed it at the festival with his quirk giving a greater increase. But seeing the field, many paths required balance, which would stop him, since according to the rest in places that require a lot of balance he would not be able to maintain his quirk because he was concentrating on balance. So he was the most likely to be in last place. And finally there was the brown-haired boy. It was both a balance of strength and speed. Thanks to his super strength quirk, it helped him give a strong push to gain speed with each push. Plus girls like Momo and Kyoka saw how fast he moved during the Ust incident. But could he unleash the same speed in a place full of obstacles as in an open place? I was about to find out. Well, the winner was between Todoroki and the brown-haired boy, the most handsome boy in the group against the strongest in the group. Who would be the winner? Possibly a third party like Ida, but the first race was about to begin. After the practices, everyone had found new ways to use their quirk, well, most of them, and the one who could best show their growth would be better than the rest. While he could be seen warming up, in his thoughts he was trying to find out what that dream with the mysterious man was. He couldn't figure out who it was, but he felt it was someone he knew to see. But who? Deep in his thoughts, with a look determined to show the results obtained in the week of practice, without knowing what was happening to his body, little by little he felt lighter, and he also felt stronger than ever. He didn't know what was happening, but it could be because of the warm-up that his whole body was lighter. I unconsciously activated a borrowed power level so low that it was impossible to manifest the power figure or even the purple aura of this type of ability. A level so low that it was only a small temporary strengthening of the body. Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida and the brown-haired boy were already ready to leave. They were just waiting for the teacher's signal to go out with everything. Okay, here we go, get started. The signal to start had sounded. The 5 of them left as fast as they could to be the first to reach the finish line. With their respective quirk activated, nobody wanted to lose, but Bakugo, who was here with the 3 who had humiliated him at the festival. With more reason he should be the first, to show them who was the first. A green-haired boy who was always one step ahead of him, according to his words, a serious face who didn't go all out when he fought him believing he wasn't good enough. And finally a brown-haired boy who apparently was more of a conversation than a fight during the festival. It made him angry. He wouldn't let anyone surpass him. He is and will be number 1, as the best hero of all time. The 5 advanced with great speed. None of them wanted to be left behind. They all gave it their all, well except the brown-haired one, since if he gave a stronger push, it is most likely that the force released by the impulse would destroy a good part of the factories around him. Probably. If with just a sneeze he sends a lot of people away. A strong push would be more than that. Skip, end of the first race. All might, and the winner is Hyoudou Shonen! Exclaimed the symbol of peace, giving him a ribbon that said hero, while in second place was Todoroki, third Midoriya, fourth Bakugo and last Ida, for the most difficult to believe, but in some obstacles it made him slow down, being a disadvantage for him, but anyway. The first race had ended with good results. The speed of the 5 was fast. Compared to those of the festival it was equivalent. Despite having obstacles, they maintained almost the same speed as if they were in an open field, according to Azazel. All Might, seeing how his successor demonstrated great ability, had to tell the boys something important in private after this class, and he also asked the brown-haired boy, since he was somehow involved. "I will tell you my story, and all for once." All for one? This intrigued the two, since it wasn't supposed to be one for all. They would find out later, for now, they had to continue with the rest of the races. Skip. The basic training class had ended. Now everyone was in the locker room changing from their hero costume to their usual uniform. Of course, the locker room was divided into men and women. While all the boys were changing, Mineta discovered that behind a poster there was a hole. It wasn't just any hole, but one that could see the girls' locker room, while his perverted side came out to float, becoming more noticeable, without listening to some warnings from some of his classmates that could punish him. He managed to ignite the curiosity in most of his classmates, wanting to see himself too, but making an effort not to fall into temptation. Yayorozu and Seraph's breasts. Asido and Ravel's good figures, Hagakure, Ophis and Kuna's panties. Uraraka and Ajui's beautiful shining bodies, Ravel's burning figure. The little pervert exclaimed as he slowly looked with one eye through the small hole, but the brown-haired boy spoke to him, and it was then that he paused his movement to answer the brown-haired boy, who seemed to have a somewhat angry expression and a forced smile. "Didn't you miss Gyro-san?" "Her? Nah, she's a flat, she's not attractive at all." "Really? But I do find it attractive, like its jack cables." "Hyoudou, you're really weird, how can things like that be attractive?" "Well, it doesn't matter, don't interrupt me." After this little conversation, he looked through the hole again, barely managing to see the girls changing. Something pricked his eye, causing him great pain as he threw himself to the ground, exclaiming, "My eye," over and over again. But he felt a hand grab his head. He turned to see a brown-haired man with a somewhat threatening face. "Issei, now that I remember, weren't you the one who sold the photos to several magazine companies, so they would come and get them, isn't that right, Mineta?" he asked in a dark manner while he had a somewhat creepy smile, a look covered by the hair on his forehead, only being able to see a completely red eye. The aforementioned tensed up at this, starting to sweat profusely. After hearing Brown's question, not knowing how to answer, he was dead, really. Wait, Hyoudou, there's a good reason to kaya. He couldn't get out of this, starting to be tortured by the brown-haired man, putting him in several wrestling holds, while the rest, seeing this, simply tried to ignore what was happening with the pervert, even though he was screaming for help. Help! In the girls' locker room. They were all changing, but managing to hear everything Mineta said. I couldn't believe he was still that perverted. But thanks to Gyro, who with one of his jack cables went through the hole, poking the little pervert's eye. The girl with the jack cables was bad at first, not to say anything attractive about her when Mineta talked about it. I hate perverts. But she sits down, but when she doesn't say anything attractive about you, or so I thought when I heard a small conversation between the pervert and an ex-pervert. Really? But I do find it attractive, like its jack cables. Her face blushed when she heard that, while she didn't let any of her companions see her red heart, which seemed to be coming out of smoke. Wait, Hyoudou, there's a good reason to kaya. A scream was heard coming from the men's locker room. It was Mineta's. We didn't know what was happening, but judging by her voice it was because she deserved it. But girls like Seraph, Ophis, Ravel, Leifi and Kunin knew. It was because of the amount of people who were always outside asking to speak with Venelana, Grafia and Yasaka. He deserves it. The 5 girls from the supernatural world thought at the screams of the pervert, so they all quickly changed their clothes to cover that hole. One for all. Long ago, a man with the quirk All for One gave his younger brother a quirk with the ability to store energy, since he thought he didn't have any. But the younger brother already had a quirk before his brother gave him the aforementioned one, a useless quirk but one that could be transferred to another user, in other words, a quirk that could be inherited. This is how both quirks merged inside the little brother, the one his older brother gave him with the ability to store energy and his own, which could be transferred. When both quirks merged, One for All was created, with the ability to store energy and then transfer it to another user, thus making All for One's younger brother the first bearer of this quirk, which would later increase its power from user to user. All for one. When quirks were still the privilege of a few people and were an immense source of mass destruction, there was a man who was born with one that had the property of taking it away from others. This quirk was now known as All for One, and it allows you to both steal and store other people's quirks with very obvious side effects, as well as being able to transfer them to other users. He, the only user of All for One, used his quirk to help humanity against heroes who possessed powers that could both save and destroy the world, as people still feared the power that quirks could emanate. Once he passed on to his brother a quirk that stored energy, which combined as one of its side effects to the one his brother kept hidden. This one had practically no use, except that it could be passed on to other people just like All for One could. This new quirk was called One for All and could be considered the descendant of All for One. He has shown that All for One has no limits on how many quirks he can store, as he uses one to see and has approximately 50 emission-type quirks that were used in his last fight against All Might. This also shows that beyond being able to absorb and harness quirks, he can also combine them. All Might, and this is the origin of One for All, and All for One said the symbol of peace now in his civilian form, and with his yellow teacher's suit with black stripes. The green-haired man couldn't believe it. Such a story was behind that. That meant that sooner or later he had to face it like the rest of the carriers of All for One. It was terrifying, but he wouldn't back down. His mentor told him that he probably didn't have much time left to live, that his days were numbered, but for what he had left, he would try to instill everything he knew about One for All to his successor. While the brown-haired boy was left alone drinking a glass of green tea, he looked inside the glass, seeing how a small incense rubbed on the surface of the tea. It was a sign of good omen, so he simply smiled to take another sip. This battle between One for All and All for One is a battle that he would not enter. After all, it is not his battle, unless necessary. But until then, he would help his friend to completely master One for All. Good things always come when you keep moving forward. Skip Thursday, Hyoudou Residence, 9:45 a.m. In the Hyoudou Residence, all the girls who had nothing to do, such as working at a school, going to the academy, duties as a teacher among others, there were some of the girls sitting in the living room while watching the Hyoudou Issei Dragon program, courtesy of Leifi, who days showed the entire disc to the Eostia girls, who were currently watching it in the living room, in the company of Venelana, Grafia, Yasaka, Gabriel, Griselda and Tiamat. Lilith had finally enrolled in elementary school. Today was her first day of school, so she wouldn't be home at this time, but later. Those present laughed lightly while watching the program, while those who were unaware of the program until now were really shocked to see this. They could not believe it, even though they had already been told that the brown-haired man was a pervert in the past. But not to this point of showing it even in a program for children, and that he was very famous among so many children and adolescents. Girls like Maya couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw this. It's true that she loves brown-haired men, but that wouldn't stop her from making fun of him or making little jokes for him. And what a good joke she'll get when she uses this. The mother was sitting on a sofa next to her husband, who was reading the day's newspaper, where the main topic to be discussed was about the hero killer incident and her daughter. Again, there was nothing more to say, as the division of two types of opinions about her actions, whether good or bad. The wife enjoyed a sweet tea accompanied by traditional Japanese sweets, while also watching the program. It seemed that there were no people outside anymore, nor were the sounds of knocking on the door or the sounds of their voices heard anymore. It seemed that they had given up on the fact that they couldn't get them to open the door, something good in the opinion of the residents of the big house. You wouldn't always need to put up a magic field to lower the noise. But that peace didn't last long. When the bells started ringing consecutively, it was just a bell, no voices could be heard. Maybe it wasn't any of them, but some kind of seller or someone from the parcel service, since lately some of the girls, like Maya and Lulu, sometimes bought their games through the internet. It could be them. So the mother, accompanied by Claudia, would go to open the door to see. When they looked through the small peephole in the door, they saw that it was not one of the dispatchers. Instead, there was a man with a muscular build, also wearing a hero suit accompanied by fire. Seeing his serious face, it should not be one of them, but serious about searching for some possibly escaped villain. The woman opened the door, asking to see the man completely. She recognized the hero. It was Endeavor, thanks to the news and what Serafal and Ravel told, that the police gave this man credit for the hero killer incident. Fuyumi, how can I help you? The woman asked kindly at the entrance, accompanied by Claudia. Endeavor, excuse me, he said seriously, entering the house, while behind him followed a man in a suit with a mini briefcase. Fuyumi, hey. Wait! Exclaimed the woman when she saw how the hero entered the house, even passing by Claudia, despite the fact that she blocked his way. Endeavor was slightly surprised to see the size of the house from the inside. It was bigger than what he could see from the outside. He didn't know where to start, but the noise of the television was what guided him to the living room. Upon arriving, he could notice that there were several girls. But his gaze focused on a certain brunette who was calmly drinking her tea served by her queen. Endeavor's unexpected appearance made those present look at him, and the eldest Hyoudou stopped reading his newspaper. Just then the chestnut's mother arrives with Claudia. Takashi, dear, what is this hero doing? Is this our house? He asked his wife. He recognized Endeavor. After all, it was on the news. Fuyumi, I don't know. He came in without me telling him, said the older brunette, answering her husband's question. The serious look of the number 2 hero made everyone get serious. One bad move and they would get him out of the house in the best way possible. The number 2 hero walked until he was in front of the bale. Endeavor, I'm coming for you. Venezuelan bale, said number 2 about why he came to the house, thanks to the leaks from the magazines, and a mysterious informant who sold this information. He was able to find out the chestnut's full name. Go World, South Korea, capital Seoul. Being outside and living in the mountains was the best, although sometimes coming to the city to play the slot machines was great. The capital had really changed a lot compared to before Ragnarok. Now it was more modern. Apparently after the war, the whole world united into one, creating a single government. At the borders of the city, there was an old man wearing a fighting suit like an old gray martial arts gi with some tears, a prosthetic left arm, carrying a huge backpack on his back, an old man with a well-built but not exaggerated muscular build, an X-shaped scar on his chin and arms, except for the one on the prosthesis. The old man had been away for 9 years, leaving his grandson to live with the granddaughter of his old friend and partner/rival years ago, but his granddaughter had disappeared. When a soldier from the New Nox arrived with the message, he got a little worried, but then he remembered that he had nothing to worry about, knowing his granddaughter. She was most likely somewhere fighting with people or looking for a fight. He was not one of those who lived in big cities. He prefers to live away from them most of the time, so he went to live in the mountains, living these 9 years off what nature offered him. In addition to living away from the city, you aged more slowly, since he spent all these years training. Although of course once in a while he came to the city to greet his grandson's friends, in addition to playing the arcade games and kicking the bad guys' asses. This old man was Yakumo Dashin, Jin Taijin, the grandfather of Yakumo Jin, creator of the Doshi Ashi Ryu style, Renewal Taekwondo. Now he was back to find out more about the current whereabouts of his grandson, since days ago he had received a communication from the current Jade Emperor Sakurai Ryo, who had found Jin, and to come to talk in more detail about this. The old man walked quietly through the streets of the capital. Much had changed after the war. Many young people who at that time were children now abandoned or expressed the borrowed power. It was a great change, so much so that sports were forgotten, being replaced by the GOH tournaments where several representatives from other countries meet to fight with them in a final tournament, which is held every year. The old man passed through a school, where most of the people with the ability to borrow studied. He stopped for a moment to see the young people of today. They were very different compared to those of the time his grandson studied. Wait for me! Queen Ne exclaimed, a young blue-haired boy with an orange jacket while carrying a backpack almost the same size as the old Dashins. The boy apparently tried to reach a girl with short purple hair, dark eyes with a mole under her left eye, but above all she wore a female uniform. Queen, hurry up! The GOH tournament preliminaries will soon begin in a few months, replied the purple-haired woman identified as Queen. The boy named Dan passed by Dashin. Both of them exchanged glances, their gazes widened slightly, but the little-haired boy had to reach his sister, so he hurried to her side. Dashin, he didn't know what to say. There was simply something in the look of that boy that seemed familiar to him, really familiar in him, But he came out of his thoughts to continue on his walk to meet the Jade Emperor again, in his house. With the boy named Dan, the blue-haired boy walked at the same speed as his sister, but he stopped to turn around and look at the place where that man had been. A familiar feeling passed through his mind. He couldn't figure out why, but he was taken out of his thoughts when his sister Queen called him, since classes would be starting soon. Chapter 43. The final exams are about to begin. Monday. On Monday of this week, they returned to classes after weeks of practice, more than anything to see the experience acquired in a single week, some good ones in certain situations and one or another new way of using their quirk in X situation. There wasn't much, normal UA classes as usual, although many students from other groups and courses didn't approach the chestnut tree after the news of his arrest. Some didn't care, while others did, something normal. Another thing to say is knowing the origin of One for All, OFA, something impressive, knowing that this ability is in a certain way inherited from All for One, and thinking that the first bearer is the brother of All for One, was something difficult to believe, although it makes sense to stop the AFO. And that from the first bearer of OFA until now each one of them has faced the same AFO, it is as if through the years, in a certain way they achieved a way of living for a long time. Even All Might had faced him, with the symbol of peace emerging victorious, but AFO, despite being defeated by the symbol of peace, came out alive. But now with the new heir, Midoriya, that would also be one of his future responsibilities as the heir of the OFA. With that said about the OFA not being able to be passed on to another person unless the current bearer wants it at will, the green-haired boy wanted to ask if the OFA could be passed on to two people at the same time. Since his sister's quirk was too similar to his, there was a possibility that she in some way also got the OFA, but no. It couldn't be done. With what All Might had explained, he couldn't tell her about this. It would be a commotion. He had to find out how his sister has the same quirk as the one he inherited. I think the green-haired boy won't tell his mentor until he knows more on his own, but he would still ask the brown-haired boy for help so that his sister can master her quirk without getting hurt from using it. It should be noted that in the last hour of class, it was announced that there would be a review exam on Wednesday before the final exams. This would be to see how they were doing, to see what they needed to improve in order to study before the finals. There would also be a practical exam after the written exam. Tuesday. There wasn't much to do today, since as Aizawa said on Monday, they would have a review exam tomorrow, so technically today there would be reviews of topics that will be on the next exam to come, so there will be some reviews of topics seen with the teachers, in addition to studying alone. Well, the day at the academy went like this. Something that for most young students was somewhat annoying at his age. Well, it goes without saying that the brown-haired boy spent several classes sleeping, covering his face with his sleeping mask and a notebook. Wednesday. Today was the day of the review exam. Everyone did their best to answer as many questions as they could. The exam had a time limit of 1 hour, so the hour would pass quickly, and it would take an hour to give the results. The waiting time had passed, the results were given, arranged from highest to lowest, something good for some, and not so good for others, for reasons that some preferred not to study than to study. People like Hyoudou and Caminaria, who were second to last and last in this exam, while the pink-haired girl laughed, the electric blonde blamed himself for the festival and the practices that meant he couldn't make time to study. Hyoudou 25th place, Kaminari 26th place. Caminaria, damn! With the festival and the practices I couldn't study, said the blonde in despair at his grade while grabbing his head as if in a bind. Tokoemi, it is true that there were many events, said the crowhead calmly. Since it was true, things had weighed very quickly. There were many days off, not to say weeks, starting from the incident at USJ. The places for this exam are arranged as follows. 1 Momo. 2 Ida. 3 Bakugo. 4 Midoriya. 5 Leify. 6 Todoroki. 7 Kanu. 8 Ravel. 9 Kyoka. 10 Tsuyu. 11 Serafal. 12 Issei. 13 Office. 14 Ojiro. 15 Mineta. 16 Shuji. 17 Koda. 18 Ochako. 19 Satu. 20 Tokoemi. 21 Kirishima. 22 Hagakure. 23 Siro. 24 Aoyama. 25 Ishido. 26 Kaminari. These were the results, even though the brown-haired boy had been made to study both the day before and at night by the strictest teachers in the entire world, Sona and Tsubaki, who despite being his partners, put that aside to help the brown-haired boy study to the point of making the brown-haired boy throw a tantrum for the first time. He was intelligent, but he was more on the fighting side most of the time, even though he was older. Studying for a long time was too much, and even more so when you have the two strictest teachers in the world. Even if I had joined Rossweiss with Kuroka, but since they couldn't be as strict as Sona and Tsubaki. Something that the chestnut was currently lying on his table with a lost look after having studied all night under the tutelage of the younger Citri and her queen. Something really a battle that he could barely get out alive. While Mina and Kaminari complained that Mineta got a better score, Midoriya went to support the duo who came in last place. Not only the green-haired man supported them, but also Ida and even Todoroki, although the latter was more of a bit of salt than support. "Momo, maybe I can help you with the classes," said the number one of the exams kindly and with a touch of elegance. This lifted Kaminari's spirits, while the smiling Asido thanked him for this great help. "But I can help with the practical." Yaomomo's state turned 180 degrees, from happy to depressed when mentioning the second part of the end-of-course exams. They were practical, that is, field tests, which she is not so good at yet. She thought a lot about her actions. Her quirk was very versatile, but at the same time it consumed a lot of her energy. While the object was more detailed and large, it consumed much more. "Kyoka Momo? I don't know about them, but can I join?" Kyoka asked at the help offered by the class vice president. Even though they were among the 10, she wanted to improve, since it was very likely that the next exam would be very difficult, especially with the equations that she was not very good at. It was the part that she failed the most. Not only Kyoka, but also Siro asked for help with the classical language. That was where more than one also joined for this study group. Ojiro was the next to join. This made Yaoyorozu happy, since she could help her friends, and above all that they trusted her to help improve their studies. A study session at home was what they needed. It was the first time they would invite someone like their friends to their house. This made her very happy. Since she was little, she has not been able to have this opportunity. Since she always studied at home, her parents hired the best teachers to educate her. Now was the best opportunity for the black-haired girl. Her emotion was so great that the word expression was somewhat short. A large study room, she had to tell her mother about this. Such emotion showed great joy, but her words or way of saying it, like saying that they would offer her the best tea in the world. In short, they were giving social level slaps to her classmates that she would help with their study plans. While the group, rather than feeling offended, seeing such spirit of Yaoyorozu, but her words said that, but it was wrapped in a warm feeling that they did not care, so they waited for that day to come to get together and start studying. "Sarah Fall, Momo-chan, if you need help with the practical part, Issei-chan might be able to help you improve a lot in combat, whether hand-to-hand or arm," the Mao told the vice president of the class. She, along with the rest of the supernatural girls, heard about the practical exam, and that she wasn't that good. So who better in combat than the brown-haired boy to help in that part? "Ravel, that's true. You can ask Issei-sama for help to improve on that. I assure you that you will improve a lot," said the Phoenix. She was one of those that the brown-haired man taught to fight hand-to-hand. At first it was difficult, but little by little she got the rhythm. Such things were complemented by Kunu, who like the Phoenix learned that she could not always depend on her powers, but also on the body. It was true, although many yokais train, it was more on the side of the power of energy, instead of balancing physical with energy. That could not be said of Leifi and Ophis. The younger Pendragon was technically lacking in training her physical condition, but nothing could be done. Only time would show the improvement of the blonde mage, and on the part of the dragon goddess, it goes without saying that she does not try too hard, so as not to blow up the house and possibly several blocks of destruction. Momo, hearing that from her two friends, was right. Who was better in combat than the winner of the festival? Even though he seemed a bit skinny at first glance, he was more than physically trained, so he was the most suitable to help with this. The brunette turned around with the best spirits in the world to ask the brunette for this favor, but her happy expression changed to one of doubt when she saw how the brunette was lying on his table in his place, with his mouth open, with a little pale skin. It's as if his spirit wasn't in his body. "Momo, what happened to Issei-kun?" asked the brunette when she saw that today the brown-haired boy wasn't even like his usual self, he was figuratively paler. "Leify, Momo-san, nothing happened to him, he just stayed up all night studying," that was all the mage said to the brunette. It was true, but there was more behind this, like he was dragged by the two Citri to start studying, something that since they entered the UA, the brunette had never, ever been seen checking his notes after class. In simple words, he was revealed. That's how the brunette understood, along with the rest of the companions who saw how the brunette was. Wasn't he supposed to only have dark circles instead of as if he was off duty? Maybe he studied too much. While they tried to make the brown-haired boy come back to his senses, with Bakugo and Kirishima, despite the fact that the blonde was in third place, he also wanted to help. They wanted them to ask him for help with their studies. But since he was a damn proud man, he wouldn't say it even in his thoughts with his voice. Although this wasn't left unnoticed by Kirishima, so instead of asking Momo for help, he would ask the explosive mine. Skip, lunch rush dining hall, lunchtime. The group were sitting at a large table in the academy's dining room. Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki, Issei, Kirishima and Bakugo, although he did not like it, and on the girls' side were Serafal, Office, Kunu, Leify, Ravel, Tsuyu, Hagakure, Kyoka and Momo, with the integration of Prim and Lulu, who are from different classes, but were friends. So they would eat together with them. You might be wondering, wasn't Namuri supposed to be there too, and Penemu? Well, since they were both teachers, they had an exclusive room for teachers to eat quietly, which was located on the second floor of this cafeteria. It was the best place to see everything that was happening in the cafeteria, and a good view to eat. On Prim's part, since she was from a course outside the hero course, like A and B, she was in commerce or business, the numbers were easy for her. Not for nothing was she educated to help manage a large part of the economic flow of Eostia, although a little far away you could see how some companions of her group ate at another table. Since if it weren't for the chestnut present, they would have taken the pink-haired girl with them to eat and live together more. They were the thoughts of the men, in short, jealousy. And on the part of the companions, thanks to the news, they were able to know that several of the girls live in the big house of the chestnut's parents. It would be deduced that their parents were rich, which did not add points to try to go out with the chestnut. He was not as pretty as Todoroki, but something was something. Well, even though only the girls at UA would know all this, men didn't have to know about this at all. It's like a private forum where girls discuss girl topics, obviously among other academy gossip. But there was a section where each girl could give them a rating from 1 to 10 of how cute a boy was and if they would go out with him. Something that people like the brown-haired, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima were on the list, including Midoriya. Each one had their own thing, some like the serious ones, the rebellious ones, the musical ones, shy ones, and a little wild. Of the aforementioned kids from Group A, the brown-haired one was in their 20s, while Todoroki was in their 10s. Not only were they from the same year, but they were also from older years. In short, a forum exclusively for UA girls, and the motto is, no boy should know about the existence of this. The same thing happened to the boys, and as expected there was a list of the hexiest/prettiest girls at the university. But that's not the case now. It should be said that the brunette had to be woken up with a small shock from Kaminari, which ended the blonde in his dumb state for a full hour before recovering. Now, after the brown-haired man recovered from the short in his brain, Momo was finally able to ask the brown-haired man for help in physical training, which was not only her, but the rest, such as Kyoka, Kirishima and Midoriya, although the latter said that he would bring someone on his part who really needs the brown-haired man's help. So they all agreed that this Saturday they would use to study with Momo, and Sunday training with the brown-haired man. The place could not say that it had a training room with simulation, so the field would be sponsored by Yaoyorozu. Everyone had a different dish that they liked. After all, the chef at this cafeteria was a hero, and making so many dishes was a piece of cake. They were eating quietly, while discussing a little about what the practical exam would be about. As the word practical says, it would have to be something that makes them really push themselves to the extreme in order to pass. Girls like Uraraka, who would have to think something really difficult. It was UA after all. If they had the budget to put so many robots at the festival, they would have more than enough to make a difficult practical exam. In the written exam, it was everything they learned this semester. After all, not all the topics would come, but most of them. Some will already be fixed, while others will be with the help of Momo. Returning to the topic of the practical exam, nothing more had been said, not even Azazel himself said it, the brown-haired one being the one who asked. The young master simply said that it would be done so that the student would give his all. Beyond that, he said nothing more, but it must be something really hard. But the point is that they must be in good physical condition by then if they want to pass the exam. But reviewing the practical classes they saw, it would be combat, rescue and the basics. Any of the three could be used as the practical exam, everything except the combat one. Some thought, outside of this, there was a KO chestnut. Reason? Let's say that a certain Citri came up with the idea of baking a cake for the chestnut and sister as dessert at the academy, and as some of you know, Sona doesn't make the best cakes. Let's say they were lethal, while with Sarah Fall, unlike the chestnut, she didn't seem affected by the cake at all. In fact, she enjoyed it. It was so difficult to get out of the short circuit in his head during the night of Sona and Tabaki's study, that he is again defeated by the younger Citri. What a dilemma. As they continued talking about the subject, while they were eating, Midoriya received an elbow to the head, taking him out of his thoughts and his food. This action was not left aside by his companions, well, those who are conscious, not like the brown-haired one. They looked at who was the one who hit the green-haired boy, meeting the blonde boy who the brown-haired boy knocked out of the ring with just one kick, while he had his hands in his pocket. The cause of this was none other than Monoma Nito, who, despite having been intentional, was making fun of Group A for a group rivalry. More than anything, it's that Group A was a troublemaker. With what happened with the Stain Killer and the violent act of the brown-haired man, the group members were savages. Comments like that came out of the mouth of the blonde from B. He could see how the brown-haired man was like he had fainted, so he could get closer. He didn't have to receive the same look he gave him at the festival. It was chilling. He was supposed to be able to copy his super strength to use it for a few minutes. But there was no result. He was apparently immune to his copying quirk. Before the copying blonde could continue making fun of some members of Group A, just in time, since Bakugo was more than at the top of his capacity to endure the mockery. A blow to the back of the blonde's head left him unconscious. The one who hit him was Kendo Itsuka, Battle Fist, the president of the first-year Class B. Itsuka, Monoma, it's not funny, don't say things like that. If we were in their place, the same thing would happen to us. The orange-haired girl reprimanded Monoma, who was being held by the back of his shirt by her. Leify, hello Kendo-san. The Pendragon greeted her friend from class. She had fun moments in practice with Momo during the past week. Itsuka, hello Leify. I'm so sorry for the way this guy acted. It's a bit, how to say it, weird, said the orange-haired girl, apologizing to the Class A for what her partner did before. You were talking about not knowing what will be on the practical exam, right? But it seems like it will be combat against robots like in the entrance exam, said the girl, giving him some information as an apology for the blonde's mockery. Midoriya, eh? Really? How do you know? Asked the green-haired boy, surprised by what Kendo said. The rest of the boys from Class A present were also surprised. Well, except for Bakugo and Todoroki, and those from the DxD world, and not to mention the brown-haired KO. Itsuka, a senpai from another year, told me, she said, letting him know how she found out about this. Although it's like cheating, the girl said again. After saying this, the green-haired boy entered his nerd mode. For others, hearing that from the class president could be like cheating, but at the same time it is valid, since surely, gathering information could also be part of the exam before it was announced, and since we are at UA, an ordinary exam is not entirely ordinary. Let's say on some occasions. The nerd mode really brought out several drops of nervousness in the orange-haired girl when she saw how the green-haired boy said many possibilities in a whisper, something that her companions, who also had an expression similar to Kendo's, but more normal, since for them it was something normal. Kendo's gaze saw that the green-haired boy was not the only strange one at the table. He saw the brown-haired boy who, unlike the green-haired boy, was as if defeated, all blank, as if he had received the beating of his life. And what happened to him? He wondered in his mind. Monoma, what an idiot, Kendo, said Monoma, who recovered from the blow from his friend. Although he was still being held by the back of his shirt by her, he had a somewhat annoyed expression on his face. We had the advantage in information. It was our chance to beat the losers from Class A. Before he could continue speaking, a second blow to the back of the head left him unconscious, courtesy of Itsuka. The class president left, taking the unconscious blonde in one hand, while the other carried the blonde's food. Before the eyes of the rest she was like an one-san of Class B, seeing how mature she acts. Momo, oh! That's right! What are we going to do with Issei-kun? Asked the brunette, seeing how the brown-haired man was still unconscious after tasting that cake. Does the cake taste that bad? But it looks delicious. Ravel, Momo, I suggest you don't try it. No one can stand eating Sarafal-sama's sister's cakes, more than herself, said the phoenix in response to the black-haired girl's question. Simply put, the cakes that the younger Citri makes could be considered a lethal weapon. Kyoka, ha sai, I'll go get Kaminari, said the girl with the jack cables as she got up from her seat to go look for the pile with legs, and use it to make the brown-haired boy react. Skip. Lunchtime was over. Now everyone returned to their respective classes, and in the classroom of Group A, it was announced that the practical exam would be to fight against robots, something that pleased most people, since it would be something simple, simpler than a fight. Many were worried that it would be a fight, and most likely it would be against their teammates one-on-one, something they did not want, because they had about 6 people that they did not want to face, since if they were to be matched with one of them, they would be more than assured of failing. Also, since some could not control their quirk against people, they could hurt them more, as was the case with Kaminari. But now that they know they are robots, they would have nothing to worry about and defeat them without problems. If that was the case, they could focus more on studying, as is the case with those who asked for help with Momo, so they could go to the training camp without any problem, since according to what some teachers said, they would also have the opportunity to enjoy their vacations there. While in the green-haired man's mind, he remembered what he said All Might 2 days ago. Maybe one day you will have to fight against that great evil. All for one, enemy of one for all, was a responsibility that would come with being the heir of one for all. Not only would he have to deal with that problem in the future, now he had the case of his sister, and that dream that mysterious one appears, now that he still has time. He has to take advantage of everything to master his quirk and face that. But Bakugo took him out of his thoughts. Bakugo, hey Deku! Exclaimed the second place of the sports festival to the green-haired boy. With a serious and angry expression, I do not care that you have been able to control your quirk better, he said angrily as he remembered how in basic training, the race, his movements were similar to his when he propelled himself with explosions. Do not do something that bothered me again, and as for you too. After finishing closing that to the green-haired boy, his gaze focused on the brown-haired and the white-haired boy. Do not think that they will beat me this time like they did before. This time, I will show who is number one. Issei/Hyoudou, good luck, they both answered what the explosive blonde said. More than as an answer, he took it as a mockery. He took it as if it were a mockery. He snorted in annoyance. What Bakugo said about Deku must have been how he imitated his movements during the race to see who was the first to arrive at the place the other day, while the rest of the class saw how the blonde looked with annoyance at the 3 of them. Bakugo, I don't need another damn result like the one at the festival. In this exam there will be individual grades, and with that we'll know who is the best. I'll beat him without a doubt. He exclaimed as his hand pointed at the 3 of them. I'll kill you. So get ready, Deku, Todoroki and Hyoudou. After finishing saying this, he simply went back to his house, slamming the door. The whole class saw how he was angrier than usual. It didn't seem like his usual anger, but they looked at how the brown-haired boy, Todoroki and Midoriya were. The first 2 were calm, although Todoroki seemed a little more serious, and with Deku, the green-haired boy was somewhat nervous and scared by how his childhood friends spoke to him. Apparently he still felt some anger about the results of the sports festival. Despite being the second, he didn't like it at all, and he wants to destroy all the small stones in his path. But it was time to return to their homes. They would think about how they would end this little fight during the practical exam, and as expected, Nemuri was already at the entrance of the hall waiting for the brown-haired man to accompany him and the girls back to the residence. Although it was most likely that she would also stay for dinner at Fuyumi's request, she would not refuse. Eating a home-cooked meal was unique. Not even the most expensive meal compares to a home-cooked one. After all, she had to win the approval of her future in-laws if she wanted to marry the brunette soon. without knowing that there is a line for this, or rather, groups for this. Skip, Hyoudou residence, night. It was already night. Everyone had already returned to their rooms to sleep, and the brown-haired boy at that moment was alone in his room. According to the girls, they would not sleep with him tonight, since it was at someone's request that they not do so, things that they did not refuse. They did not say anything else and simply said that he should not fall asleep so quickly, something strange. Now he was lying in bed, while looking at the ceiling, still thinking about that being that came from the future. Until now, there was no clue as to who it is. Moreover, even its existence seemed to be in doubt. There was no more of that it came from the future, nothing more. It was hard to find where to start looking, or does it even exist? Did they lie to him when they forced him to tell who was once Yasaka's husband? If that were a lie, no, he doesn't know. Things were still not clear enough to know more in depth, not even the times that Surzex along with Ajuka and Michael were able to get to the bottom of this, nor what were once the bases of the now extinct terrorist group. It should be said that at this time Ether Drag was inside the boosted gear, so technically he is alone in his thoughts as well. How strong will that being from the future be? He wondered in his mind, but was brought out of his thoughts when the door opened, revealing Claudia, who was wearing yellow pajamas with drawings of knights. "Issei, Claudia? Is it your turn today?" he asked, seeing how the brunette was a bit nervous. "Is something wrong?" Claudia said nothing. The woman approached slowly until she was inches from the bed, where the brunette was sitting cross-legged due to the woman's unexpected appearance. She began to take off the top of her pajamas, exposing her good-sized breasts, surprising the brown-haired man, who blushed when he saw him. She was there too, but unlike looking, he was looking at her. Even though I had seen several naked women, it was still like it was the first time. It was hard to avoid blushing at this. Claudia. It had been a few weeks since she went out with the brunette, and the fleeting kiss before entering the house, she wanted to be next to the brunette. Despite having had a husband, the feeling was much stronger. She did love her husband, but she also managed to find love on her own, despite being about 35 years old. She had not experienced what it was like to be a normal girl, until she came into this world. You could say that her normal life started not long ago, like the rest of the girls who came from the same world as her. A world where demons and angels live together in peace after thousands of years of war. A world where war is a thing of the past. Like the others, she was ready to be one with the brown-haired girl. The feeling was very different from that of her late ex-husband Klaus. When she and he did it for the first time, she had not felt that slight embarrassment like now. A feeling of heat arose in her chest, while her face began to get a red color little by little. The dim light in the room meant that Claudia could not clearly see the brunette's slightly embarrassed face. After taking off her shirt, she climbed onto the bed to reach the brunette, who did not have, or rather did not know, what to say, while his mouth opened slightly in shock. Claudia finally reached the brunette, who was standing still. She hugged the brunette, while burying her lower face between her breasts, revealing the upper half of the brunette's face. She saw how the brown-haired man was feeling, and at the same time, he was a little nervous, and at the same time a little shocked. Despite having already seen and done it with several women, something like that could still be seen. Well, although in a certain way it was embarrassing, she was still in a similar way. At least she wouldn't be the only one who felt nervous. She smiled sweetly, to give him a kiss on the brown-haired man's forehead, and then crashed into each other's foreheads, both of them staring into each other's eyes. The brown-haired man's hug became a little stronger, while she felt her waist being surrounded by the brown-haired man's hands. "Be gentle, Issei," she whispers in his ear and then releases the brunette. She takes one of his hands and brings it so that he touches her left breast, or the right one on the brunette's side. The night was young, as Venelana once said to Claudia. Both brunettes of opposite gender joined their lips, lying down in bed. Clothes began to fall to the floor. Faint moans began to be heard around the room, while the bed began to move slightly, making a few creaks. Claudia, despite being one of the oldest girls in Eostia, not counting Celestine or Olga, could be a good knight, a leader who manages a noble family, but never a true woman as she should have been in a normal life. Although this current life she leads could not be said to be entirely normal, but she was grateful for the opportunity, friends, parents, even if they will soon be in-laws, to find real love. Thursday, UA Academy, Class 1A. All the classmates were looking at a specific place. There was a certain chestnut tree, which was again blank, lying on the table. It was again like yesterday blank. What happened to him again? Most of them wondered when they saw how the brown-haired boy was. The supernatural girls simply looked at each other to smile and then answer. He's just tired, he didn't sleep much at night. Hyoudou residence, 9:35 a.m. As expected, many people were outside the residence, trying to get those who lived in the big house to open the door so they could talk to three beauties. Although they could enter from outside, that would be against the law, and let's just say that the last one who tried to enter from the roof ended up receiving a shock. While everyone continued ringing the bell, hoping they would give up and open the door, they didn't see how hero number 2, Endeavor, had appeared. The fire hero passed through all the people, as if he didn't care. His goal was to enter the house. When he got to the front, he looked at all the people, a serious look. While his flames created by his quirk were still lit, he looked at everyone and said the following. "Go away," he said with great seriousness, which made several people understand his order. Apparently he came here to get rid of all those people, many thought. They tried to insist on staying, but they were struck down by the gaze of Japan's number 2 hero. Not for nothing was he number 2, so they simply left. They did not want problems. "Endeavor, is this it?" asked the number 2 hero to his companion, who was a man in a suit, as if he were some kind of lawyer. "Yes, sir, this is where they live," the man in the suit replied to Endeavor. Without further ado, the professional hero began to ring the bell, hoping that they would open the door, which didn't take long, and the door of the house opened, revealing 2 brunettes, one older and one not so older. "Present." "Endeavor, I have come for you," Venezuelan Bale said number 2, "which is why I came to this residence," he said while standing face to face with the aforementioned. The serious and somewhat cold look of the professional hero could scare many, but for the girls who live in this residence, it was something normal that they had already seen many things. While the chestnut's parents were taken away a bit by Alicia and Kagaya, who wouldn't involve them in this, it seems this hero is like the rest. He came to discuss something with the chestnut. With Venelana, she simply showed a calm expression. The same was with Grafia, who stood next to her king, waiting to see what this number 2 hero wanted. "Venelana, how can I help you?" the Bale asked Endeavor kindly. The professional simply gave a signal to the man in a suit who came with him, the aforementioned bag of a folder containing several sheets in it, and then began to tell the Bale what it was about. A quirk commitment. Apparently Endeavor wanted to ask for the brunette's hand in this commitment, and according to what is known, she is of legal age, which is supposed to be under the care of the Hyoudou as legal guardians, so technically at this time the older Hyoudou are like her parents. In order to exchange permission for the hero to successfully achieve this commitment, the approval of those who care for Venelana would be needed, in this case, the owners of this residence, the Hyoudou, and in exchange for their approval, it would be exchanged for a large sum of money. And for the Bale, not only would she get married, but she would also be given the best treatments. She just has to accept like the older Hyoudou. That was the most important thing I had to know, according to the explanations of the man in the suit, who said everything he came to this residence. Everyone present in the room was a little surprised, but after several days with those people outside, it was not surprising that one of the purposes was something like this. In a certain way they already saw it coming, but not from the number 2 hero, the same one who stopped staying. "Endeavor, so you tell me, do you accept?" the hero asked the older Hyoudou. He approached them a little, but was barred from entering by Claudia and Maya, who were not fazed at all when they were face to face with him. There was even a staring battle between them and the hero, but it didn't last long. Since the redhead turned to look at the Bale, "Do you accept, Venezuelan?" "Venelana, no thank you," she said as quickly as if she hadn't thought about it much, surprising the hero and the lawyer, who knew how much money would be given and the tricks the woman would have along with the great fame she would achieve, but she refused without question or doubt. Other women would have accepted without thinking about all the good deals. "I am more than happy to live here, the luxuries you are proposing to me and the sum of money to the Hyoudou. We are not interested either," she said, kindly declining the hero's proposal. Endeavor stared at the brunette, while the man in the suit, who told Venezuelan to think it over, but the answer was the same, rejected the proposal. Outside of this problem, the girls present kept watching the situation, even though if this were to get worse, the side of those two humans of this world would lose by a lot, even though they do not believe it will get worse. They turned off the television to see what would happen. Endeavor returned to Venelana to stare at her, while she continued with her usual friendly expression, something that did not even flinch under the hero's serious gaze. Endeavor, may I know the reason for the rejection? The hero asked the Bale seriously. Venelana, it's because I already have someone to marry, the brunette answered kindly. I wouldn't say it was the brunette, since for the world he was still young to be engaged, depending on how he would be seen by this society. Endeavor, who is that person? He asked again. That woman in front of him has a unique and strong quirk, too much one could say. The only quirk until now that resembled it was that of Hero 13, but his was absorption that destroys little by little, while Abel's, apparently in that recording of the cafe, was like a touch that destroys completely in an instant. Such a quirk and not using it was a waste. By not giving it a use, you can do many things with that quirk, but she just seems like the kind of woman who does nothing despite having great individuality. She didn't know how to use it. It's better that the same Endeavor gives it a better use. His desire to surpass the All Might had led him to do many things in order to surpass it, even raising a son with the same goal. After 3 attempts to have a baby with the combined and balanced quirk, the 4th was perfection. He trained him severely, from a very young age, taking away from him what is important for a child, his childhood. But his goal of wanting to surpass All Might has clouded his mind with thoughts related to the current symbol of peace. If he could not surpass him, his son could, or rather the future son that Venelana will give birth to. Venelana, he is not at home at the moment, he is out for now, said the Bale, although she did not give many details about who the brown-haired girl is, since the news says that the girls are like distant relatives of the Hyoudou. Endeavor didn't know who he was. The son of the Hyoudou couldn't be, he was too young, and in his personal opinion, he had a face that was obsessed with fighting, so much so that he is surely a virgin, so it's probably because Venezuelan lives with the Hyoudou while that guy that the Bale mentioned is out. If he wanted a successor that would surpass All Might, he had to make Venelana accept. His objective was clear, whether through a conversation or a fight, to show that he could make better use of the chestnut's quirk. Endeavor, why don't you make better use of that individuality, said the redhead to the Bale, who got a little confused, since how to make better use of her individuality. Why don't you show me by defeating me in a fight? If you defeat me I will accept the rejection, but if it's the opposite you will accept, he said to the Bale. He would do everything to overcome All Might. The gap between him and the symbol of peace was very big. Every time he thinks he has surpassed him, he always ends up beating him. He would do everything to achieve his goal. He must have been referring to his power of destruction. After all, the coffee video was able to capture him using the power, so the people of this world must have taken it as if it were a quirk, even though in a certain way it could be seen that way. The intentions of the Endeavor were a little clear to the girls. He wanted Venelana. They wanted to talk, but a hand signaling to stop from the Bale stopped them. Venelana, I accept, she said, still with her calm expression, with that smile. But her gaze was sharp. Those lilac eyes of the woman shone. It had been a while since she fought or something like that. The last time she used her power of destruction without counting in the cafe was when she was teaching Rias to use that power. Spending a lot of time next to the brown-haired man in a certain way awakened her taste for fighting when she was young. Not for nothing that in the past she was known as the brown-haired ruined princess, a great opponent for anyone who has to face her, although she currently has the title of the Madam of Extinction. Endeavor, fine, I'll give you time to get ready, and when you're ready, call me at this number, said hero number 2, giving him a card with his agency number. Venelana, it's not necessary, it will be this Sunday without fail. You named the place, replied the Bale, returning the card to her. Endeavor said it would be in a training room in his agency, so he gave his location and then left, waiting for Sunday to arrive. A fight between the Bale and Endeavor would take place that day. As the afternoon began, without further ado he left the place with the man in a suit. If she remembered correctly, the brown-haired boy had been telling a little about Endeavor, well, about his partner Todoroki, who was the best son of this hero, who was born from a quirk commitment, who, according to what the boy said, only lived for that in the eyes of his father. She needed more information about this. In addition to what kind of father he is, For her, she never liked that way of being of parents, even her brother, the current leader of the Bale clan, for the treatment that was given to his nephew Serorg in the past, something that when he returned to live in his brother's territory after divorcing Xiaticus. Let's say that his brother learned a good lesson, despite the fact that years ago he had already apologized to Serorg and his mother Miss Bale. And again I could teach him a hard lesson to learn the duty of being a father. Venelana, Graphia, could you do a little more research about Endeavor and your marriage? She asked her queen, who bowed in affirmation. Graphia, hey Venelana-sama, but should we tell Issei-sama this? She asked her king, because the brown-haired man had to know about this. Venelana, we won't tell him. Can you imagine his face if he knew this? She asked in a somewhat fun way. It wasn't about hiding it or anything like that, but he was in his exams soon, and since he has to study for them, this would be business for the girls who are present. Besides that, nobody here would tell him. If the brown-haired boy knew this, a simple lesson would fall short, and that's why girls, please don't tell Issei-kun anything about this, please, the Bale asked, and those present agreed. But they would go see the fight that day. The same with the brown-haired boy's parents, they wouldn't say anything about this. Graphia, as you wish, Venelana-sama. I will contact Azazel in a moment to find out more, said the elder Lucifuge, since the former governor, according to himself, said that he had investigated many things that happened in this city, but that he should not ask him about the methods. He simply found out, but that he did not put anyone at risk. Chapter 44, Rose Red as Fire. Ice and fire, two elements totally contrary to each other, that's how it looks at first glance, isn't it? But it isn't. It may be contrary to each other, but it complements each other. Fire burns everything in its path, the first element created by man at the beginning of time, the first double-edged sword of humanity, burning everything in its path. Ice, an element created by nature before humans could make it themselves, freezes everything in its path, killing them in the process. Just like fire, it is a weapon capable of killing everything around it in the most painful way. Once upon a time, years ago, there was a man of fire with a great ambition, which was to surpass the Almighty, the man of fire, from a very young age. So he decided to train most of his life in training and perfecting himself, but sometimes the effort of one does not compare with the other. That is the difference between the two of them. The gap between the fire and the Almighty was too much. A sense of fear and respect from fire to the Almighty began to emerge in the man of fire. Despite hating those senses, he reluctantly accepted it. Even though he knew he could not reach the same level as him, resentment and envy grew within him because of the position they were in. One was first and the second, a number with little difference. But the gap was enormous, so much so that the difference between number 1 and 2 was almost infinite. Being a hero, he earned a lot of money, and more when you are number 2, within the ranking of Japan, prestige, fame and fortune, which allowed him to do what others cannot. He bought the love of a young girl at that time, a beautiful girl with white hair with the ice quirk. Such an element were lethal, of all the elements that could be lethal. There were only 3, fire, ice and lightning, although the latter was not something that one could find a good and powerful electric quirk until now, leaving only 2 that were like powerful quirks. With the ease of money, he was able to facially get the permission of the girl's parents to marry her, in order to get his hands on the girl's quirk, forcing her into a marriage between Kozii. To tell the truth, the fire tried only once to try to be kind to the ice girl. Something not so ironic, but the hearts of both were the opposite of their quirks. The fire emitted heat at high temperatures physically, but its heart was cold as ice. On the other hand, the ice, despite being cold, its heart was warm, a heat that does not harm, unlike fire. The only and last time that ice could melt fire, leaving a single memory that both were couples, a rose red as fire, but clear as ice, to begin a path that would melt the sanity of the ice girl, along with the youngest of the daughters given birth along with herself, a bad childhood and the loss of sanity. And Todoroki Enji and Miyuki Rei. Friday. As expected, after the Bale's request to his queen to search for information about the hero Endeavor, consulting Azazel, he could not say much, that not much, for the rest it was a lot for others, although of course the brown-haired man should not know about this. It was a matter between the Bale and number 2. Not half the city before reaching the hero. Although the mystery of how the former governor knew about this was an intrigue, although he himself said a how about how he found out some things, after seeing a little of the attitude of his students, and of those who were most interested in the past, it was the youngest son of Endeavor, Midoriya and Bakugo. Although the latter was not as much as the first two, it could be summarized that Mina with legs grew up with a big ego. But going back to how he got this, while the media didn't know about this, well, sometimes the craziest inventions can help him explore a little of people's minds, added to the magic of erasing memories. Finding out something in this city was a walk in the park for the black-haired man with blonde locks. Of course, this process wasn't harmful. He just wouldn't remember some things that happened, that's all. This method, you could say that a few weeks after arriving in this world, she began to use it. Technically, she knew, or rather, she had a lot of information about this city along with a large part of the people, although, of course, the normal people or civilians there was not much to see, they were normal, so some heroes and villains. And to pass the time, possibly a few civilians who at first glance seemed a little suspicious. The group also says that the chestnut tree was involved. The fallen one was going to tell his student about this so that he could solve it like the guard, but apparently the chestnut tree's luck made him go ahead. So technically on Friday, the girls didn't have anything to do like homework as teachers at an academy, among other things, so Friday would just be a normal day like any other for the girls at the residence. Well, those who didn't have a clear duty. So that day they didn't do anything interesting, except for what the redhead Maya did yesterday, Thursday, after watching the brown-haired boy's old Pay Dragon program, like making a few jokes on the brown-haired boy or some jokes, which he then laughed at anyway, although a little embarrassed. Although for him that perverted stage was more like the well-known 8th grade syndrome, which was years ago, literally speaking. Now with the fight between the Bale and the number 2 hero of Japan just around the corner, not to mention that it would be Saturday, tomorrow, even so things were calm with the residents who knew about this. They knew very well who would win, but they didn't know what the chestnut was thinking, except for the Lucifuge, who knew that this was more like a lesson on how to educate a child, something that no one is able to escape from an angry mother. The good thing is that the brown-haired boy would go to study at his classmate's house on Saturday, and also on Sunday, which they wouldn't have to tell him about. Well, technically, that was Friday. Saturday. Today would be the confrontation between Bale and Endeavor, although it would be as the afternoon began. The chestnut, Serafal, Ravel, Ophis, Leify, Kunu, Lulu would go to study in a group, even though Sona had offered to help them study. But the chestnut said that he had already agreed with some of his classmates to study. So it would be for next time. As a first step, she had no problem with her exam and studying wouldn't be a problem, so they would stay home, or so she thought, just like those who didn't know what most of them would do today. Girls like Sona, Tsubaki, Kuroka, Rossweiss and Penemu, the 5 of them didn't know what was happening, until they saw how most of them were going to leave. After an hour after the brown-haired boy along with the girls who studied at the UA, seeing how most of them were leaving, except for Prim, Kaguya and Lilith, they asked them. And they began to tell them what happened on Thursday morning. An explanation later, the 5 of them didn't know about this, but they asked if the brown-haired man knew about this duel between the Bale and Endeavor. The answer was no, that he didn't know about this, and that he wouldn't know, since Venelana simply wanted a lesson for Endeavor, not a trip to the hospital all paid for the hero. Something that if the brown-haired boy knew, the free trip to the hospital would be guaranteed, something that it was reasonable for him not to know, and the 5 of them asked again if she was only Venezuelan, so why did most of them go? Because the rest were just spectators. It's not like the media didn't know that beautiful girls live here yet. Everyone already knew most of who lives in the Hyoudou residence. Something true, so since today was Saturday, there was nothing to do, there was no work at the Citri Academy, so they joined them to go watch the fight. While Prim, Kaguya, Celestine and Lilith would not go, they would stay together with the older Hyoudou along with Akane, since today they agreed to go to the amusement park. So they simply said to enjoy watching the fight, which those who would not go were joined by Alicia, being Prim's cousin, to the point of being like an older sister figure technically, would accompany those who would go to the amusement park. She could not leave them alone, besides that she already knew the result of the duel. So they would accompany her in-laws and cousin, as well as her daughter. So technically all the residents would go except for those who go to UA Hero courses, and except for Prim, Kaguya, Celestine, Alicia, Lilith, Akane and the brown-haired boy's parents. Without further ado, those who were going to the large Endeavor agency said goodbye to those who were not going, and who would return before dinner, while each one said goodbye to the little redhead. Although everyone was leaving, when leaving the residence, as expected, there were a lot of people at the entrance of the residence. When they saw the door open, they deduced that they would finally be allowed to speak with one of the three women everyone was looking for, but it was the opposite. Tiamat left first. All the outsiders knew what would come next. The blue-haired girl entered her dragon form, immediately giving a loud roar accompanied by a flame, scaring everyone away. Despite knowing that it is a quirk, it was very intimidating. As if she were not in front of a human who transformed with a quirk, she really felt like she was in front of a powerful dragon that could kill her if she wanted to. After clearing the way, the group split into two, those who would go to the agency of Hero Number 2, and those who would go to the amusement park, so one would go to take the train, and others would take a taxi to go to the amusement park. The large group of girls would go to the train station. On the way there, they were the center of attention of the looks, whether of the opposite gender or the same, but it was more of the opposite gender. Beauties was the only word I could say. There were all kinds of beauties, generally foreigners, beauties with white and delicate skin, or exotic ones with dark skin. Each one of the large group of women has a different taste in beauties. She was truly unique. Looks of men, both married, single, with girlfriends, it did not matter. Seeing the large group of women together was unique, and more so when you find the three beauties who stopped three villains in a cafe. As expected, some tried to approach for the large piece of meat in front of the beasts, but without success, they continued on their way. When they arrived at the station and bought some tickets, not to say a full car, they left in half an hour and would be able to get off and go to the Endeavor agency. Buying a full car was easy. They didn't want so many people to see them with those eyes, and going in a public car would be giving them what they wanted, so buying the full car was the best option. Skip. After a few moments, the group of beautiful women were already at the entrance of a large building, easily taller than the residence, which was normal. According to the card he gave to Venelana, he could see that this was the address. This was the address, a very well-built company-type building. The brunette had told her about what her friend Yu's company was like. It was a normal one like simple Japanese companies, but Endeavor's was far, far removed from what the brunette had said. Maybe that's the difference in the ranking, or maybe Endeavor has somewhat extravagant tastes. The glass entrance door opened for everyone to enter. While outside they saw the girls enter. A few were able to follow them from afar, but seeing that they all entered the agency of the number 2 hero, it was possibly that they had some relationship with the number 2 hero. They knew clearly that they would not let anyone in. Their only option was to wait for them to leave or to be able to get something internal out of them. Inside the building, everything was well built and designed, something that matched the exterior of the building, a bit of marble, a simple and not flashy color. The group of women were received by a man in a suit, who was surprised to see so many beautiful women, but such a number would not fit in the elevator. There were 15 beautiful women, and the elevator only had capacity for 9 people at most, so he would have to divide the group into 2 parts to guide them to the training room, where they would use to fight. Enters the Bale and her boss. To say that I didn't ask, because he has so much company, will it not be true? Something that he assumed must be close to the guest that his boss said, something that the hero didn't care about and let them all pass as spectators to see his fight between Venezuelan and him. The group was divided in 2 to go down to the basement, where the training room was located, the same one that was used to test Ravel's skills during their week of practice. It was modern at first glance, but it was far from being like the one in the residence, a field simulation system, and the one they were all seeing was a simple, sturdy room with the integration of some obstacles. The spectators were taken to a room with chairs for observations, while the Bale was taken directly to the training room. Everyone would sit down for the match. Although the result would not change, the victory would be the chestnuts. Judging by the calm expression of Venezuelan, it was a little different from usual. It was minimal. But apparently she wanted a friendly conversation with the hero. With Venelana. The chestnut was taken into the training room. Upon entering, she could see that Endeavor was already at the other end of the room. Unlike Thursday's appearance, this time he had something more integrated into his suit, like gloves and slightly thicker boots. Apparently it is like a kind of support, But what? Endeavor, I hope you're ready, because I don't care that you're a woman. A fight is a fight, said the hero seriously. Winning this fight against the Baal was the first step to start over in raising a strong son who would achieve his goal, a new masterpiece. Venelana, whenever you want, she said simply as her hands began to be enveloped by a dark red power, the power of destruction of the Baal clan. A fine and delicate pose for combat. It was not necessary to put a pose for hand-to-hand combat. The pose of the Baal was between hand-to-hand and long distance. Although being the one who taught his daughter Rias to master the power of destruction inherited from her, it would be a distance combat more than anything. Only lately seeing how the brown-haired man trained with his nobility for the great raiding game that was approaching in the summer, he tried to also try a little more physical fighting, although his main style would be at a distance. Endeavor, seeing the chestnut's quirk, simply smiled slightly. Such a form of energy, it was the first time he saw something like that, a red and dark energy. As if it were dark flames, it was definitely noticeable to be a powerful quirk. It was time to test that power itself. The hero's hands were wrapped in fire. His hell frame quirk allows him to produce fire and manipulate it to cover himself with it, throw it and mold it at will, a great range of use for his quirk, whether for close or distance combat. The effectiveness of his quirk is not lost. If that were not enough, by having this quirk, he was immune to fire, which allows him greater combat in places like this, although it has the disadvantage that if he uses his quirk too much, his body would somehow overheat, and that would be harmful to him. But thanks to his physical training, the limit was very far before reaching him. Endeavor launched a powerful fireball directly at Venelana, hoping that it would counter his attack, and what he saw surprised him to see the use that the Baal gave it. This fight was technically to see how the Baal uses her quirk to see what uses she could give it. The fireball, before hitting the Baal, a wall of power made by the power of destruction, made by Venelana, was a way to use the power of destruction. It was not only an attack as Rias always uses it, it was also a good defensive. Endeavor's attack, upon impacting with the wall of power of destruction, logically the impact would create a smoke screen, but surprisingly there wasn't one. It's as if the wall absorbed the attack. Although it was more to eliminate the attack, the level of mastery of this power by Venezuelan was very high. Not for nothing is she known as the strongest Baal woman of all. The first attack was countered by Venelana. It was time for a second attack. A long-distance basic attack was no big deal. Now we had to see how she would do a really powerful one. The same attack that would have blown the head off one of the Numu during Hose's attack would have done it if the lightning hadn't hit the Numu. Endeavor, let's see if you can handle this, he exclaimed, launching a shot of fire. Unlike the always red color of fire, when concentrated and compressed, it turned neon blue, a fire more powerful and lethal than the red ones. It was similar to a dragon's flare, although the hero's was fired by the redhead's hand. Venelana stepped aside to dodge the attack. Although she could have faced that attack, it was time to opt for a slightly closer attack. She moved until she was in front of the hero, to give him a blow wrapped with the power of destruction directly to his chin. Endeavor, seeing that he moved quickly, almost didn't see how he hit him wrapped with his quirk, but his reaction time was very fast. He cancelled his attack to jump back, but since he hadn't moved from the same place since the fight began, he was meters away from touching the wall, but that was no longer a problem. His boots caught fire from the bottom, as did his hands. Thanks to his gloves and boots, he could concentrate the fire that his body releases to use as propulsion. Before he could only propel himself with it. But after analyzing the girl named Ravel to see how she uses her quirk to fly, he adapted it to his way of using it. And now it was time to put it to the test. He was floating in the middle of the air, while flying behind the able to have distance behind him again, to then fall on his feet to the ground. Apparently the Baal was not only a ranged attack, it could also be a hand-to-hand attack. Apparently his quirk also served to enhance in hand-to-hand combat, like his fire quirk. But his purpose was to see how she could bring out her quirk to its fullest power. He had to make the woman use it with all her might before defeating her. Right now the two had distanced themselves again. Even though the fight had barely begun, from his experience, he could conclude that she did know what she was doing. She didn't show more than necessary. Endeavor launched himself towards the chestnut to give them a few blows wrapped in fire, but before arriving a small red and dark sphere appeared in front of him. He looked at what it was, but he knew it was an attack from Abel. But what would he achieve with a tiny sphere like this? His response was answered when the sphere began to become larger, and then gave signs as if it were beginning to explode. In a quick action, he jumped back while using his fires to move further away. The explosion of the sphere detonated, creating a large explosion, which managed to reach Endeavor, sending him crashing into the wall. He was surprised that such a small sphere could create such a strong explosion. The hero came out of the wall with some cracks. Seeing how the Baal had her hand extended with her fist, he could say that she made him detonate. She could decide when to explode. It was incredible, but she was still far from taking out the full potential of the chestnut. Endeavor, was that your most powerful attack? The hero asked the chestnut while he recovered a little. It was not because of the impact on the wall, but because of the impact that the Baal's attack gave him. Venelana, no, it's just an attack that reduced his power, said the Baal, waiting for the hero's next attack. It was not yet time to talk about the hero's wife. Thanks to Azazel, she found out enough. A husband like that deserved a lesson. Love cannot be bought, much less treat your own children as if they were a tool. She had punished her brother, even Zeoticus, when she had not yet divorced him. And who would be better than Venelana than herself? An experienced mother, she herself educated Cerzex and Rias when they were children, and even her grandson Milikas. She knew very well what it was like to be a mother and a little bit of being a father, and Endeavor has nothing to do with fatherhood, using a woman to achieve her goal. Teaching her a lesson was the least. If it were the chestnut, it would be used as a floor rag. In a certain way, she was merciful by taking care of this. Endeavor, upon hearing the Baal's response, was quite surprised. That attack was one with reduced potential, and it was powerful enough to send him to the wall. And if it were more powerful, he would be capable. There was no doubt she was holding back from using the full power of her quirk, and that was a sign that she had mastered it quite a bit. A child between her and him would be truly powerful, to an unimaginable point. They had to beat him so that she could give birth to a baby with the combination of both of their quirks, someone unstoppable. He had put some strength on his part, but that woman he was facing right now, it seemed her level was lowering. He had to get serious if he wanted to get his hands on the brunette's quirk. Evaluating the brunette's quirk was no longer necessary. It was already confirmed that her quirk was powerful beyond belief. Now he just had to defeat her. So she launched herself to start hitting them wrapped in flames. She could notice that despite knowing hand-to-hand combat, she was not completely an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Her greatest advantage was ranged attacks. According to the little she could see, it is an advantage for the hero, something that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to take advantage of this advantage. With the spectators, the rest of the girls who came with Venelana were in a room watching the small encounter between the Baal and the number 2 hero. At sight, the Baal had the advantage completely at the beginning of the fight, being able to shovel the hero's attacks. She contained herself. After seeing how Endeavor was sent to the wall, that was the change. The hero recovered to make physical attacks at different distances like a while ago, fists wrapped in fire. Although they knew that the Baal was strong, in a hand-to-hand fight, it was a disadvantage for her. Who knows better than Graphia? She had met Venelana at the end of the internal war in the underworld. She was a great friend along with Mao. Very few demons used physical hand-to-hand combat, of which one could easily count, starting with Serorg, but of the few that are 100% physical, and the rest depended a lot on their demonic power. Among them were her and Venelana. But Mao was more physical than demonic power, despite not appearing to be, but she is. Although Venelana could easily overcome the hero just by using a little more demonic power, but the more demonic power you use, the more magic circles become present. That was something that if it were to happen, she would not know how to explain the origin, at least not to erase their memory. In addition, this place was full of surveillance cameras, which makes it a little more difficult. And the power that Venelana used was minimal, in not making the magic circles noticeable. And seeing how the hero slightly surpassed the Baal in physical combat, even though she dodged them, she could not prevent part of her clothing from burning a little with the flames. There was nothing they could do. That would be breaking the agreement if they were to intervene in the fight. They remained calm to continue watching the fight, at the request of the same Venezuelan, who felt this was in a certain personal way, like a mother. Back with Venelana versus Endeavor. Venelana had taken distance between her and the professional. She had a few drops of sweat from the heat of the hero's attacks. Parts of her clothes were a little burned by the friction of the fire wrapped in the hero's fists. She was not tired at all, but the hero's continued attacks made him retreat. But that wasn't the point. The fight, despite having been going on for 20 minutes already, had to end already, starting with a conversation while the two were fighting. Venelana, I heard you have a wife in the mental hospital, said the Baal as she went into defensive mode for the moment. When the time came, she would end the fight in a jiffy. The hero, upon hearing this, was surprised to open his eyes slightly, not because he knew he had a wife, but about the psychiatric hospital. No one knew that, much less the media. No one knew what happened to his wife years ago. No one, not even other heroes, were allowed to talk about it, and the brown-haired girl said it as if it were nothing. She was beginning to doubt if she was just a woman like any other. Endeavor, how do you know about that? He asked with a serious look, while he sent his gaze to the Baal to intimidate her, without success. Venelana, I have my ways of finding out things, she said, letting the professional know that she has ways of investigating things. This answer simply made the hero more serious. Endeavor, how much do you know? Venelana, enough to accept this fight, she said, still without moving from the place. Just like the hero, you went too far just to achieve your goal. You made their lives a nightmare, she said to the hero, who knew who she was referring to, his wife and the youngest of the 4 children. Endeavor, you would never understand, exclaimed the professional, while the flames in his body intensified. You don't know what it's like to be under someone's shadow. He said how he felt about being number 2. All his effort, physically and mentally, was not enough to overcome All Might. When he remembered the symbol of peace, it made him quite angry. Venelana, it may be, but I have not come to talk about your goal of wanting to surpass All Might, but as a woman and a mother, she said, confusing the professional. Tell me, have you ever loved Miyuki Rei-san? The Baal asked the hero. The name of his wife resonated in the mind of the professional, although Miyuki's surname was before she married him and began to carry the surname Todoroki, since approximately 11 years ago, after putting her in the psychiatric hospital, isolating her from everything. At first he received reports about her condition, but there was no improvement. Seeing that there was no progress, he could put aside the reports, focusing more and more on raising Hyoudou, so that it would be his masterpiece to surpass All Might in his place if he couldn't. The man didn't know how to respond to the brunette's question. It had been a while since he heard someone mention the white-haired woman's name, except for her children. But now the woman who was supposed to be the one who would give birth to the son who would surpass All Might is talking about his wife. Endeavor, my goal is to surpass All Might and raise a son who does the same. I don't care about the rest, said the hero, the happiness of his now wife, so that she focused on giving birth to a son with the combination of both of their quirks was perfect. Changing the childhood of the youngest on the basis of pure training, he felt no remorse. His goal was clear. No matter how he did it, he would overcome it cleanly. The method did not matter. As long as it was clean, it would be enough. The procedure did not matter in order to reach the goal, isn't it? Venelana, you still don't understand, right? Asked the Baal. While her power of destruction rose, the power of the Baal clan began to lightly surround the brunette, while her brown hair began to wave with power. A red color surrounded Venelana. Have you ever wondered how she accepted even though refusing was within her right despite the sum of money? Asked the Baal to the hero, but without an answer in return. That's what I thought. Endeavor, hey! This wasn't supposed to be a fight and not a talk. What do you want? Say it once and for all, he exclaimed furiously. Bringing up the subject of his wife was something he didn't want to talk about. It was already making him angry. He didn't understand anything of what the brunette wanted. Venelana, I didn't come to fight you, she said, closing her eyes and then opening them quickly, while her power of destruction rose violently. There were many attacks that when performed would show magic circles, but there are others not, like spheres or bursts of power. Those basic attacks were more than enough for this. I came to give you a lesson on how to be a good husband and father, she exclaimed angrily. Since the fight began, she had remained calm. Until now she showed a different side. I will tell you one last thing before I defeat you so you can reflect on what you have done to them as a husband and father, and that is that Rei-san does love you. This last one was what surprised the hero the most, making his eyes open wide. That woman who only had the duty to give birth to a perfect son loved him. He didn't believe this. He didn't know when or how she felt something like that. He didn't know. Endeavor, don't talk nonsense! He exclaimed at the top of his anger. It must be that the brunette was playing with his mind with this conversation related to Ray. The fire in his body enveloped him and became so intense that it could melt the room. But Abel was not far behind. The power of destruction that enveloped his body, despite not being as great as the hero's fire, the power was by far greater than his. Endeavor launched himself to put an end to this, his body engulfed in flames as it grew more intense and lethal. 10 meters away from the bale, he accumulated all the fire in his 2 outstretched hands pointing at the bale. A great torrent of fire shot out of the professional's hands, going quickly to impact with Venelana. And on the chestnut's part, she extended her hand with her palm open, to fire a huge blast of destructive power, the power of the Bale clan. Upon coming into contact with Endeavor's attack, the fire was completely consumed by the chestnut's power. Venelna, thanks to you she is afraid of anything that has the color red, but only one thing she is not afraid of, a rose, red like fire, said the Bale, to see how her attack consumed the hero's fire and then went to hit the professional. Rose red as fire. The redhead, upon hearing what the Bale said, stood still while the only memory of interaction he had with his wife came to his head, a memory that would be considered good for the white-haired woman, which he did not remember, until the Bale said it. A small beat was made in the cold heart of the hero. He couldn't react in time to dodge the attack. Immersed in that memory, there was no way to dodge, receiving the attack at point-blank range. A huge explosion echoed through the room after receiving the attack of the chestnut, creating a smoke screen, and leaving burns where the explosion occurred. After clearing the little smoke, he could see that the hero was on the floor, with an expression of pain. Part of his hero's suit was broken, revealing part of his body. Wounds with little blood. He tried to get up, but his body did not react. He could barely lift his head to look where the Bale was. A feeling of guilt was inside him, although he did not know what this feeling was, but it made him feel guilty. But it was related to his current wife and youngest son. Apparently the little that the Bale said, in a certain way, made him reconsider his obsession with wanting to surpass All Might, leaving aside his morals as a human, the principles of others. But now he thought about things a little more clearly, and what he did was wrong. Achieving his goal at the expense of the happiness of others, was it fair? The answer was obvious. The Bale approached to give a serious look to the hero on the ground. Venelana, I hope this defeat serves as a reflection for you. There are things more important than a simple ranking board. But tell me, what have you done to them too? What did it cost them too? The Bale asked seriously, looking at the hero who was on the ground. Endeavor, everything, the wounded hero answered with difficulty. He said it without knowing why he said it. That word simply came out of his mouth, but he felt it was the correct answer. Without further ado, the brunette left the room to go to where the spectators were, for a change of clothes and to go back to the Hyoudou residence. What she had to do at this hero's agency was already done. There was nothing to do here, even though it took her longer than she had planned. While doctors from the agency came to help the professional, without noticing how the room where the large group of women were, there was a strong flash of light that then cleared and they were no longer there. One of them used a basic flash event that blinded the entire room, making it impossible for the cameras to capture what happened because of the light, and they were teleported back home. Skip. It was already afternoon. You could notice the sky, a little bit of the color of the sunset. Right now the brown-haired boy returned with Sarah Fall, Ophis, Ravel, Leify, Kunu and Lulu, in addition to the brown-haired boy's parents, Prim, Kagaya, Aliasha, Celestine, Lilith and Akane, who were returning from the amusement park and ran into them on the way. Upon entering the room, they noticed the remaining girls, all sitting quietly on the living room sofas, while quietly watching television next to Tiamat. Hello, how was your day today? The brown-haired boy asked his girls, while most of them looked at each other, and then smiled and answered in unison. The usual, girl stuff. They answered with a smile, leaving the group of students from the hero course with a question mark, while the group from the amusement park smiled just like the rest. Did we miss something? The group of students also asked the heroes, as it seemed they had missed something interesting today. Chapter 45, Yayorosa. Yayorosa Momo, daughter of a wealthy family of heroes, as many as businessmen, a family that a few decades ago were highlighted as heroes, where today is known as one of the richest families in Japan, a business of many of the products that today are used in the homes of many, such as technological devices generally. The Yayorozu family has always been barons. She was the first female Yayorozu born into the family, obtaining the family's distinctive quirk, creation, although unlike quirks of the same use, hers was, so to speak, greater speed. From a very young age she was raised by her mother, a strict but educated woman, who always told her that she only needed to do the most urgent and fundamental things, something that saved her from unnecessary things. A childhood very different from boys and girls of his age, although coming from a rich family, it was to be expected, which made his childhood feel somewhat lonely. A father who works in the family business spent time under the strict education of his mother and under the care of the servants, for which his only hobby was reading. In the Yayorozu mansion there was a large library with a great variety of books of all genres, so it was the only thing he did when he was not receiving classes from his mother and private teachers. A childhood alone, without being able to experience freedom like the rest of the children at her age, the feeling of being alone was great, even though her mother and the servants were always with her, but she felt that it was not that, she was missing something, turning to books, filling the feeling of always being alone. He was able to learn a lot through books, learning how to use his creation quirk quickly to create objects. The only condition was to know how the object to be created was composed. His only limitation was the energy of his body. The larger and more detailed the object was, the more it consumed the forces of his body. Not only did he learn the composition of many objects, but he also acquired a taste for reading, especially illustrated encyclopedias, as well as a taste for reading all kinds of books. Stories from her family's past. Before being a big company as she knew it today, they were heroes, outside the life of a normal girl. Her only way of seeing the outside was through books and especially television, although the latter she couldn't use so often. His knowledge of the outside was acquired through those two means, in addition to what the people who work at his house told him. It wasn't much, but he could already get a clear idea of it, developing a great admiration for the heroes thanks to this, and above all, for the symbol of peace, all might. Her family maintained a tradition, and it was that since all the Yayorozus were men in each generation, Momo being the first female Yayorozu in the family, she could not directly inherit the family company. It was not that they hated having a daughter, on the contrary, they loved their daughter. All they did was give her the best and make her learn everything necessary. When she turned 13, she was given two options to choose from. The first was the family business, although in order to run it, she had to get married before being able to inherit the business, and the second was, seeing that she admired heroes, was to give her entry to a school for heroes. Something she knew which to choose, and that was to be a heroine as she was in previous generations, and she already knew very well which academy to enter when she was old enough, so the time left, in training physically and in better mastering her quirk with vast knowledge. During these 2 years, she trained in the handling of weapons, bukujutsu, weapon arts, achieving great handling of many types of hand-to-hand weapons, but knowing how to handle weapons was not everything, but rather she conditioned her body to the levels of a high-level athlete, which unlike the quirks that were for physical support, she was technically above them, of course without counting the part of the support of the quirks on the body. And to complement her creation quirk, she must have incredible intelligence, making her somewhat of a genius. Her analytical skills are strong, as she can easily devise plans and strategies both in battle and other situations, which she has no trouble putting into motion due to the versatility of her quirk. Academically speaking, Momo must understand the structure and composition of anything she wishes to create using her ability. Now at 15 years old, she was old enough to enter the UA Academy, which was between 15 and 16 years old, thanks to the relationships her father had so well known people from the government and other media. She entered as a recommendation, facilitating her entry, which the written exam was totally simple for her. Although the practical one was somewhat simple, but she had to make a little more effort, since during the exam to destroy robots, she had run into a certain brown-haired man, who on several occasions destroyed the robots that she found, earning in a certain way a little hatred from the girl towards him, for stealing her objective. Skip. The 2 weeks of waiting had ended. She was selected as one of the UA students to enter the first year, staying in the Heroes course, 1A, the main course where everyone who aspires to be heroes in the future after graduating remains. She was the first Yayorozu to be accepted into the most prestigious hero academy in all of Japan, something that not even past generations could do, although if it weren't for the recommendation, the grade obtained in the written and practical exam, she would still be accepted. Since he was recommended as someone who had never been to school, but studied at home with private and top-notch teachers, the selection became easier for him. The first day of classes at the prestigious academy had begun. She was really excited. Having entered the UA was the first step on her path as a future heroine, and she could finally make friends, which was what she wanted. There were familiar faces that she saw during the entrance exam, besides the brunette, something that the latter didn't please her so much. Remembering that a few points had to be hers, she just hoped that it had nothing to do with him in any activity. The first day of classes, they were normal, so to speak, the first teacher with the name of Aizawa. Without wasting time, the whole class did an exam and the physical test of the black-haired teacher, leaving her as one of the best-conditioned women. The second day was a simulation combat of heroes against villains. Unfortunately, she had been teamed with the brunette. She took the classes seriously, while he had a relaxed expression, as if he did not take this seriously, making her feel that to win she could only depend on her, and not on him. Which changed her way of seeing it when she couldn't do anything against Todoroki and his ice quirk, imprisoning her. She tried to free herself from the ice that froze her feet, a good strategy from Endeavor's son. Freezing her feet was a move that would stop the movement of many plays, her first simulation combat, and she lost. Or so she thought, seeing that now the brown-haired boy was able to free himself as if nothing had happened, although if she remembers correctly, his quirk was super strength, but she didn't know what type it was, since a quirk like that was divided into many types as categories of strength, although it had to be a very high one. He took this simulation seriously, keeping the two from the hero's side on the sidelines, so that the time limit would arrive, managing to be on par with Todoroki, who was supposed to be one of the best of the new arrivals, to the point of tipping the scales in favor of the villains. Apparently he was an expert in handling the bow staff. His way of moving showed that he was more than trained like her, knowing how to make quick movements. He was not a foolish face who goes carefree after all. After finishing classes, at the end of the class, she apologized for treating him coldly, since she judged him badly just by seeing how the practical entrance exam went, something that he took well, shaking hands. Skip. Yayorozu's social stay at UA Academy as her first time attending a school went quite well, managing to get along with all the girls in the class, especially with a girl named Kyoka and a girl named Leifi. Although her communication with the men in the room was not as good as with the girls, although the only boy she engaged in conversation with was the brown-haired boy, it was mostly about weapon handling, although sometimes a casual topic would come out of nowhere while she was talking about it. Topics like food, something that the meals that the chestnut talked about were homemade by his mother, in a somewhat traditional style, unlike the Western way that Yayorozu and her family ate, in addition to the food from outside in restaurants, were things that she had never tried. Everything that the chestnut ate apparently was traditional Japanese food, and some Korean, in addition to a little fast food. And another thing was that she found out that the brown-haired boy was good at studying, and he told her that he was good at memorizing some things, something that would make it easier to communicate with the brown-haired boy. He was a great friend, and she could be herself with him, leaving aside the family teachings and really being something close to a normal girl. Skip. The trip to one of the academy's facilities in disaster simulation, to lead a different class, a practice in places with natural disasters, or at least you could say it would be a practice, since something unforeseen happened. A large number of villains appeared out of nowhere. A mist covered most of the students of Class A, only a few were not enveloped by that spectral mist. The group was separated, sent to different places within the dome. She was one of those who were separated from the group. Yayorozu, along with Kyoka, Kaminari and Chestnut were sent to the landslide terrain field, as if they were not enough, added to the large number of villains who appeared in the same place with them. Despite aspiring to be heroes in the future, they still lacked experience in real situations. Just a month after starting to study at this academy, it was true that they already had the idea of facing villains as a class, but one thing was to see them as a spectator and another to face them. Despite being a little scared, facing a villain was a matter of time. With their sudden appearance, they only accelerated things greatly. She came to this academy to learn to be a heroine, and now it was time to show that she had enough values to achieve it. The fight against the group of villains was difficult for their first real fight. Their lives were at stake. Losing meant dying, and that would not happen. They gave their best efforts to face them, but in a fight, the number was very important, and that was reflected in the number of villains. The 3 students were cornered. They couldn't take it anymore, but there was still someone who showed no signs of fatigue, and that was the brown-haired boy. She had seen him fight, and yet he showed no agitation, finishing off the villains in a jiffy. Skip. There were no injuries in the attack, except for Aizawa and number 13, but the rest of the students were not injured, thank God, although those who showed some injuries were Midoriya and All Might. After the fight against that dark-skinned creature, he was on par with the symbol of peace. All Might, along with the distraction of the brown-haired man, were able to defeat them and send them far away, crashing a good distance away from the dome. But on the part of Midoriya and All Might, they would stay to check their injuries with Recovery Girl, as well as the brown-haired boy, so she would stay to wait for him, to thank him. Not only was she there, but her friend Kyoka. Both girls waited at the entrance of the academy. You could already notice how the sun was beginning to set, and it seemed they had already let the brown-haired boy go, receiving a strong shock from a villain, and then a tremendous blow from that creature was serious business. Even an experienced hero would suffer great damage from those 2 attacks, and seeing him walk away as if nothing had happened, Recovery Girl must have done a great job healing his damage. She was hoping to thank him, so she personally asked that her driver not pick her up today, and it was also a good opportunity to use what is called public transportation for the first time. The trio walked quietly through the streets towards the train station. Well, only the brown-haired one, Momo, she would take a transport by another way. Like Kyoka, she lives in one of the houses near where they were walking. It was just a matter of reaching a certain point to separate. They chatted calmly about any topic that came up, although the main topic was what happened today at the USJ. The good thing was that no one lost their life. At certain points, the 2 girls went their separate ways, but not before thanking the brunette with a kiss on the cheek. It was out of politeness, according to Momo, a way of thanking the West, although she didn't see that Kyoka did it too. Without further ado, she went the other way, but that kiss was out of gratitude. But she felt a little embarrassed. Sometimes when she attends parties done by the family, greeting with a kiss on the cheek was also considered a greeting. But why did they feel so embarrassed after giving her a kiss? Skip. Current events. Hyoudou residence, 10:30 a.m. At the entrance to the big house, surprisingly there were no people outside the house, no reporters, company agents, or heroes. Apparently they saw how on Saturday, a large number of the girls from the residence went to the Hero Endeavor agency, causing many rumors, so everyone went to the agency to find out something. There was only one person outside the residence, a certain blonde heroine, who was currently taking a few weeks off after the missing girls incident, and she ended up hospitalized in an indeterminate coma, and who surprisingly woke up in the same week days later. It was Takayama Yu, and she was visiting the Chestnut's house. For almost this whole week she had been communicating with the Chestnut by message. She knocked on the door, being received by Prim and Akane. She entered the house, and as expected, it was a house full of beautiful girls, and the only man was the Chestnut's father. And speaking of Chestnut, where was he? Besides, some girls were missing, those from the hero course, most of them. She asked where the brunette was, receiving the answer that he went to a friend's house with the girls, something that discouraged the blonde, who came to say hello, and he wasn't there. Bad luck, but oh well, she could spend today's time at the residence. As if that were not enough, Nemuri was also there, who came with the same purpose, but had the same result as the blonde. The brunette had left. She could locate him, thanks to the fact that she still has the locator on, but she knew that he went to Yayoro's house to train for the practical exam. Better to spend time to earn points from the brunette's parents. She had arrived before you. Yayoro's mansion, entrance, 11:25 p.m. The long and large lands of the Yayoro's family were surprising. If you looked closely, you couldn't see the end. It was the first time to see the lands of a human being so large that they became catalyzed as a high-class and demonic society. It was surprising coming from a human. This showed that it was an extremely rich family, although even so, the territories of many demons were much larger. The group was made up of the Chestnut, Kunu, Ravel, Leify and Lulu, who were at the entrance. They assumed that their other companions had already arrived, and that they were missing. The Chestnut was about to ring the bell with the announcement to say that he had arrived. A female voice stopped his action. "Wow! It's so big!" exclaimed the female voice in an excited tone when she saw how big it was. The group turned around to see who that voice belonged to, only to find a green hairstyle that they all knew very well from a certain green-haired man. But wasn't it supposed to be a male voice instead of a female one? A girl with white skin, short dark green hair, casual clothes with shorts, green eyes, a height of about 158 centimeters. But what surprised the group was that the girl was identical to Midoriya. "Issei, Midoriya?" he said with doubt when he saw that the green-haired man was a girl. He always thought she was a boy, but now that he sees her she is a woman, he didn't see it coming. "Yes? Do you know me?" asked the girl, responding to the call of the brown-haired boy. She did not know this boy who was in front of her, but looking at him better she could recognize the young man, the champion of the first year's UA festival. Before she could speak, the girls approached her to start looking at her. "Seraphal, I didn't know Midoriya-chan was a girl," said the curious mouse, starting to poke the right cheek of the aforementioned. "Ravel, it seems you use something to make yourself look taller, right?" asked the phoenix, comparing her height with the girl. As she remembered, she and the green-haired man were the same height, and the green-haired woman was shorter than her. "Leify, I'm just as surprised. Who would have thought? Even though you always wear such loose clothes, it was normal not to be able to distinguish yourself," said the Pendragon, also looking at the green-haired girl. Not only the body, but the girl's face. It was thinner than the one they always saw at school. Apparently she used a lot of makeup to hide herself. The brown-haired boy didn't know what to say. He never thought she was a girl. He didn't even know it in the locker room. And they changed clothes as if it were nothing. It wasn't even noticeable when he took off his shirt during the change of clothes. He remembered that the green-haired boy was marked with some muscles, not breasts, and that she is a girl. "Hey! Izumi! Wait for me!" exclaimed a second voice that was present. By its tone of voice, it showed some hurry, as if it was trying to catch someone. This voice was recognized by the supernatural group. It was Midoriya's. The group immediately turned around to see who the green-haired man was. So if he was there, who was this girl who looked like him? Could she be a close relative? Judging by the strong resemblance, she must definitely be his sister. The green-haired girl, upon hearing her brother's call, turned to look at him. She was excited to come to the house of some rich people, and the renowned Yaoyorozu family, who today were the company that everyone used their products, whether at home or outside, but especially clothes that could be adapted to the needs of certain quirks. Her excitement at wanting to arrive was so great that she left her brother behind. "Izumi, Ni-san. I'm sorry, I was just excited," he said, the green-haired girl approaching her brother. It was confirmed. That girl was Izuka Midoriya's sister, something that the boy never mentioned about her. But the group remembered that the green-haired boy would bring someone for the brown-haired boy to help him train. Could that girl be? Most likely. The green-haired boy, seeing that the brown-haired boy and the girls were also there, greeted them, and the greeting was returned in the same way, in addition to introducing his sister, who showed a more open attitude compared to her brother, who is shy. "Izumi, my name is Midoriya Izumi. Nice to meet you." He politely introduced himself to the group. Likewise, the group showed up, but it wasn't necessary. Most of them Izumi had already seen at the festival except for Lulu, and the brown-haired boy had to show up even less since he was the scandal of last week for what he did, which in the forums was classified as someone really rude and scary. "Izumi, Ni-san?" he said with doubt to his brother in a low voice near the aforementioned's ear. "Izuku, what's wrong, Izumi?" he asked with doubt as he heard his sister speak to him in a low voice. "Izumi, the friend you told me would help me master my quirk, you're not referring to him, right?" the girl asked her brother, pointing at the brown-haired boy. Her brother said that the one who helped him was very good at hand-to-hand combat, and that if he helped you train his body, he could use a part of his quirk without getting hurt. But he never thought that he would be the most dangerous student of the first year, and possibly of the UA. Izuku, yes, why? He said with doubt, seeing that his sister was somewhat insecure, something strange coming from her. Izumi, what? She exclaimed, but in a low voice. Nissan, you know what he did, right? How can you be so calm even knowing the almost massacre he did? She exclaimed somewhat hysterically, knowing that the brown-haired man would help him and that he was the same one who helped her brother master his quirk, someone that the media classifies as someone dangerous, although what he did to those responsible was the right thing to stop him. But the way he did it was wrong for someone who studied to be a hero. Izuku, Izumi. Calm down, it's not that bad. Issei-kun just got out of hand when he saw how his friend was captured. It's not worth getting so exaggerated, the brother said to the girl while trying to make her calm down. The conversation of the two green-haired men, despite being in a low voice, the group being supernatural had more heightened senses than those of humans, and listened to the conversation clearly, but dissembling. But the brown-haired man had a drop of sweat seeing how the girl emitted some fear and concern for his brother. But what made him drop of sweat was that in his eyes she was someone dangerous. Drake, the girl is not so wrong after all. You really can become someone dangerous, not to say that you are in a certain sense. If they knew what you are capable of, the villains would most likely prefer to face a hero than you, ha ha ha, commented the red dragon in the chestnut's mind in a funny way, causing the drop of sweat to grow larger. They were waiting for you, come in, said a female voice coming from the entrance, where there was a communicator. The voice was Momo's, who could be deduced that she was excited by her tone of voice. The large entrance doors began to open automatically, announcing that they could now enter, where they were received by a maid, who would be the one to guide the group to where Yayorozu and the rest of the companions who had arrived were. As the group walked towards the house, along the way you could see that everything was green, full of well-kept trees, as well as cut trees, showing that each tree was the same, at first glance, and there were also marble ornaments such as statues, small ponds, and part of the ground covered with rocks forming paths. It looked like a huge park, all exclusive to the Yayorozu family. According to a small explanation from the guide maid, all these lands were cared for by gardening experts, and were also used for outdoor parties. The two green-haired boys showed a look of great impression. They had never seen such a big house with their own eyes, although on Izumi's part, she lived with her father for a while in the United States, New York, like the hero Iron Man, who is known as Tony Stark, a great genius in technology. He himself created his super suit. In addition to one of the members of the Fantastic Four, Reed Richard, it would be normal to see the Yayorozu's house, although it was still incredible to see it so close. After several minutes of walking, they had reached the entrance of the house. It was a house with a Western design, long and wide. They were quickly guided into the house, being taken to the main courtyard of the house, the same courtyard with an integrated dojo so that Momo could train. Upon arrival, they could see that everyone was already there, and that only they were missing. They were all sitting at a table, enjoying some dessert and tea while they waited for the newly arrived group. They were already there, such as Kyoka, Kirishima, Siro, Ojiro and Mina, of course, and Momo too, obviously. They were just waiting for the group of the brown-haired boy and the green-haired boy with an extra guest. They all greeted each other, and as expected they saw a girl who they could simply say was Midoriya, but a woman. Although after the aforementioned introduced herself as the green-haired boy's sister, they were surprised. They had never heard anyone say that he had a sister. Now that everyone was gathered, it was time to start training, which was what today's group came for. Yesterday it was the studio group. Before starting, everyone had to warm up, and so it was. Everyone was stretching their bodies. Even Leifi, the mage, wanted to strengthen her body too. She was the only one in the chestnut nobility who wasn't showing good progress in trying to master that borrowed promotion. You could say she was falling behind, and that was what she didn't want, even though she didn't like exercise. Since being a mage, she didn't focus so much on that side. Until now, there was little left for the rating game tournament, where everyone would show great progress, while she wouldn't so much. Izumi, who despite seeming like a girl with a somewhat delicate appearance, was somewhat conditioned. After all, living in the Big Apple kept you exercised by so much transit both on foot and by train. Now that her brother introduced her to the one who helped her master her quirk without hurting herself, it was time for her to try it too. She is currently in her 3rd year of high school. there was approximately 1 year left before entering a hero academy like her brother. There was time to master her newly awakened quirk, although she swallowed dryly when she remembered that training with the brown-haired man was somewhat heavy in the words of the older green-haired man. After 20 minutes of warm-up, they were ready to begin, so they would split into groups depending on what was needed. Ciro and Mina would start with a fight with Ravel and Leifi. More than a fight, the two young people were there to train their agility. Ojiro and Kirishima, these two stood out more in hand-to-hand combat. Unlike Ciro and Mina, they would be in real combat, where they would be able to strengthen the use of their respective quirks. In addition to combat experience, they would fight against Kunu and Lulu. The brown-haired boy would be in charge of the Midoriya brothers, Kyoka and Momo. The two green-haired boys would be as always strengthening their bodies at their own request, and with the two girls they would be in a fight. Once the distributions were made, it was time to start. Izuku would begin to teach his sister physical exercises, since he knew the basics very well, while the brown-haired boy would try to intercept the attacks of the two girls. He could against them too, at least not to make them angry, but being their classmate, he had already seen how much was the physical condition of them too. On the part of Kyoka, she was between the average if he remembered correctly in the physical classes, while the Yaoyorozu was more than conditioned. Almost on par with many heroes that he has seen the times he went out to eat ramen with Tiamat and the outings as a vigilante. If the heroes did not depend so much on their quirk to support their physique, he would bet his left arm that the Yaoyorozu is more than better trained than them, but she lacked real experience. What the heroes have been accumulating, but it was balanced by the great intelligence of the girl. Kyoka was a novice in combat. She learned what she could in combat, leaving it almost to chance. But she could handle the situation well even so. Her way of holding a knife left many openings, but covering a large part with her quirk, that was what she would improve today, in addition to learning a more solid way in combat. And who better than the brown-haired man to teach? In short, both girls would need to polish their fighting styles, complementing them with physical combat, and they were a week away from taking the end-of-course exams, as well as the practical exam. Only next week remained to continue training. Yaoyorozu created a bow staff for herself, and for Kyoka a blunt sword for her. Both weapons were simple at first glance, without anything remarkable, but resistant. Without more, both girls ran to try to hit the brown-haired boy. To know what to improve, it was better to start a fight to see the points, and this is what happened. The Yaoyorozu attacked on the right side of the brown-haired man with her staff, but it was deflected by the brown-haired man by pushing the sides of the weapon, avoiding hitting it, and on Kyoka's part, the girl used her jack cables as a distraction. In addition to a weapon, her jack cables had a maximum range of 6 meters. She could move them at will, so she used that to attack while she approached to strike. The two girls already knew how much experience the chestnut had in combat. It was a lot. It was to be expected from someone who has been training martial arts since he was very young, although they were very, very far from the story behind the chestnut and his large number of adventures, from which he was gaining combat experience. Both of them took distance. To think of another way, the first time it was a direct approach, which did not work. They had to try a hit in another way, using all the physical means they could, so Momo came up with a good way, creating a few mini smoke bombs. The brunette created 4 smoke bombs that looked like matryoshka dolls and then threw them at the brown-haired girl, who walked away believing they were explosive, but they were just smoke. Seeing that a black smoke curtain covered the brown-haired girl, the duo saw that it was an opportunity. They quickly landed their blows. Both entered the smoke curtain, where the metal was heard colliding with something. As the smoke quickly dissipated, one could see how the brown-haired man used his right arm to intercept Kyoka's weapon, colliding with his forearm, and on Momo's part, his staff collided with the brown-haired man's left leg, in the shin area. The brown-haired man finished by quickly disarming the two girls, where their weapons ended up in his hands, thus ending this combat. He saw that he needed to improve both of them. Starting with Momo, both the posture and movement of the brunette were fine, but she, being trained by male masters, did not know how to take advantage of her entire body. The body of a man and a woman is very different when fighting. The man's body becomes tense with force, while the woman took advantage of her thinness and mobility in various parts of the body that the man could not, which Momo was on the side of applying force instead of taking advantage of the woman's mobility points. And also about his posture, His grip on the weapon was fine, as well as how to adjust it to give simpler attacks. But the problem fell on his legs, on how they placed them, the strong posture of a man, something that the brown-haired man had to change. Thanks to his knowledge of human anatomy, he could see that problem. Although he had seen several women who Sabina fought in good postures, as was the case of Alicia and Chloe, over the years they had come to learn what a good combat posture for a woman was like with their training in the past. The brown-haired girl finished explaining the position of the black-haired girl, something that surprised her, since her teachers who taught them how to position themselves had never said anything about that. They simply said that they were the correct ones, but they were half wrong. Apparently it was more of a position for men than for women. So she asked him to help her on how to position herself correctly. Then the brunette asked her to get into a combat stance, which she did, but how would he help her change into a correct one? Was her question, which was easily answered when she felt the brunette begin to touch her legs. His hands ran over every part of her legs, causing a strange sensation to the girl, who marked a noticeable red color on her face, in addition to beginning to feel hot, starting to sweat slightly. The brunette's hands ran over each muscle in the brunette's legs, without paying attention to how she was positioned. He did this to know what the correct position was for the girl. He ran over each muscle, almost reaching the girl's butt, but finally he correctly arranged how the legs should be for better movement. Momo, who felt the brown-haired man touching both of her legs, felt strange. Feeling his hands almost reaching her but caused a slight tingling sensation, but she couldn't move. This would help her improve her mobility. She had to endure. After all, the brown-haired man thought the same. Even so, she couldn't help but remember a certain scene from a novel that was slowly getting more intense. Issei, good. That's better, he exclaimed, already getting up. You can't see much of a difference from your previous posture, but the difference in putting up posture with a few light centimeters of certain parts at the time of moving shows a better result, the brown-haired boy explained to the girl. But he was confused when he saw that the girl's face was somewhat red, and her breathing was slightly agitated. Momo, why are you so red? He asked with doubt. Momo, it's nothing, Aiskun. I was just a little hot, the girl answered between small agitations. Thanks for the help, she said while she slowly recovered. The brown-haired boy did not give it importance, and took the girl's response as if it were something normal, but it was seen by Izuku, Izumi and Kyoka, where the three were somewhat embarrassed, looking the other way. Kyoka circled one of her jack cables with her fingers, while looking away, accompanied by a slight red color on her face. And Izumi, the girl, covered her face in shame, but leaving openings for her eyes. But unlike Kyoka, she froze, looking at Momo and the brown-haired boy. And finally, Midoriya, the boy, started doing squats to clear his mind of what he saw, avoiding imagining a certain brunette in the place of the black-haired girl and him in the place of the brunette. And what's wrong with those three? The brown-haired boy asked in his mind as he stepped aside to continue helping the boys in their training, drawing a sigh from his inner dragon. He may be strong and intelligent in many things and in others not so much, but that made him the same. The red dragon went back to sleep to dream of a certain white dragon lost in who knows where. Chapter 46, Practical Exam Part 1. The 2 weeks had already passed. The boys of Class 1A studied. At the same time, some of them trained for the practical exam, while the others who did not choose to practice took it as it would be very simple when they saw that it would be destroying robots, without knowing what they would be given as a practical exam. For Izuku and Izumi's part, the duo trained last weekend with the brown-haired boy. In the case of the younger green-haired girl, although already having a clear idea of how to train her body to use her quirk, added to her brother's demonstration, conditioning her body was an important key to using her quirk without any damage. Although the physical training was very heavy when she heard how her brother trained, which she denied, she must be crazy to do exercises even sitting in her normal classes, so what she would only do was half of what her brother would do, which were 25 squats, 25 sit-ups, 25 push-ups, running 1.5 kilometers. This would be the basics, plus the repetitions were less, unlike his brother, with a plus of meditation, at the suggestion of the brown-haired, but being balanced in body and mind, although he did not know if it would work with those quirk things. But if it worked with the green-haired, it would work with her. Despite sounding tired, the green-haired agreed to do that between the second week onwards, in which the last week he was able to use 2%, unlike his brother who is currently 15% and growing. For Izuku's part, unlike his sister, he would focus more on fighting against the brown-haired man, and at the brown-haired man's suggestion, if that dream with that mysterious subject returned, he would speak. It could help him stop dreaming about it, which the brown-haired man had other plans in mind. Although for the moment Izuku could only hear the being pronounced, Yakumo followed by that, nothing for the moment. Both Momo and Kyoka, the girl duo, focused on conditioning their bodies, in addition to better, more solid hand-to-hand combat, with fewer gaps. With the Jack Cable girl, she learned to use weapons, generally sword type, obviously without edges, something that the girl is at a good pace with just a week of practice. In short, a few weeks full of review and practice to prepare for the last written exam and the practical exam of this semester, in which everyone would give their all. Current events, Thursday, Endeavor Agency 9:45 a.m. The redhead, after his defeat against Venezuelan on Saturday of last week, the number 2 hero was lying on a stretcher inside a room of his rooms to rest. He had some bandages in places where they were hit by the quirk of the bale. There were few bandages. But the reason was that there were some residues of the power that hit the hero remained inside his body, something that could not be removed. But little by little, and after analysis of his body, in a few days he could return to his work as a hero. The fight against the bale was not made public. Only those who were spectators of that meeting witnessed everything, but they could not say anything, even though there were journalists wondering why all those women from the Hyoudou residence were summoned there, without any response, leaving only a chat. He is currently resting in a bed, inside a simple room without many decorations, the normal thing in a hospital room, but what he had was a view thanks to the location of the room on the upper floors of the building or agency of the hero. The glass of the large window was special, you could see everything outside. But nothing from outside could be seen in. Enji was thoughtful. For several days in recovery and still is, he has begun to reflect on what the bale said. He had never thought about the consequences of his actions, until now, always thinking about surpassing All Might, who never put being a father first. In these years, he simply gave his children what they needed, education, a normal life. Well, the older ones, as for the youngest it wasn't that much. His mind was filled with those moments, he who could have taken the role of a good father, but he never took advantage of it to be a good father. His first objective was above all else. He looked to his left side, where next to his bed there was a small table. On it there was a vase, decorated with a few white roses, to give a different air to a room with nothing to stand out at all. The redhead stared for a few moments at the white color of those roses. They were white as snow. He gave a slight sigh and then called his assistant to give him the following order. I will take 2 roses to the mental hospital where Ray is, one pink and the other white. After saying this, his assistant was surprised. His boss had never asked for something like that. This really was the first time. It was not his style at all. He stood still for a moment to process, and then did what his boss asked. UA Academy, Room 1A, 10 a.m. The written exam had already been passed. Everyone answered everything as best they could after 2 weeks of studying. Everyone was talking about how they did on the exam, or rather, how they felt. Everyone couldn't have been better, especially those who studied. They answered everything completely, even the back of the exam. They couldn't have been more grateful for the help that Momo gave them in their studies. Now there was only one more exam to finish, and it was the practical one, which according to the president of Class B Itsuka, would be to destroy robots as it was in the practical exam during the entrance exams. It would be a piece of cake, and if they passed, they could attend the camp that the academy would organize to compensate those who passed. According to Aizawa, it would be like a type of hero classes, which would leave aside the normal subjects, like English, math, etc. Besides the fact that it would be more like a type of vacation cabin, the classes would be few and they would have a lot of free time to enjoy a luxury camp. As that was the main theme, Aizawa immediately appeared to tell them that the practical exam would begin, and that they have to put on their hero costumes, which made the students happy. An easy test to end the semester, and enjoy a great camp. The black-haired teacher, seeing the faces of most of the students, assumed that they already knew the test that those in Group B would take, since if he remembered correctly, he had heard that the president of Group B said the test would be to fight against robots. The girl is correct. the same would apply to Group A. But due to everything this group had experienced, the practical exam would be different. The group already had experience against villains on several occasions. They secretly took the test of fighting against robots. It was changed for another type of combat test, something more difficult for them, so that they could apply everything they had experienced in this last exam. Without knowing what the first A group had in store for them, it would really be a tough fight. Their opponents would not make it easy for them at all. Despite giving the young people advantages, no one in the group knew what was coming, thinking that they would still fight with robots. Although a small group are the ones who are really ready for this test, taken by surprise. Without further ado, the group went to change into their hero costumes, to be taken to the place where the practical exam would be held. Skip. After changing and being taken to the place where the exams would be held, they would be in the same facilities where the entrance exam was, in addition to the heroes versus villains classes, and finally the simulation of a city. Everything pointed to the fact that it would be a test to destroy robots. Very wrong. Kyoka could notice something, and it was that why were most of the academy teachers here? It wouldn't be just Azazel and Aizawa, but in addition to the two mentioned, there were Midnight, Number 13, Cementas, Ectoplasm, Snipe, Present Mike, Power Loader, even Director Nizu himself was there, and not counting All Might, and finally Penemu. The group wondered why most of the hero course teachers were here, something that Director Nizu himself began to explain that the practical exam would have a change, but the dynamics would be the same, a fight. Because in recent times, the increase in battles against villains is currently and increasing. Despite what happened with Stain, it was simply possible to lower the crime rate in Hosu. The rate of open battles against villains would increase by leaps and bounds, and as a school to train future heroes. Changing the way of studying would be the most correct way for students to learn to adapt to being heroes in new times, and that was what I would do, being the first group that would advance certain things that were supposed to be seen from the second semester onwards. Group 1A had experienced a fight against real villains in the USJ incident, and a small group experienced it again against Stain, and not to mention the Chestnut, who was currently still under Nemuri's surveillance by the UA. The group had experienced things that previous courses or other courses did not experience. Managing to acquire experience in real combat against a villain. What was always a robot smashing test for the first semester students would now be changed, with the group being divided into pairs pre-made by the teachers, and fighting against one of the teachers, the live explained. And it would be distributed as follows. Kirishima and Sadu against Cements. Uraraka and Aoyama versus Number 13. Tsuyu and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm. Kaminari and Ishido versus Principal Nizu. Mineta and Siro versus Midnight. Shoji and Hagakure against Snipe. Tenya and Ojiro versus Power Loader. Momo and Todoroki against Aizawa. Kyoka and Koda against Present Mike. Izuku and Bakugo versus All Might. The couples had announced at the same time who they would fight against. What was supposed to be an easy exam had become a really difficult one, really difficult, some students against some professionals, although luckily, beating the teachers was not the only way to pass the exam, but there were also two more ways. The first way would be to beat the teacher, which was impossible. The difference in experience was too much. It was the least likely way, which none of them would try. The second way to beat him was to handcuff him with handcuffs that would be given to each student. If he managed to handcuff at least one of the teacher's hands, he would pass the test. But as there were only 2 handcuffs, the attempts were limited. The probability was a little higher to pass this way than the previous one. The third and final way was to go through the exit, which meant that the fight would take place on a different terrain, where the couple could either fight face to face with the teacher, or handcuff him. But this last option was to be able to leave the terrain. It gave approval, an easier way to pass the exam, even though it sounds so easy. The teachers would not let them pass so easily. With the instructions already given, it was time to begin, but everyone wondered what the remaining 6 would do. Would they divide into thirds to fight against Azazel and Penemu? No, Azazel himself answered that he had something else prepared for them and that they would be the last to go through with the test. So it would be a surprise, he said in a funny way. The students did not understand, but that smile from the teacher with blonde locks clearly said that it would not be easy. That was from the point of view of each student as a whole. But they wondered how it would be. while they were taken to their respective testing places. While the brown-haired boy and the girls would see everything in the monitoring room, while they wait for their turn to take the exam. Test of Kirishima and Sado against the heroes Sentis. The place where the test would be carried out for the aforementioned duo would be in the part of the city, in the middle of the car path. The redhead's quirk was hardening, which, as its name says, allowed him to become hard as a rock in his body to fight, while Sado's quirk was sugar rush, which consisted of consuming sugar to increase his strength 5 times, for every 10 grams of sugar, but affecting his cognitive functions the more sugar he consumes, so both consisted of hand-to-hand combat. Both of their quirks had a time limit, but Sado's couldn't hold on for long. They had to finish this quickly before Sado's time limit, so knowing some of the pro hero's abilities, escaping wouldn't be a good option because of his quirk of cement control, and the place he was in was technically concrete, where he could simply block his way out. The only option was to defeat him or manage to handcuff him. The first was a little less likely, so the second, although reaching him, would not be easy at all if the professional played offensively, but his quirk was more defensive in many ways, so both young men activated their quirk to launch themselves at the master. Cement walls appeared in the middle between the two students and the hero, not just one, but many. The more they destroyed to clear a path and reach the hero to handcuff him, the more walls they saw in front of them. The redhead didn't have as many problems, but even so, the number of walls was a lot. On Sado's part, the more sugar he converted into strength, the more his consciousness gradually faded into unconsciousness. While both of them could charge several walls, the sugar boy reached his limit of being able to consume sugar, leaving only the redhead, who was only a matter of time before he fell too. And as expected, Kirishima also ended up losing. Both young people were trapped in a dome made of cement, ending the test for both of them. A result of failure, the first couple in the test to fail. Now it was time to see how they were doing with the rest of the couples. Uraraka and Aoyama versus number 13. The zero-gravity brunette next to the navel laser blonde apparently were in a big bind. Both of them were holding on tightly to a metal bar to avoid being absorbed by the 13th hero, while either of them could think of a new plan to get out of this, yet they couldn't escape, because if they let go of their grip on the metal bar, they would be absorbed by the hero's quirk. They had to think of a quick plan. This test had a time limit, and the brunette was sure that the time limit would soon arrive. If she didn't manage to escape or handcuff her teacher, she would be considered a failure. She didn't know what to do. Only one phrase came to mind. What would Deku-kun do? The phrase crossed her mind. Surely the green-haired boy would know what to do at a time like this. He always managed to think of a plan. He always had one. She admired the green-haired boy on that side, who didn't give up for anything, even though it was more because of what happened the day of the sports festival when she cried. Hey, you're thinking about what Midoriya would do, right? Do you like it? A question out of nowhere asked by Aoyama to the brunette caught her off guard, while her round eyes opened in shock, while her mind processed what she had heard and said by the blonde with the laser in his navel. Immediately her cheeks turned red. She tried to cover her blush, accidentally releasing her grip on the metal tube. When she let go, she was immediately taken to number 13 with her absorption quirk. When she came face to face, the hero stopped using his quirk. As everyone knows, when his quirk absorbs things, they are destroyed. And that was the least of it, just giving them a hard time. The chestnut, upon being face to face with the hero, remembered the combat lessons she had during the week of practice with the hero gunhead. Without wasting time, she threw a few punches and kicks at the hero, but managing to dodge them. But landing a blow is the least of it. The objective was to unbalance him and throw him to the ground and handcuff him, something that the professional could resist, but with the help of Aoyama, who took his other hand, preventing him from using his quirk, allowing Uraraka to handcuff him, ending the exam between the two of them, an appalling result. Tsuyu and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm. The Crow Boy and the Frog Girl, the stage where the exam was held for both, was a kind of base with several rooms with entrances to different large rooms until they found the exit. The duo ran to avoid a fight against the hero Ectoplasm, a hero with a clone quirk, which, as its name says, can create up to 35 clones of himself. And to defeat them, you need a powerful blow, or something that was really powerful to make them disappear. Other than that, only he can dispel it. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow was good for combat, but it would still leave Young exposed at several points. Even so, the number was too many, added to the difference in experience. They could not face so many clones. Tsuyu, the girl with the frog quirk, was agile, but when it came to fighting she was still a novice in every sense. With what she knew about combat, it was very little to be able to face a professional, so the best option was to escape from the large number. So the duo would use their quirks to escape or try to come up with a plan to handcuff the master. At most they could fight against a small number, while staying on the defensive and fleeing when really necessary. The fight between Fumikage and Tsuyu continues, with Fumikage being overwhelmed by the number of ectoplasm clones. Suddenly, one of ectoplasm's clones appears before Fumikage. However, Tsuyu knocks it away with her tongue. Fumikage and Tsuyu manage to overcome the ectoplasm clones and reach the vicinity of the escape door where the real ectoplasm is waiting. Ectoplasm congratulates the duo for overcoming his clones, but asks if they can deal with his next attack. Uses the giant bite of forced internment, a move that creates a giant clone of itself. Fumikage and Tsuyu are unable to escape, and the giant clone chews them up, which traps Fumikage and Tsuyu in its ectoplasm. Unable to do anything, Fumikage orders Dark Shadow to escape, as it is now the only way to gain victory. Dark Shadow proceeds to the escape door, but ectoplasm ejects him. Tsuyu comes up with a plan and decides to regurgitate something, telling Fumikage not to look at it so he doesn't notice them. Dark Shadow attacks ectoplasm with his claw while ectoplasm blocks it with his kick. However, ectoplasm's leg is chained by a handcuff. Tsuyu explains that she regurgitated a handcuff since her stomach can store and expel objects, and gave it to Dark Shadow so he could handcuff ectoplasm with his claw. As a result of ectoplasm being handcuffed by Fumikage and Tsuyu's last-ditch team strategy, they passed the practical exam. Kaminari and Ishido vs. Principal Nizu. The test for the Lightning Boy and the Pink Girl was carried out in an industrial-type facility against Director Nizu. Thinking that fighting the director would be easy, since after all, the director's quirk was to give him the ability to speak like a human after all, how difficult could that be? As quickly as they trusted each other, hundreds of demolitions fell on the two boys while they ran for their lives, without knowing where they were running. What they didn't know was that everything was already calculated by the director himself. It was to divert them from the exit. He was not a combat officer, but an intelligence officer. Not for nothing is he the director, and for this test he had to think like a villain. Anyway, the live show kept them busy escaping from the landslides, so that the time limit would end, and so it was, resulting in failure for both young people. Mineta and Zero vs. Midnight. The fight against Master Midnight was normal, if you could say so, if it weren't for the woman's quirk, which allowed her to put people to sleep, and was more effective against men. Right at the beginning she had already put Zero to sleep, leaving only the little pervert on his own, while she escaped from the pink smoke screen. And the way Nemuri acted only made the little boy more nervous. The attitude of a dominatrix says it all, a predatory gaze that has its prey firmly fixed. It was truly a hunt in Mineta's words. Seeing the young man running trying to escape from her, it was like a very fun game for her, while they whipped in the direction where Mineta is. While the little boy ran with his hands covering his nose and mouth, avoiding inhaling the woman's scent, in his head went all the things he had experienced since entering the academy. He had experienced several occasions where his life was at stake: the USJ attack, the missing persons incident, the latter despite the fact that the chestnut made it so that he was the only one involved. Interfering against a sub-branch of an organization wanted by several countries was dangerous. If he had intervened more, he really would have been in trouble. In all those occasions, he couldn't do much, simply reduced to a mere spectator. In the attack, Seraphal did all the work, and in the empty lady kidnapping incident, the brown-haired boy did what was dangerous and got a bad reputation in front of the people who saw it. He knew well that there would be consequences to breaking the rules. But that was being a hero, saving people, even if you have to break the rules. Not only he would think like that, even the brown-haired and the green-haired boy, he wouldn't say it, but among all the boys in the class, the brown-haired and the green-haired boy were great in his eyes. And they wanted to be at least a little like them. The brown-haired boy with the kidnapping incident, Midoriya for standing up to Stain despite having been rescued by Endeavor in the end. Since he entered, he has understood something very important. A hero is not because they are great, They are great at always giving their best to be a hero, never giving up, and giving their best to help was what made them great, right? Hyoudou Issei. He didn't just get in to impress or flirt with girls. His self from a month ago would have thought that way. After all, it was normal to think that way, because of how he was in high school, someone who didn't stand out at anything. Listen to the cool kids say they would get into a school of heroes, and the girls immediately approached him. But now he understood more clearly. He may have shown off like a pervert, but there was an extra reason to get into UA, and that is because after running from midnight for a while, the boy hid behind a rock, only to realize he had a piece of tape, immediately giving them a plan. Using the tape to cover himself from the scent of the brunette, and thinking about it better, he was far from the entrance, where she had been waiting for them from the beginning, which gave him a better strategy, solidifying it. Now with the tape covered, avoiding smelling the aroma of midnight's quirk, Mineta went out to run towards the direction of the black-haired girl, who upon seeing how the purple-haired girl was approaching quickly, tried to attack him with her whip. Mineta, who dodged the attack with the teacher's whip, stepping aside, to begin throwing the spheres that came off his head towards the whip, and then throwing it at his teacher's body, to be more exact at her feet, making her stick to the place where she is, with no possibility of getting away. After finishing this, the boy quickly ran to where his partner was asleep, took one of his arms and went out together towards the exit, giving a passing result. Nemuri was impressed with what Mineta did. He was able to turn around, despite being nervous, and the chances of passing were very low with just him, but it was incredible. But now it was time to wait for the last test to begin. While she waits for help to come and remove all these spheres from her feet and whip, she would have gotten away. But it was stickier than she thought, and the amount was a lot. Shoji and Hagakure against Snipe. The place where the test for the invisible girl and the tallest in the class was carried out was a more closed place than usual, having several cement pillars, although it was a good advantage for the two students, since their teacher in defeating or handcuffing was Snipe, who has the quirk to alter the trajectory of his bullets. Something that could gain extra time before causing the bullet to curve and hit them. Snipe, as a teacher, obviously knows that he can't be shooting real bullets in a test, so what he used as bullets were colored spheres, in addition to 2 smaller caliber revolvers. But that doesn't mean that the impact of the colored bullet won't hurt them. The teacher threw a smoke bomb, making it so that none of them could see where the teacher was, while in the middle of the smoke, Hagakure and Shoji devised a plan, using the disadvantage of the smoke bomb as an advantage for themselves. Shoji would be the distraction, while the invisible girl removed the only thing that made him notice that she was there, her gloves and shoes, in simple words, naked. The young man ran to get Professor Snipe's attention, letting the hero chase him down by pointing his gun loaded with paintballs at him. In this way, the invisible girl managed to handcuff him, giving the student duo a victory of A for passing. Tenya and Ojiro versus Power Loader. Of this duo, there was not much to say where their test would take place. Technically, they were in the middle of a flat land with nothing to hide, and in front of them a long distance away they could notice an exit sign, something that at first glance looks too simple, which makes it strange that the teacher was not found anywhere, or so they thought. Many holes were present in what was once a flat place. Now there were many large holes that obstructed the passage, which, barely jumping, would reach the diameter of the circles, even some that were not present yet, until one of the two students threw a rock, so that the ground immediately made a few holes. A strategy to guide them to a trap failed. Tenya, seeing how the situation was, going slow was not very effective due to the large number of holes that he would possibly find waiting for them to step on him to fall into them. Added to the fact that he did not know where the master would attack, the best way was definitely to go through all the hidden circles quickly. And he knew very well how, and that is, as quickly as possible. The class president asked Ojiro to ride on his back, since the speed of the tailed blonde wouldn't be very fast compared to his. Tenya had other plans for Ojiro to make both of them pass the test, even though riding on the back of a classmate is somewhat embarrassing in the words of the blonde. Activating the reciproburst ability, they shot out at full speed. Each step they left behind, the ground broke, showing that they could fall if they were slow, but the master already read advance as separate, so with just exerting a little force to the ground, the holes that were hidden appeared in front of the duo, who jumped to continue advancing. There was no way to go back, and changing to another direction would be slowing down. They were already 3/4 of the way there, so the black-haired man asked his partner to use his tail to wrap around his leg, which the blonde did. In midair, with the blonde now wrapped around his leg with his tail, he activated his reciproburst ability again, to spin a few times in the air to gain greater acceleration. After that, he threw the blonde, who shot out towards the exit, passing over the teacher with a tail flick, passing both of them in the test. Now it was time for Momo's test with Todoroki, against Aizawa. Now there were only 3 tests left before reaching the last test that according to Azazel would be the most difficult, and it would be for the 6 that had not been mentioned with whom they would fight, who are, the brown-haired, Sarah Fall, Ophis, Ravel, Kunu and Leifi. After the Yayorozu test with Todoroki, I would continue with Kyoka and Koda's, and second to last, Midoriya and Bakugo before reaching the last test or meeting of these practical exams. Note, and the rest of the tests were like the original story, v. Nah. Who the hell would think of putting that in a fanfic XD, ha 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 ha, they must be short of ideas to do that Ria XD ha ha ha. Well, leaving aside that bad joke of saying that it was like the original story, I won't put that phrase to fill in chapters. At most it would be a joke, so you will never see that in this or any other story. Here ends the first part of the practical exam. Chapter 47, Practical Exam Part 2. Kyoka and Koda vs. Present Mike. Although the fighting training she asked the brunette to help her improve was a complete success, but to her bad luck, it was very difficult to get close to the blonde hero, with his voice quirk, which allows him to create high and sharp sounds, so powerful that it can stun his target. Added to his equipment of speakers on his neck, it helped him to amplify and give a better direction towards his objective, technically a potentiator. The girl's improvements in hand-to-hand combat would be of little use against this teacher, who kept her and her partner at a good distance. With no chance of getting closer, Aizawa did not make the list at random. Everything had been planned and reviewed in depth. As the teacher of Group A was pending during the 2 weeks before reaching this day, sometimes he managed to listen to the students' conversations. What better way to plan an exam than to know what the students have done? The test was being carried out in a forest area. As in previous tests to other couples, this had the same rules. It was to beat the teacher, handcuff him, or that one of the students passed the finish line. In addition to that, Present Mike also gave a time limit of 30 minutes. Kyoka plugs into her headphones to try and block out Present Mike's loud voice, but to no avail. Annoyed by Present Mike's loud voice, Kyoka tells Koji to order the nearby animals to attack, but Koji is unable to do so due to Present Mike's voice causing the animals to go berserk, and as a result, any orders he gave would be useless. Kyoka and Koji manage to get a little closer to the escape door, but Kyoka notes that Present Mike will be at the escape door and that no matter which victory option they choose, a confrontation is inevitable. Present Mike uses his loud voice again. Kyoka points out that they can't get any closer while Present Mike is using his quirk. Kyoka spots an ant and gets an idea. She asks Koji if he can control insects, but his terrified reaction indicates that he doesn't like insects. Present Mike uses his loud voice once more. Kyoka tries to counter with her headphones, but the sound of her heart does nothing against Present Mike. Present Mike continues to use his loud voice against Kyoka and Koji, who are unable to handle him. Out of options, Kyoka asks Koji if he can control the insects he approves of. Kyoka uses her headphones to break a rock, revealing dozens of insects, much to Koji's horror. Kyoka tells Koji that she understands his phobia, but using the insects to attack Present Mike is the only plan she can think of because their opponent is too strong. Kyoka encourages Koji to stick with his plan. After seeing Kyoka's bleeding ears, Koji is ashamed that she is running away from this fight and realizes that he can only stay in UA by overcoming his fear. Koji summons his courage and orders the bugs to attack Present Mike, while Kyoka is annoyed that he chose that moment to speak. At the escape hatch, Present Mike sees that time is about to end. Suddenly, dozens of bugs crawl towards Present Mike, who realizes that the bugs have moved towards him underground, a place where sound is ineffective. Present Mike is paralyzed with fear, allowing Koji to run through the escape hatch while carrying an injured Kyoka. Thus they pass the practical test. With the test completed with a passing result, they went back to the monitoring room, where they could see who was still in the test, and what they found meant that they finished their test, except for Chestnut, Seraphal, Ravel, Leifi, Ophis, and Kunu, who according to Azazel would be the last to take the test when everyone else finished. After a review with Recovery Girl of her hatred, in the infirmary, where there were also those who were injured in their respective tests, such as Satu with the excess of sugar consumed, Tsio with some blows in the fight against ectoplasm, Kaminari and Asido after several disasters fell on them too, a Siro that was still asleep, a Shoji that had received some bullets, like bruises. After finishing being treated by the nurse, she returned to the monitoring room to see that Momo and Todoroki's test was being carried out against Aizawa. Apparently both are at a disadvantage against the black-haired teacher. Momo and Todoroki against Aizawa. Running was the only thing the black-haired girl could do at the moment. The test site was a replica of a city, or rather houses, exactly, despite the fact that she and Todoroki made a strategy to keep him distracted. In addition to the fact that Endeavor's youngest son would be a distraction so that the black-haired girl could reach the exit to pass the test. A simple strategy, but it could work, and it was the best way. Aizawa was by far more experienced in many ways, plus his quirks would be useless in the eyes of the black-haired professor, leaving a hand-to-hand combat really, where the chances of winning were almost zero due to the great hand-to-hand combat skills that Aizawa had. Which compared to Momo's combat skills, the black-haired ones were greater by far. A fight like that was risky, so reaching the finish line was the only way to pass the exam. A few blocks from arriving, the girl stopped, even though the priority was to pass the test, to remember the effort she made during the weeks she was training with the brown-haired boy. So much effort goes into passing a test like this. She didn't feel good, nor did she feel the satisfaction of having done something well, despite the low odds. Maybe she was living with the brown-haired boy almost the entire time, but she wanted to show that the fruit of weeks of combat training, of the few people in the room that she admired were Tsu, the brown-haired boy, and Todoroki. With Todoroki, even though their interactions were minimal, Momo and Shoto are friendly with each other. They have many similarities. They are both students who entered UA through scholarships. They come from famous but strict hero families and they have powerful quirks. As a result, Momo always compared herself to Shoto and believed that he was always one step ahead of her, due to her lacking confidence in herself. However, this also made her admire Shoto for having great confidence in himself as a hero, and in achieving it. With the brown-haired man it was something very different compared to Todoroki. At first he didn't like the brown-haired man, but little by little that changed when he saw what he was like. He didn't seem like someone who would be a hero at first glance, even though his actions showed the opposite. The courage he had was incredible. And that was clear during the incident at the USJ. He showed no fear at all. He faced the villains as if nothing had happened despite the large number. His confidence seemed much greater than Todoroki's, not to mention his arrest. On that occasion, despite his violence, he did what no one could: find those responsible. He wouldn't lie. He thanked the brown-haired boy. But thanks to Kyoka, who told him what the media didn't tell him, was that the purple-haired girl, Mineta, and Lulu from Class 1B were also involved, something that surprised her. But the brown-haired boy said not to get involved in that last part. Apparently he didn't care about taking all the blame, regardless of the consequences. Part of what he did was wrong, but even so, it was the right thing to do. In the girl's opinion, he had done all of that and that his image in society had two ways of looking at him. It didn't matter to her. She carried on as if nothing had happened, even though he had said that what he did was the least compared to the damage she had received. At first glance his actions seemed reckless, but he showed great responsibility, taking the blame for disobeying the heroes and police to take care of the matter. In reality he was more mature than many people, even her. The brown-haired man may still be a student, but in the eyes of many people close to him, he is a hero no matter how people see him. If the brown-haired boy faced all of that, why shouldn't she face Aizawa? She thought in her mind. She wanted to be like the brown-haired boy, the confidence he has, and the courage above all. She didn't know how or when, or why, but she had learned things that she couldn't at school, a valuable friendship. Many things had happened since she started studying at this academy, both good and bad, and in all those times she had not been of much help. Only a few could, and among the few who could, she was not found. She wanted to be of help in difficult times, and now was the opportunity. The girl with a determined look turned around towards the direction where Aizawa and Todoroki were fighting. If she didn't have the combat skill on par with the master, she would win with her great mind. A strategy was the only way to face him. She would need a well-planned one. She ran out while creating a belt with several small bags on it. To start with her move, it wasn't much, but it would do. This was a better way than crossing the finish line to pass without showing what you are capable of. The brunette never took a step back. She would follow that way of being of the brunette. With Todoroki, things for the half-fire, half-ice boy hadn't gone as well as he thought, even though he was able to distract Aizawa for a brief moment, but without a direct confrontation, due to the black-haired boy's cancellation quirk. Being under Aizawa's gaze meant you temporarily lost the use of your quirk, unless you managed to get out of his sight. And the best way to attack was to be behind places that could hide you from the black-haired man's sight. Use fire and ice to keep him here so Yaoyorozu could cross the finish line. The place was like a kind of advantage for Aizawa, using his bandages to swing from the cables, jumping from house to house. He was much more agile than the time he demonstrated at the USJ. Added to the fact that as a teacher they knew very well how to use each student's quirks respectively. The fight between Todoroki and Aizawa didn't last more than 10 minutes, ending with Todoroki tied up with Aizawa's bandages and hanging over some fake light cables. And on Shoto's part, he had already done what he could until he ended up being captured by those super-resistant bandages of his master. Now he was just waiting for Momo to reach the finish line. If his calculations weren't wrong, she would manage to cross the finish line even if Aizawa caught up with him. It was already too late. But it was the opposite. Instead of the announcement that the brunette had crossed the finish line, she came back. I didn't understand why she did that, but that would make her fail both of them. Why did she come back? Does she have a plan? Todoroko, why did you come back, Yaoyorozu? Exclaimed the redhead/white to the aforementioned, but looking at her better, she had a look full of confidence, unlike the one she had at the beginning of this test. Momo, I wouldn't feel good about myself passing this exam like this, the girl said to her partner, who was still hanging. And I can't leave a partner in a fight, the girl answered. Inside she wouldn't know if she could beat her teacher or even handcuff him. That would have to be tried. Her gaze changes from looking at Todoroki to Aizawa, who during all this time had remained silent to see what the girl would do. She had almost reached the goal, but she came back. If she remembers correctly, she always joined Hyoudou in hand-to-hand combat training, something that he could notice in the free training classes during the last weeks of class. But the black-haired boy had to admit that since he sometimes saw the girls from Class A train, especially the brown-haired boy, he wanted to test how good he was in combat, and since he helped in the black-haired boy's training, she was supposed to learn some movements, or a little of the peculiar style that the brown-haired boy uses. And a little fight with Momo would be a light warm-up for the last test that is coming very soon. The black-haired man wouldn't say it, but he's a fan of martial arts, especially Master Bruce Lee. His fighting movements were adaptations of many types of fighting, karate, boxing, taekwondo, but all adapted to his particular way of using his bands to move and catch his opponents, which can be summed up in two things: speed and precision. They both looked at each other for a brief moment. Momo was nervous inside, but she had to try. She didn't train for 2 weeks just to run. If she were to fail, she would take the blame, but she would have the satisfaction of having put in all the effort in training. The brunette took out several bombs from her belt that looked like Russian matryoshka dolls, a total of 3 in each hand. Unlike the previous bombs she left behind on the road, these were different. There was a possibility that those visors Aizawa was wearing could see through the smoke that would be created. So on the way here she changed the explosive content of the bombs. He threw the first 3 bombs towards his teacher, and the aforementioned, in reaction, jumped back. To keep a safe distance from those bombs, he knew what they were. He saw them on the road. Despite being only low-power explosives, they served very well as a distraction. 6 meters would be more than enough outside the explosion area. But I was wrong. Instead of being normal explosives, this time it was a light bomb. The 3 bombs exploded, releasing a strong lighting, which blinded everyone, except for Momo, who was prepared for what would happen. The intense light released by the explosion blinded both Todoroki and Aizawa. While it was the perfect moment for the black-haired girl to do it, while the black-haired girl couldn't see because of the light, Todoroki, being tied up, only closed his eyes so that the light wouldn't affect his eyes. while Aizawa covered his eyes with his hands, since his visor couldn't see through an explosion of light. On Momo's part, she already had glasses that allowed her to see through that explosion. She created it in advance. After throwing the 3 bombs, with her free hand she created a bow staff. She launched herself towards Aizawa's direction to stab him with her staff, taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't see and she could. Aizawa couldn't see anything, but when Momo got close enough to hit him, he could only see a dark silhouette, so he guessed it would be Yaoyorozu. He could barely dodge a blow, to once again take distance to wait for the light to dissipate. As the light dissipated, we could see how they were back to where they were before the explosion. The student and teacher kept their distance. Now they only had 3 light bombs left, which they had to take advantage of. Todoroki, seeing that the black-haired man's quirk was not activated, used his fire quirk to free himself from the bonds of his master's ribbon. After freeing himself, he stood on his partner's side. Now it was 2 against 1. Escaping alone would give the black-haired man the advantage of being able to easily catch up with him, leaving handcuffing him as a last option, and time was of the essence. There were only 15 minutes left. There was only 1 attempt, so Momo would be the one who attacked in close combat, while Todoroki would be in support. Clearly Yaoyorozu was more experienced in combat, who did not depend on attacking with her quirk. The black-haired girl threw her last 3 light bombs towards Aizawa, while she was accompanied by ice courtesy of Todoroki towards her teacher. This time the black-haired girl would not fall. With her ribbon she took the bombs and threw them far away, while she made a lasso dodging the ice spikes. She could see how the black-haired girl ran towards the direction where she stepped aside, already waiting to hit him with her staff. In order to take your opponent by surprise, you must get close to his blind circle. The brunette remembered one of the lessons she learned from the brown-haired man during the weeks of training, which consisted of the blind spots of your opponent's perimeter. Keeping your distance was good, but that would leave you a better view to your opponent in a fight, although getting close was difficult. It was a better way to mock the opponent's view, no matter that he always launched an attack forward, a lesson that the brunette analyzed a lot. Now it was time to put it into use, and apparently it works. The blow of Momo's staff was intercepted by the black-haired man. With his hand he took the staff away from her, to throw the girl to the ground, but he was distracted for a brief moment when he saw that the black-haired woman approached and settled in a blind spot of the human vision, who acted quickly, putting all his attention on her, leaving Todoroki to take him by surprise, but his reaction time was faster, kicking the boy, stepping back. He realized that the girl was faster than before, and that her movements were the same, a firmer stance and weapon grip than before, something he noticed. A stance with the difference of a millimeter could make a big difference when moving, and that was what the girl showed. Momo took advantage of this to free herself, creating another staff with her free hand, to strike a blow that made her master jump back to land on his feet on the roof of a house. Todoroki could almost handcuff him, if only he were a little faster. Now he was sure that the black-haired man was more than alert to everything. Time was running out. They had to get him in handcuffs to pass. Always stay close to your opponent with consecutive attacks. That will leave him no choice but to try to dodge while he thinks of a way out of this. Another lesson he learned from the brown-haired boy in a fight: in a certain way it was risky to do this. But if you don't take risks you wouldn't win anything. Momo didn't think twice, and launched herself at the black-haired boy. She didn't need her creation quirk, her staff was more than enough. Todoroki was surprised by his partner's action. It was very risky for her to do this. He didn't understand what she was up to. Your opponent will be able to predict your moves if you think about it too much. The best way to prevent them from doing so is to let your body guide you and attack with everything you have. The girl was stabbing with her cane as fast as she could, and after a certain number of stabs, she would deliver an upward blow that the professor would cover with his arms in an X shape, but his arms would take the damage from the attack. Every time Aizawa distanced himself, the girl would approach him again to continue stabbing. They were attacks without thinking, something that made him unable to predict when she would change her attack. He couldn't do anything else but dodge. A barrier of thick ice separated the black-haired girl from the black-haired boy, created by Todoroki. They had to make a plan now. Instead of continuing to hit each other endlessly, time was reduced, leaving only 6 minutes. If they didn't manage to do this, it was a matter of time before Aizawa would manage to pass this great wall. They had to finish this once and for all, and managed to capture him. His master's sight had not fully recovered after the fight against that Numu in the USJ. There was a short period of time in which he had to close his eyes to rest or apply some drops to it, which meant he could not use his quirk until the pain subsided. An idea occurred to the girl, but it would take a little time to create what was necessary. But thanks to that wall, she would have enough time to prepare everything. Momo creates a weapon similar to Shoto's using her quirk and explains her full plan to Shoto. He agrees with her, and they do it together. They run from behind the cloaked ice wall. Shoto attacks them, but the top halves are just mannequins and a catapult was also hidden under the cloak. Momo attempts to shoot it and the cloth at Shota, but she misses. Shota backs off anyway, giving her the chance to activate it. She orders Shoto to fire its flames and explains that the weapon is made of nitinol alloy, and when heated it returns to its original form instantly. This traps Shota in an instant, allowing Momo and Shoto to handcuff him and pass the exam. Both passed the exam, with only 2 minutes of time left, but passing, even though it took them a little longer than Aizawa calculated, both students managed to pass the test, but Momo, who had shown great combat skills, managed to make his teacher back down. The brunette thanked her partner for being a great teammate, while she had the great satisfaction of having achieved a lot in this test. Despite the fact that at the beginning she did not seem confident, she thanked the brunette for the training. On Aizawa's part, the black-haired man also left the place. Now it was time to test how strong he would be in a test with the rest. It was not only him, but several teachers. Without further ado, both went to the monitoring room, where the rest of their classmates who finished the test were surely located. Upon arrival, he could see that most of them were there, if not all of them. She went to see the brunette, to be greeted by a fist bump between her and him, with the brunette congratulating him, along with the rest of her friends. Now there was only one test left before reaching the last one, the match that was taking place. It was the team of Midoriya and Bakugo against All Might, something that at first glance was an impossible test, not to say that it is. The symbol of peace would sweep the floor with the two boys, despite carrying multiple weights on their arms and feet. But for the brown-haired boy, he was staring at the big screen, which was showing the match. He was waiting for that thing to happen. The green-haired boy was more than conditioned to use it for a few moments. He was waiting for the moment it would happen. Midoriya and Bakugo versus All Might. Bakugo Katsuki, childhood friend of Izuku Midoriya, both growing up in the same neighborhood since they were very young, hence the nickname Kaken, a little boy that everyone admires for his energy, confidence, and neutral talent, something that from a very young age made his ego grow, to the point of despising Midoriya, giving him the nickname Deku. He, like the green-haired boy, always admired All Might, giving himself the goal of being like his idol when he grew up. Once his quirk manifested, an explosion quirk, his aggressive tendencies turned into harassment, due to the constant praise from everyone for his quirk, developing a superiority complex from a very young age, believing himself to be the best of all the others. Even though the blonde always looked at the green-haired boy as someone below him, it was the opposite for the green-haired boy, who always considered him a friend, even though he tried to help him. For Bakugo, it was like a kind of insult. In a certain way it made him seem like he needed help. This simply made the blonde hate the boy more over the years. Now that he studies at UA, things didn't change. Knowing that the green-haired boy was in the same class as him made him quite angry, added to the fact that he not only felt like he was falling behind, but two obstacles appeared on his way to becoming the #1 hero, the one who would surpass All Might, Todoroki Shoto and Hyoudou Issei. Currently, both were in the field where they would face All Might. However, there is enormous tension between him and his partner, Midoriya. If it were someone other than him, or the other two, I would have no problem, but I'd play with one of the three who least wants to form a team. It was impossible to form a strategy with the blonde due to his stubbornness. Once the fight begins, Bakugo and Midoriya begin to argue about what they should do to win and pass the exam. Katsuki insists that he simply have to knock him out in order to pass, while Izuku proposes to avoid the fight, since All Might is too strong and for the level they are at it is practically very difficult to have an even fight. Katsuki, annoyed by Izuku's suggestion, hits him and threatens him. However, everything gets worse and they both begin to yell at each other. In the little time they manage to argue, All Might launches a powerful attack that destroys the main street of the stage they are on. Both boys are stunned by All Might's surprise attack. Taking advantage of the students' brief lowering of their guard, All Might lunges to attack them again. Katsuki decides to confront him and attacks him with his move. However, it is not enough to defeat the hero. In an attempt to make him back down, All Might grabs Katsuki's face with the intention of making him try to break free by inertia. However, he is completely surprised when he sees that the blonde insists on continuing to attack him, throwing multiple explosions at him in a row. Despite his tenacity, it is not enough to defeat the adult, so All Might proceeds to slam Katsuki into the ground and then challenges Izuku. However, he simply watches him retreat and watches as he collides with Bakugo, who is heading in his direction to attack him again, thus showing the very poor compatibility that both possess. Katsuki and Izuku argue again, leaving a serious opening that allows All Might to attack them without any problem, trapping Midoriya with a railing and hitting Bakugo directly in his abdomen, making him vomit. Even though they were both in a test, there was no team coordination on the part of the blonde. Despite the green-haired boy's insistence to ask for a comparison, it got to a certain point that Midoriya hit him in the face to make him react, who claims that this attitude was not him, since he recognized him as Katsuki because of his desire to always win. Even though the blonde didn't like it, the green-haired boy wouldn't listen to him. With his pride hurt after receiving help from the green-haired boy, he resumes his path after hiding and forms a plan. They ran into All Might again. Bakugo unexpectedly launched himself at the symbol of peace with fury in him, but it didn't feel satisfactory. As this attack was a distraction, it was then that the green-haired boy went out to shoot the symbol of peace with one of the glove grenades that the blonde gave him. Seeing that the attack works, they both begin to run towards the exit. Despite this, when they are close to escaping, All Might surprises them with a swift attack and manages to easily reduce them, added to having destroyed Bakugo's weapons, frustrating his escape plans. Katsuki, determined to win and pass the test, decides to risk unleashing a huge explosion to be able to free himself and Izuku. Once they are free from All Might, Bakugo takes Midoriya with the intention of throwing him to the starting line in order to obtain victory faster, since they were in a race against time. Once he throws it with all his might, he notices that All Might has launched himself again to thwart his plans, so he turns against the teacher to cover Midoriya and ensure his escape. Once face to face with All Might, Katsuki uses all his strength and potential to release huge continuous explosions, and thus generate an opportunity for Izuku to escape. All Might again launches himself against Midoriya, but Bakugo intercepts the attack and ends up receiving the impact against the rubble on the ground. Izuku, seeing Katsuki's enormous persistence to obtain victory, decides to rescue him before fleeing. It was then that everything around the green-haired man darkened. He recognized this place. It was the same place as in his dreams, but he was still awake. He swore he was in the middle of a very important test. He asked himself many questions at that moment. If you ask why you are here despite being awake, the answer is that I brought you here, or rather, I communicated with you the mysterious appreciation, but he still couldn't see the upper part of his face clearly. Midoriya, bring me back right now. I have to help Kaken, exclaimed the green-haired man to the mysterious man. Calm down, that's what I'm getting at. I offer you my help to achieve it, said the mysterious man in a calm tone. Before you ask one more question, it's better if I help you with a part of my power. The green-haired man still didn't understand, but he knew very well that he had to help his friend, so he would do what that mysterious man would say to return to where he was a few moments ago. He didn't want to waste time. Midoriya, well, what do I have to do? Asked the boy to the mysterious one, who showed a slight smile. Good. You only have to say one word, and it is. Back to reality. Not even a minute had passed since the green-haired man was communicating with the mysterious man. The green-haired man's body was standing without moving, remaining a few meters away from where All Might was, with the blonde being taken by the head. To the peace symbol, it seemed strange that a moment ago the green-haired man activated the full cowl and launched himself here, but he stopped halfway, remaining stagnant with a look at the ground. Midoriya, power borrowed Yakumo, as said the boy in a low whisper, which they could only see as his lips said something. His hair waved slightly, even though there was no wind in the surroundings. After saying those words, he activated the full cowl at 20%, disappeared from the sight of the symbol of peace, surprised that the boy had that speed, but he did not see that he reappeared in front of him. To his surprise, seeing the expression of his air, he showed a different look. In his eyes there was a slightly purple glow. In addition to noticing something serious, the peace symbol received a powerful kick from the green-haired man who looked strange, managing to cause a grimace of pain to the muscular blonde. He didn't know when those blows had become so powerful, releasing the blonde, to be taken like a sack of potatoes by the green-haired man, who gave a second kick to the peace symbol, but who managed to cover himself with his arms in an X shape. But the green-haired man used the force of the impact to propel himself with his partner towards the starting line. Everything happened so fast that the explosive blonde didn't know what had happened. From one moment to the next he went from being grabbed by the head by the peace symbol to being carried like a sack of potatoes by the green-haired man, and now they had crossed the finish line. They both fell to the ground after crossing the finish line. Surprisingly, the green-haired man had become unconscious. Both passed the test, both would be taken to the infirmary, while All Might prepares to take the final test. With all the tests done, with only 6 students left, it was time for them to take their test, which according to Azazel, the test he discussed with them would be the most suitable for the 6 of them. Chapter 48, Final Practical Exams, 6 verses 9. Everyone knows the Monkey King, but who really knows Sun Wukong? ATT, Xuanzang. Many know Hyoudou Issei, but who really knows Sun Wukong? ATT. The last test of the practical exam at the end of the semester is about to take place. The last applicants for this exam went to the place where it would be held. They were the last 6 left to pass: the Chestnut, Sarah Fall, Ophis, Ravel, Leifi and Kunu, who found it strange that they went together instead of dividing into 3 groups, but the one who told them to go all together was Azazel. He had a different test for the group. Unlike those who took the exam before the group of 6, the time limit for them was 30 minutes, but for the group of 6, it is 15 minutes, half of what the rest had, all in Azazel instructions. The test would not be to cross the exit or beat the teacher, it would be to handcuff as many people as they could in that short period of time, so it would be a confrontation, but without leaving out your opponents. The only requirement to pass was to handcuff the number of teachers that were greater than or equal to your number, that is, handcuff 6 or more to pass, without leaving any teacher out of combat. A test like this was heard a lot, not to say too much, since the previous ones, barely in pairs, managed to face a single master, and Azazel wants the group of 6 to do it against several masters. The students present upon hearing this, simply thought that Azazel himself wanted the group to fail. It had to be a joke, but it is not, it was the test that he had prepared for them, and he discussed it with the teachers who would participate in this, who in total are 9. For some reason the former governor of Grigori planned this test to be carried out last. He knows very well that the group of 6 were a very brutal combination, and that without counting the Chestnut and the Goddess of Infinity, with only Sarah Fall it was more than enough. That's why the condition of being able to pass, so that they would play more defensively than offensively. The fallen one announced who the brown-haired boy and the girls would face, and what a surprise they all got: Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Cementas, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Number 13 and All Might. The group would really have some very difficult opponents, in the words of those present from Classa in the monitoring room. Even Bakuga was surprised that Azazel's sensei gave them a test like that. Barely he and Miradia were able to escape from All Might, and pass, thanks to the green-haired man. But all of them were teachers who had ever taught the group, except for Power Loader, but as he was the boss and teacher of the equipment department, in a certain way there was a relationship with their work, since it was the same department in charge of making the hero costumes for the students. If so, weren't Azazel and Penemu supposed to be in on this too, because they didn't go with the others to the place where the final test would take place? Were the questions asked by many of the students present in the monitoring booth, because in Azazel's own words, he said that he had hurt his knee, so he couldn't participate. Obviously I wouldn't do it, not even if I was crazy, with the Chestnut and Ophis there, not even if I was crazy, even though they would surely restrain themselves. Even so, I would end up plucked, not even if I was crazy. With Sarah Fall I could, but with that duo, it was better to remain a spectator like the group. And on the part of the purple-haired girl, she, too, did not think of fighting, so she simply kept the excuse of bringing the nurse in case someone was injured. While the students thought it was for the brown-haired group, for the two fallen ones present, it was more for the professionals. Without further ado, Azazel gave a signal that the test had begun. Everyone present would pay close attention to what they would see. A confrontation between 6 students and 9 UA teachers. It was something that would never have happened, but it is happening. In the test. The location of this last test simulated that of a city, of course, and despite being a replica, with buildings, posts, roads, it was empty, which was normal, since it would be a combat that would take place. Boom! Well, it is taking place. An explosion was released, made by the flames of Ravel and Kunu, impacting some walls created by the cement hero, creating a black smoke screen in the process of the collision of the fireballs of both girls. From the smoke, 3 silhouettes emerged that seemed to remain suspended in the air. Looking closer, it was Ravel who created wings of fire to stay in the air, Leify with air magic, although they think that her quirk is air control, and finally, Ophis, with her dragon wings, a color between black and purple. The 3 best in the air, they would take care of the combat without touching the ground, even though none of the masters had any support to fly, at most All Might, with a great jump would reach this height, but only for a few moments. Ice colliding with cement, pink smoke being dispersed by winds, impacts of powerful blows between 2, all to be able to handcuff the teachers and pass the test, without knocking out any teacher. All Might and Aizawa fought against the brown-haired boy. Even though the 2 masters kept up, the brown-haired boy seemed to keep up with them, and sometimes the brown-haired boy almost managed to hit them. Punches and kicks were exchanged by the brown-haired man with the 2 professional masters. It was time to test the hand-to-hand combat skills of the champion of the first year of the sports festival. Not bad, they admitted. The brown-haired man seemed quite experienced in his way of moving. Apparently he had a good teacher. Both the symbol of peace and Aizawa had wanted to test the brown-haired boy in combat for a while. His physical condition is quite high, compared to the rest of the group. It seemed that he didn't have to hold back, so as the exchange of blows progressed, they increased the difficulty. It reached a certain point, where the fight between the 3 was interrupted by a heartbeat that tied the chestnut's right wrist. Due to this action that caught him off guard, he could do nothing but retreat before the 2 masters. The brown-haired boy looked where the whip was coming from, looking at Midnight with a smile. The whip's binding is quite hard. Another thing is that the black-haired girl was releasing her quirk. A pink mist was approaching the brown-haired boy. The 2 masters near the chestnut tree took out respirators to isolate the Nemuri mist. This way it would only affect the chestnut tree. Midnight, don't put up any resistance, Hyoudou. You'll soon be asleep, Afufa said the woman with a triumphant smile to the brown-haired man, while she put more force into her grip on her whip so that the brown-haired man couldn't escape from her mist. Nemuri's mastery of the whip is very impressive. The grip of the whip is very strong, added to her strength. Despite not seeing that her body is marked or anything like that, it was more like a model. Apparently she hides more physical abilities, although that was to be expected, since she is a professional heroine. Issei. I don't think so, Midnight Sensei said the brown-haired man to take the whip with his free hand and in one pull bring the black-haired woman towards him. He used enough force to be able to pull the woman in his direction. Azazel's request not to go too far was technically to tell them not to take this test so seriously. Not taking it seriously would be leaving several openings, wouldn't it? Just as he was about to pull Nemuri through his whip, a blow from All Might threw the brown-haired boy into the air, and then he was grabbed by Aizawa's bandages to throw him to the ground. Apparently this was the limit of the chestnut's combat ability. Among all the students they have seen, the chestnut is by far the one who lasted in a fight against 3 professionals. And that is even though one of the 3 is the symbol of peace, the number 1 hero of Japan. The 3 could give him a passing grade despite not having managed to arrest any hero. His ability has proven it. The chestnut tree remained inert on the ground for a few seconds, as if unconscious, something that the 3 professionals thought they had done too much, so they approached slowly, 2 meters away, and stopped, seeing how the chestnut tree stood up. Seeing how the brown-haired man stood up as if nothing had happened, and then stretched his body, it's as if he were warming up or strengthening his muscles a little. The first round, the 3 masters knocked the brown-haired man to the ground. Now it was time for the second round against them 3. The brown-haired man hit his right fist with his left palm, to show a challenging smile. Senseis. It's time for round 2. It was time to level up. I didn't want to fail. The big rating game tournament for all the factions was about to start next month. If I were to fail, I wouldn't have the opportunity to participate in that tournament, either as a Jin nor as an Issei. The chestnut tree launched itself against All Might. In a clash of fists between teacher and student, they created a blizzard from the impact of their fists. With Ophis and Kunu. After starting the test, it didn't take long for the group to separate, either in pairs or individually by their teachers, who despite giving advantages to the 6 students, had to think a little like villains. The Gothic loli, and the future leader of the yokais, ended up together after separating from the group. Their teachers to capture were Ectoplasm and Snipe. The 2 supernatural girls were fighting with the 2 masters. Well, with the Ectoplasm clones, despite being weak against the 2 girls, they had to restrain themselves, more so for Ophis, who with just flapping her wings, would send the clones flying, along with the 2 masters. The test done by Azazel was not to measure his combat ability. That was clear. The level between the 6 compared to the 9 masters was too much, and what better test than to put 6 of them, to measure their ability to contain themselves. Ophis struck with her dragon claws, as well as lashing out at the clones, some of which managed to dodge, while those who couldn't simply evaporated like a cloud when they were defeated. On Kuna's part, the kitsune kicked, in addition to throwing blue fireballs, in addition to using her senses to dodge Snipe's bullets, which she could move at will, in addition to covering Ophis from being hit by one of them, although it would be like throwing paper balls at steel, but she had to be covered. They couldn't just defeat all the copies quickly to arrest their masters. It would be quite easy to notice, so they would have to wait for some of them to start showing signs of fatigue, or for Snipe to run out of ammunition. Ectoplasm clones disappeared, while the original created more. Apparently the 2 girls had no problems with this number of clones, which was more than Tokoemi and Tsuyu could. It was time to create something big. The 2 girls made a good team. While fighting against the multiple clones, one stayed aware of the surprise attacks from a distance. The gun hero's smoke bombs were useless. Ophis's wings cleared the smoke. She could not attack with her surprise factor. There are 7 minutes left. The limit was 15 minutes. The warning sounded with Azazel's voice announcing that 8 minutes had already passed since the test began. It was a good sign to be able to start arresting, so let's go to the end of this fight. The clones stopped attacking the 2 girls and all gathered together, starting to turn into a large white mass that slowly began to take the form of a giant ectoplasm, about 20 meters long. Snipe also didn't have much ammunition left. It was the first time that all the bullets he fired had been intercepted, instead of the target dodging. Apparently, he didn't fill up enough ammunition, so if he ran out of ammunition, he would have already finished his participation in this test, allowing himself to be arrested. The large ectoplasm had finished forming, to give a pinch to the 2 girls, who easily dodged them. Then Ophis took Kuna to stay in the air. The giant clone seemed strong, but the speed was slow against the 2 girls. Ophis and Kuna could now arrest, so first they had to finish off the giant clone. They would make a joint attack to finish it off. Kuna created a large sphere of blue fire, which would be about 10 meters in diameter. It looked big, but the girl had lowered the power, so as not to cause a large explosion in a large perimeter. The sphere was thrown by the kitsune, and then its speed increased, with a strong tail blow from Ophis, which increased the sphere's speed even more to hit directly in the chest of the large clone, creating a large smoke screen, accompanied by a great gust of wind. In the middle of the large black smoke screen, the 2 girls in midair launched themselves against the 2 teachers. The clone fell, taking advantage of the distraction to handcuff them. About 60 seconds passed after the 2 girls entered the smoke screen, to then be dispersed by another blizzard created by Ophis's wings, showing a handcuffed ectoplasm. The same went for Snipe. The 2 girls had arrested the 2 teachers, giving the 2 girls the wins, but the test is not over yet. They have 2 arrested. There is still at least 4 or 5 left to pass the test before the time limit, which now surely was 5 minutes left, so they would have to find the rest of the group. Near them, they could see pillars of ice coming out. Some of them were taller than the buildings. Ophis and Kunu went in that direction, leaving the 2 teachers handcuffed there. As they had already finished their participation in this test, they could go take a break. The 2 girls were quite skillful. so they would go to a break room to see how the results of this last test would turn out. With Serafall, moments before, the clash of ice with cement made a great roar, ice created by the elder Citri, to counterattack with the cement controlled by cement. The girl did not use much power to create the ice pillars, since if she used more demonic power in the creation of the ice pillars, it would be more resistant than steel itself. It would be easy, but the noise was the problem for the girl. Present Mix Quirk was quite annoying. Releasing sound waves directed towards the girl was quite annoying and somewhat painful for the girl's ears, who wanted to freeze the noisy blonde once and for all. And so it was, he stopped creating ice, to release a large amount of water in the form of a wave with a height of 15 meters directed towards the two masters. The speed of the wave was fast, just like that of a flood. Present Mike, seeing that the big wave was coming towards him and his cement partner, the blonde climbed onto a platform together with the cement hero to rise to a greater height than the wave. But the speed of rising was not fast enough, so the wave reached the water reaching shoulder height. At that precise moment, all the water was frozen by Serafall, capturing the two heroes. Despite not needing handcuffs, it was not necessary seeing how the two masters were frozen except for their heads. Serafall had taken care of the two masters, only to later notice that the others were not there. Apparently they had separated with the surprise attack of the masters. It was time to look for them and help them. She had just given the warning that there were 5 minutes left. The two masters would not be able to free themselves so easily. It would take them a long time to free themselves. For captured. The notice of how many they had arrested was made known. How many they have, 4 of 6 before passing, which made her sense that not only she, but the others managed to pass. It was time to continue, but just in the distance she saw Ophis holding Kuna flying to come towards the direction where the Mao was. Upon reuniting, they quickly went to look for the separated ones, the Chestnut, Ravel and Leify, and in this way they went to meet up with the rest, who they assumed would also soon be captured. Current events. An explosion resounded again, near the 3 girls, and near the explosion, a loud bang resounded. The explosion was caused by Ravel and Leify against number 13 and Power Loader. Serafall, Kunu and Ophis went to the direction where the 2 blondes are. The 3 girls, upon arriving at the scene of the explosion, could see how the 2 girls handcuffed the 2 teachers. Their hero suits were somewhat burned. Well, the Power Loader machine was somewhat burned. Apparently the 2 girls managed to handcuff the 2 teachers. Now with those 2 added together, they have 6 arrested, the minimum number to pass this test. They had gathered 6, 2 from Kunu and Ophis, 2 from Serafall and 2 from Ravel and Leify, a total of 6 handcuffed. Well, 2 frozen in the ice, but it counted as handcuffed. Now the question is, how will the brown-haired boy be? Gathering all the masters who faced each girl, the only ones left were Midnight, Eraserhead and All Might. He had to fight against the most skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Something that the girls thought was that the brown-haired man would have no problem, but since no warning sounded after what happened with Ravel and Leify, he was surely still fighting against those 3 professionals. Without further ado, they went to where the brunette was. Since moments before arriving with Ravel and Leify, they could notice how close to where the 2 blondes were. Another fight was happening. There wasn't much time left for the test to end. Only 2 minutes left. The 5 girls went in that direction. They went quickly there. When they arrived, they could notice how the ground was making cracks. Some buildings with slight damage. They could notice how Aizwa was next to All Might, with slight scratches, in addition to slight damage to her suits. Both teachers looked ahead of them, with a brown-haired man with similar damage, both on his person and suit. The brown-haired man had managed to handcuff someone. It was Midnight, who had her wrists in handcuffs, but surrounding the brown-haired man's neck with her arms, in addition to making him carry her with both arms. The sound of the siren sounded, signaling that the time limit had ended. All the girls were able to arrest all their teachers who were fighting respectively, and only the brunette had been able to arrest one of the 3 who were fighting. That is better than nothing. Issei, Edo Midnight Sensei. You can get down now, said the brown-haired man to the woman, since just at the moment that he managed to put the handcuffs on her, they jumped towards him, and in reaction he carried the woman in a bridal manner, something that he would do as if it were something natural, after all. He carried any of the girls in the residence, a custom that the girls made the brown-haired man develop. Midnight she exclaimed as if discouraged by the brunette's comment. I remind you that I'm hurt. Something that you did too much with some blows, said the brunette, looking at the brunette in an accusatory way, but of course, without stopping being carried by the brunette, and who smiled somewhat tensely at the woman's comment. Didn't say anything more than if it went too far, he would take him to the infirmary. I knew you would understand. He. Could you take me home this time too, right? She asked the brunette in a flirtatious way. Issei, don't go too far, sensei. All these two were seen by the 5 girls and the 2 teachers. The brunette does not waste time in taking advantage of everything to get out of her single zone, and has her gaze fixed on the brown-haired man, something normal at the age of the woman. In addition to the fact that the brown-haired man has a great future as a professional hero when he graduates from the UA, it is not normal that there are people who seek to request it in advance, in addition to getting interests whether romantic or marital. The latter is something that the symbol of peace himself has experienced. The ruler gets him a perfect concubine, but he rejects her for obvious reasons. About his quirk, or rather his already inherited quirk, which at first he thought of giving it to a 3rd-year student, but Midoriya seemed more like a reflection of him as a young man, so he would be better off with the green-haired man. The last test was over, with 7 out of 9 passing, a passing score. The rest of today's class would be for the group to rest. They had earned it, while in the last hour the verdict would be announced on who would attend summer camp. The remaining hours before leaving and making an announcement to the group could be used to rest or go eat at the cafeteria. Skip first room A. In the group's classroom, everyone had recovered. It was already the last hour. As I remembered, Azazel said he would come to give an important announcement before today's classes ended, so the whole group was in the classroom. There were 2 types of expressions, those who passed the test and those who didn't. You can already imagine how those who didn't pass the test felt. Kaminari, Ishido, Sato, Kirishima were the only ones who couldn't pass the practical exam, while the 3 men were lifeless, either staring at the ground or the sky. The pink-haired girl was crying, while she wanted to hear how they did at camp, while Group 4 would spend their time in extra classes. While a green-haired man encouraged them, saying that maybe Azazel Sensei's announcement had something to do with them, for they had not lost hope. Much of the room looked at the 4 failed students, not so much to exaggerate, but looking with some drops of sweat. For Mineta, it couldn't have been better, listening to how he alone faced midnight, while Zero told how he didn't do anything except sleep, something quite useless, but raising the spirits of the purple-haired pervert very high. The door was opened abruptly, to show a sign that the teacher had arrived, an action to show the superiority of a teacher. The one who entered was none other than Azazel. Aizawa was supposed to give the announcement, but he is resting from the fight he had with the brown-haired boy, so this good teacher will give the announcement. Hearing the sound of the door opening, all the students sat in their places as they should, waiting for what the teacher will say, like an important announcement. Azazel, before we begin, I'm sorry for some who couldn't pass the final exam, said the fallen one with a smile, looking at the 4 who failed, who felt chills run down their backs, expecting the worst for a student. Well, now as for the camp in the forest, a pause to increase the students' desire increased. Everyone will go, said the fallen one with a smile, increasing the unimos of the 4 failed to the clouds. A last-minute surprise, some may failed the practical exam, but none failed the written one. Those who failed the practical were Kirishima, Kaminari, Asido, Sato and Zero. Mentioned the blonde locks, including Zero, who despite the test passed, but was left without doing anything. The teachers made sure to leave openings to make it easier for the students, so if they were serious, many would have failed before starting. But returning to the camp, he began to explain about the camp, which consisted of increasing the strength of the students, to help them improve their physical abilities, and about whether they would fail or not attend. It is a lie to push them with everything, as the failed students will attend equally, only they will have extra classes. Regarding the extra classes, they really brought the 4 failed students down to earth, since they were already celebrating that they would also be going to enjoy a camp, some extra classes that will be harder than the classes ordered by Aizawa himself, something that makes the classes even worse in an intensive way, possibly with a 99% probability. After saying all, each student was given a guide for the camp. In the end, the whole group would go. For the supernatural group, they would go too, only for a few days, since later they would manage to be able to leave the camp with Azazel to participate in the grand raiding game. that was what excited them, well, more the brown-haired one, who had planned to participate as two different people for double the fun. Well, maybe they wouldn't escape, since the duration of the camp was announced, 1 week, something good, since it would start in June, of which there are 4 weeks, so the first one would be used for the academy camp, and the other 3 that remain, for the tournament. A week at camp, you don't hear much, but being a place far from the city, the notion of time would possibly be different, either slower or faster. You had to carry quite a few things, besides clothes, young people's things, whether for fun or snacks. And another great news was on Friday, tomorrow, that they would not have classes for them to take tomorrow and the weekend to pack everything they needed for Monday, when they would start to be taken to camp, a free day either to do that or to rest. Great news! So, why won't there be classes? Why shouldn't the whole group go shopping together tomorrow? It was an idea from the invisible girl of the class, Hagakure, a good idea, in the opinion of many in the class, since it would be the first time that the whole group goes shopping together for the first time. Most would go, with exceptions like Bakuga and Todoroki. For the explosive blonde, well, there is no exact reason as an answer, maybe he simply doesn't want to, and for Todoroki, he would go to visit his mother as she slowly recovered. It's done, the first group A will go to the Kiashi shopping center this Friday to buy everything needed for the week of camp, and who knows, possibly for the girls they would buy more things, shopping, girls, 2 things that are always related. This day ended in a good way, not counting the extra classes for the 4 failed students, and we will see each other tomorrow at 12 noon at the agreed place. Anyway, today ended in a good way, you could say. Fragment of the future uncertain. Charging! The city of Masudafu, which was once the battlefield of beings that only appeared in fantasy stories and legends, had recovered after that great battle with otherworldly beings. Approximately 3 months had passed since then, peace returned, but it did not last as long as many thought. Not long ago, the Yui Academy's cultural festival took place, and once again, a part of the city had been destroyed by the fight between 3 individuals. At first it was just a fight between a young man against 2 beings, one who looked like a woman, and the other he didn't know exactly what it was. It had a human form of almost 3 meters, its entire being was a completely dark color. 2 of them looked exactly the same, with spiky hair, strange black clothing with golden touches, and their only weapons were a silver cane. The only difference between the 2 subjects was their eyes, one blue with black iris, and the other with red eyes with golden iris. After the disappearance of the red-eyed young man, the woman opened a crack in the sky for a fairly long distance. From it, the underworld reflected. It was then that the young man with blue eyes came out of the crack. Behind him came several girls following him. A fight between the blue-eyed young man and the dark being began. The being had a significant advantage over the young man. When the blue-eyed young man was at a clear disadvantage, 4 young men appeared through 4 different portals. For the 4 to merge into a single being, showing again the return of the young man with red eyes, ready to resume the fight between him against the woman and the dark being who uses the same weapon as him. The battle of the young man with red eyes with the help of the blue eyes against the dark being was really hard, but there came a point in the fight when the red eyes gave the final blow to the being. The dark being died in the arms of the young man with red eyes. He was dying, he only had seconds of life left, but showing how little of his appearance remained. The being whispered to the red-eyed young man, then disappeared into black dust. The one with the red eyes, after hearing what the being said before turning into black dust, began to cry, falling to his knees. No one present understood what had happened. After the being died, the young man began to cry. Not even the young man with blue eyes knew, despite looking exactly the same as the red-eyed man, except for the color of his eyes, that his were blue. The young man with red eyes, still crying, picks up a cane from the ground. It had thousands of cracks and was missing small fragments. It seemed that the weapon's regenerative ability was no longer useful at all. I take the cane, to take a battle pose, with a look full of tears and pain. I looked towards the woman who was near the crack, to address her a few words. This has to end, Artemisia, no? The young man had said the woman's name, then denied it, and ended by saying another name that was also directed at the woman, the latter shocking everyone present without exception. Power borrowed Wukong Jin! The young man with red eyes exclaimed, and then his whole being, surrounded by an almost transparent aura, and behind him, the silhouette of a young woman appeared, the end that the young man himself named. Everyone was really shocked. The red-eyed young man had just used borrowed power from himself. Even the blue-eyed youth was surprised to see this. The red-eyed one had used borrowed power from the same. Chapter 49. Kyoka. Jiro Kyoka. Daughter of Jiro Kyoto, a musical composer, and Jiro Mika, a musician, currently aged 40 and 36 respectively, the couple's only child. Her father Jiro Kyoto is a quirkless, a 40-year-old man, light skin tone, the normal of a Japanese, hair long to his shoulders, of a natural dark, but had changed color to a blonde type with a grayish touch, wavy. His daughter inherited his eyes, like a triangular shape. Despite not having a quirk, it did not affect him at all. He is a musical composer. In his career he has composed many both lyrics or rhythms for many singers, groups that are famous in their time and today, especially in punk and rock music. The mother, Jiro Mika, a 36-year-old woman, who despite being that age, looks young, with a well-preserved body, light skin, short dark hair, with short bangs falling on the right side of her face. Something that her daughter inherited everything from her mother, even the quirk, and the eyes of her father, but more than anything she inherited most of her mother, but the combined attitude of the two. At some point in the past, Mika and Kyoto fell in love with each other's musical talents, especially the woman and the man, so a few years later they got married, and eventually had a daughter, Kyoka Jiro. The little girl had inherited her mother's quirk, Irfan's Jack, something normal since her father was quirkless, although when combining a quirkless with someone with a quirk, there was a greater probability that the baby would come out quirkless, but Kyoka was the opposite, she came out with a quirk. With or without a quirk, it didn't matter to either of them. The girl, at some point in her childhood, due to the strong influence of her parents on music, acquired a taste for music. Eventually the taste grew, leading her to learn to play several instruments. A childhood full of rhythm in its growth, but still, everything was normal for a childhood, except that she was never interested in very feminine things. Like her parents, she felt that her passion was music, but something in her was not only that of being a musician like her parents. A part of her managed to find a place by watching heroes on television. Being a heroine, she could be a heroine and a musician at the same time, something that the girl raised the idea to her parents about being a heroine, something that her parents accepted their daughter's decision. Her high school life was normal, but without any very feminine tastes, except in music. She never thought like the rest of the girls of that age, going out with boys, shopping, the normal things for girls. Although she had received a few confessions, which she rejected all of them, it was something that had no interest to her. She was already in her third year, the school year of a student where they choose whether to enter college or a hero academy. Young people of that age, living in a society where more than 80% of the world's population has a quirk, it was more obvious that everyone wants to be a hero as their profession, no matter how useful or useless their quirk is. And so it was, everyone chose to enter a hero academy, including Kyoka. Many chose a different hero academy, some easier to enter, and another with greater prestige. From the girls' group, only a few chose UA, which was known as one of the most prestigious hero academies in all of Japan, being the number one place in the ranking of academies to train future heroes. The girl studied and trained as much as she could while waiting for the entrance exams, giving her best effort to prepare for the big day. On the day of the entrance exams, in the written exam, the girl did not have many problems. She had studied as much as she could for this day. After the written exam, it was time for the physical test, which consisted of destroying robots, something that she had researched. It was always the fight against robots. According to some students who had graduated and left the academy, his only weapons were his quirk, the jack cables. He could go through the hardness of the robberies with effort. He had to try 6 meters of extension of his cables. In the test, she looked for robots that were easy to destroy, giving a limit of how strong the robots could be that she could face. It was neither easy nor difficult, but you could feel that all the effort of preparing for this day was worth every robot she managed to defeat. I was counting for each destroyed robot. It was a good amount, and it was already more than half of the given time for this test. Another thing was that I helped one or another person who was in trouble in this test. In short, I shouldn't be confident, I had to go in search of more. In this way I could ensure a greater probability of being chosen in the UA. Deep in thought, a good-sized shadow was reflected behind her. When she turned around, she noticed that it was a robot. The machine was preparing to launch some low-powered missiles. It wouldn't do serious damage, but it would stun the target into unconsciousness. Being unconscious would be a disadvantage for the girl, and while she was out temporarily or for the remainder of the time, many would have a higher score than her. Closing her eyes to receive an imminent attack, which never came, she felt lighter. She felt herself moving, but she didn't move at all. When she opened her eyes, she saw someone carrying her while jumping from building to building. Apparently this person who was carrying her saved her from being hurt. A young brown-haired man, with several spiky hairs, also wearing a sleeping mask around his head, a way of using this kind of thing as an accessory, but unique. She was being carried by the young man. She felt ashamed, not for being carried, but because it was something she never thought she would experience, or rather do, since as a future heroine, she would be carrying people and not the other way around. The brown-haired boy left her in a place near the entrance where the start of this test began, and before she could thank the boy, he was already gone. Skip. She was selected as one of those selected to study at the UA. The news not only made the girl very happy, but also her parents. Upon learning of this through a letter from the school, she and her parents celebrated by going to eat at a great restaurant in the city. The first step towards becoming a heroine as a profession has been taken. If it weren't for that young man saving her from that possible attack that would ensure that she wouldn't stay in the course she wanted, if she were to meet that boy again, she would be grateful. Hero courses, here I come. First day of school. The first day of school began. She didn't see anyone she knew in the classroom where she would study with the rest who were in the same class. A strange feeling of just starting out. Something she felt in high school, she felt it again. A somewhat strange feeling of not knowing anyone and going back from the beginning to create new friendships begins. They were all strangers to her, or so she thought, since while she remained seated in her place, a brunette enters next to a green-haired man. She did not know the green-haired man, but she did know the brunette, those spiky hairs, and the only person she sees who uses a sleeping mask as an accessory other than just for sleeping. At least she knows someone, well, at least a somewhat familiar face, so she doesn't get that feeling from her, and besides, she should thank the brunette. Without an opening ceremony, straight to classes, and as the first class that she and the group start at this academy for the next 3 years, and start a fitness test, something normal, the group had to be evaluated by a teacher, who seemed to have not slept for days, who does not appreciate a teacher at all, as if it were not a big deal. The same man said that the last one on the list would be expelled, which is too much. He did not seem to be playing. It does not look like that. The first day of classes, and if you are last in the results you would be expelled, and it is only the first day. In the end, everyone took Professor Aizawa's physical tests. The good thing is that she didn't finish last, but a boy named Midoriya did. In the end it was all a joke from that black-haired teacher. Wow, she believed it, not just her, but most of the class did. But the good thing is that in the end everything turned out well. The teacher was able to evaluate everyone on giving their best efforts. Well, that was the first class this group had. The rest of the day was normal classes, math, added to law material related to the hero profession, English, and even history. That would be the first classes the girl had with her group. There will be more subjects, which remains to be seen very soon. Skip. The first class of heroes. There is nothing better than having as a teacher the symbol of peace of Japan, All Might, in addition to a new teacher named Azazel, who apparently was the teacher of Chestnut, Sarah Fall, Leify, Ravel, Kunu and Ophis before entering the UA. The classes consisted of heroes versus villains. To win there were 2 ways: get to the bomb, which was obviously fake, or incapacitate the hero or villain. They already made the teams in a random way. She was paired with a girl named Hyoudou Kunu, the same last name as the brown-haired boy. They must have been relatives or something like that. Not only did she have the same last name as the brown-haired boy, but Ravel and Leify also have it. Logically, they must have been like Issei's cousins. She along with Kunu would be the heroes, or in this case, the heroines. They had to face Sato and Koda. The encounter was neither easy nor simple. she felt it was normal. Something good is that she along with her friend won. It was fun to participate this way. The same was seeing the fights of the others. It was incredible, especially the brown-haired one, Seraphal, Ravel, Leifi and Ophis. They seemed to be quite strong, and if that were not enough, the battle between Hyoudou and Ravel was quite intense. Despite being a little shorter compared to the previous encounters, they literally blew the roof off the building, but in the end the blonde won. Despite being the second day of classes, it was more relaxed compared to yesterday, now that he knows his classmates a little, and the fact that everyone is mostly more open, especially the girls. He could talk about many things, although the girls' musical taste wasn't much, but the brown-haired boy knew about music. Well, according to what he played in his free time, in addition to listening to music, a good topic that she could be more open about. Skip. The course of a month had passed. She had managed to get to know quite a lot of the companions in her group. Although there were small groups, she had joined with Midoriya and the brown-haired one, in addition to the girls. A coexistence between everyone, being able to get to know each one more in depth, in addition to knowing that they were great people, like a little bit of each one's past, something interesting, since both the chestnut, Seraphal, Ophis, Ravel, Leifi and Kuna lived abroad or outside of Masudafu in another province. And that not long ago they came to live in this city to attend the Yui Academy. The girls she would get along best with would be a girl named Momo Yaoyorozu and Kunu. Even though the two girls seemed more refined compared to her, she could get along quite well with both of them. It's not like she wasn't refined, she had it from her mother's side, but it was better to be as she is now, herself with a touch of freedom. Although this point depends on each person. Today the class would have a special class. It would not be held at the academy, but in a special facility outside the academy, a little far from the city, a simulation dome, where they would have the option to choose whether to wear their hero suits or not, for greater freedom of comfort at the time during class in the dome. But it was better for everyone to wear their hero suits to get used to it. First class outside the academy, it sounded great, but if it is in one of the academy facilities, according to Aizawa and Azazel, the place where they would go as a special class would be a simulation of natural disasters. The profession of a hero is always to be prepared for any disasters. It was not only to fight against villains. There are many ways that a hero can perform his duty. Currently, the profession of hero is already a reality, not like in the early days. Now it was more controlled thanks to the government. Anyway, a class outside the classroom was a good thing. Not having to listen to present mixed English classes, or Cementos's math, was something that Kyoka didn't like. You could say that they are the least interesting subjects there are, among others. The group was transported in an academy bus to their destination. During the trip, many for the first time gave a little more details of their quirks. Some were very interesting and others not so much, like the super strength of the brown-haired boy. In a certain way it resembled that of All Might, along with that of the boy Midoriya. But the latter got hurt every time he used it. It didn't take long for them to reach the USJ Dome, where they were greeted by the 13th hero, a hero in a suit very similar to that of an astronaut. The group along with Azazel and Aizawa were guided by the space suit hero into the simulation dome. Collapse, floods, fires, storms, etc. There was a part with every disaster you could imagine, which was to be expected from the UA, a simulation place with many types of disasters. It was going to be a great class, or so it was supposed to be. Since just before the class was officially set to start, they were taken by surprise by villains. At the request of Azazel and Aizawa, no student could intervene, and it is better to get to safety, which could not be safe, except for a few, while the rest, including her, were separated by a dark fog. She along with Momo and Kaminari ended up in the mountainous area next to the chestnut tree. The four were not alone, but from the earth a good number of villains emerged. They were clearly villains. They did not need more, their appearance said it all, thanks to the help of Momo, who created a weapon for the girl, a type of blunt sword. It was something new for the four. Facing villains was something they would have to do more in the future, but being first years, and having entered the academy a month ago, facing real villains was something they were not ready for both physically and mentally. Although seeing this situation, a confrontation is imminent, and it is happening. Although most of the four tried to deal with the villains present at the place, while Kaminari ran from several. According to him, his quirk could not fix the target on giving, but was more of a violent release of electricity. The little experience in real combat was reflected in combat. Despite being able to face several villains, little by little they had them against the ropes. With no escape, they would be the end, the three cornered by villains. But where did the brown-haired boy go? The girl remembered that he ended up together with Momo and Kaminari in this area. She did not remember when he separated, since all his attention was focused on the villains he did not notice. Suddenly, he simply appeared in front of them. Where did he come from? It was out of nowhere. I guess what would make a difference? It was true that the brown-haired boy was strong, he had shown it in the classes they had during this entire month. But even that amount of villains were too much for him. Not only did she think that, but both Momo and Kaminari would think the same. It was not necessary to be a mathematician to know that it was a lot for the chestnut tree. The probability of getting out alive was almost zero, unless help appeared. Unlike the three, the chestnut tree did not show any signs of being scared or nervous about the situation. He showed his usual calm attitude, but a slight touch of seriousness in him. He did not seem to be intimidated by the villains present. Well, it was to be expected, since he is one of the few who does not allow himself to be intimidated by the explosive attitude of the blonde Bakugo. But this situation could not be compared with that of the mind with legs. Life is in danger. For the first time, he showed an agility and speed never seen before, not even in class. He just launched himself against the villains. He didn't know how to explain this, but his eyes seemed to see multiple brown eyes in a single blink, each one taking care of the villains. Wasn't his quirk supposed to be super strength? He just moved quickly, maybe it's because of the force impulse. In a single instant, all the villains fell to the ground with the brown-haired girl turning her back on the pile of villains lying on the ground. He had taken care of the villains alone, something that not even she, along with Momo and Kaminari, could. Skip. Surviving one of the most powerful electrical attacks from a villain, facing a creature ever seen and coming out in one piece without serious damage, knowing that he has a second quirk, was everything that Kyoko witnessed today at the USJ, all related to the brown-haired boy. On several occasions he could have died, but he survived all those moments. Everything had gone well, the whole class was fine, although Aizawa and number 13 were the most injured in this attack. Thanks to the appearance of All Might, they were able to take care of all the villains. In addition to the arrival of support, they were able to capture all of them, but for the most part only 2 of them were able to escape. Who were surely the ones who planned this? It was already afternoon. The departure time had already passed several hours ago. They were at the entrance after the main building. Not only was she there, but Momo was also there. Apparently she stayed for the same reason as her. Both girls stayed at the entrance of the main building. There wasn't much to talk about, other than what had happened today. The 2 girls got along in a certain way very well with the brunette. Unlike other men, he was a pleasant company all around the brunette, a pleasant freedom. Today's event was something strong for many, including the 2 girls, but thank God there was no loss of life. Such an event was really intense for the first A class, a small taste of what it is like to enter the world of professional heroes. It was very different to see how the heroes do their jobs through the media, very different from being in their place. They could notice how the solo was already beginning to hide in the distance. The brown-haired boy had already taken his time, but he didn't take too long to come out, since according to him, he had stayed with Recovery Girl for a checkup. When he left, he was already leaving, but with her and Momo's company. She lived nearby, but Momo would take the train. On the way to where the trio would take a different path. On the way, there was a silence. It was somewhat difficult to ask if he was okay or not, although at first glance he seemed very well. He had fought against the creature that left Aizawa with several broken bones. In addition to wounds, it was difficult to think that he was okay, since Aizawa was a professional and came out quite injured. Although it didn't take long, Momo went ahead to ask her, receiving an answer that she was fine. Apparently she was someone tough to crack, and with that attitude, it didn't seem like she was hiding more ability than she shows, like a second quirk. That says a lot about her parents, which could be deduced that the 2 quirks of the brown-haired boy were inherited from both of them. The words said by the brown-haired boy were going through Kyoka's mind the whole way. He said it before defeating all the villains in the USJ. It really gave him confidence. "You'll have to walk over my dead body if you want to touch a single hair on them." That was what he said during the attack, threatening to the enemy. somewhat protective of the allies, a thank you from the two girls towards him. At a certain point along the way, it was where each one would go on a different path. One last thank you, Kyoka kissed the brown-haired boy on the left cheek. It was the first time she had done such a thing, somewhat embarrassing for her, but a small part of her told her to do it. After this action, she ran back to her house. She did all this quickly. She didn't see that her friend also did the same thing as her. She never thought of doing that, not in her life. It's not that she hates those kinds of things, but it was the thing she did the least. Although thinking a little better, she gets along quite well with the brunette. Unlike many other boys she has lived with as classmates, she got along much better with the brunette compared to others. Skip. The sports festival is just around the corner. After 2 weeks off following the incidents at the USJ, it was a good break to clear the mind of what had happened for the first day class. In that free time, the girl spoke to the brown-haired boy once in a while through her cell phone. It was time to go back to school, and during the free week and upon returning to school, the group became a topic of conversation, the first UA group to face real villains and not simulations, and it was also the first time that the security of the most prestigious hero academy in Japan had been mocked in the words of the media. In addition to the group becoming somewhat famous, it was also a topic that was mostly talked about in the room, while some told what they did in those 2 weeks, and apparently the brown-haired man made a somewhat interesting trip according to him. The news of the sports festival in 2 weeks was something that would be a great demonstration of what they are capable of, as well as being a good way to be hired in the future when they obtained licenses, a way to ensure their future that they would be hired by professional heroes. They would have 2 weeks of time to train and prepare for the day of the festival. What better than to ask for help from the most skilled in the classes? She ruled out Bakugo because of his explosive attitude. Todoroki was very cold, she had asked the brown-haired boy, but he couldn't because he could help Midoriya. Something understandable. The green-haired boy needed more help than she did. So I would decide to train with Serafal, Kunu, Ravel, Leify and Ophis, as well as Momo and technically the rest of the girls. All the girls got together to train for the festival. Unlike the men who mostly train on their own, training together would be more effective, in addition to not feeling so tired, in addition to being a little more fun. Skip Festival Day. The day of the festival had arrived. The first of 3 opportunities to catch the attention of some professional hero had arrived, one in each year. A good opportunity to make sure of being hired by an agency would become greater. The sports festival of the schools of heroes, something that in its early stages was good entertainment, that over the years, by gaining more prestige, is currently more seen than what the Olympic Games were, which now in a world full of quirk, the physical conditions, the variability was too much and it would be difficult to determine the best. But instead, the sports festival was something that today replaced the Olympic Games. It is divided into 3 stages. Each stage represents the school year. By distributing in this way it was more balanced, showing the best of their respective year. 3 stage tests, of which, the first was always a race, the second was random, and about the third a fight between 2. Something that the last test was somewhat difficult. He did not distrust his abilities, but there were several people present. It was more than assured that he would pass the last test. Cases like Bakugo, Todoroki, the brown-haired boy, and several girls from his class. And if he had to face some of the heavyweights in his class, it would be quite difficult, since both his quirk and ability are really good. But anyway, let's give it all we have. Not for nothing have we trained for this day for 2 weeks. Let's give it all we have. The girl, in the first test, obstacle race, was among the 45 who would go on to the next stage. Of the hundreds of first years, only 45 would go on to the next phase, something incredible that a single stage has left out more than half of the first years. The second test was revealed with a random roulette wheel, revealing a cavalry race. She along with Momo, Kunu and the brown-haired boy formed a team in this second stage. The second stage was not easy, even less so for Midoriya's team, which with points in the millions was something that would ensure victory in this test. And boy, it was difficult, having Todoroki and Bakugo going after him. Unlike the team she was on, she was much more agile with the brown-haired boy. Although she felt a little like cheating by using someone, not to mention that he is the strongest of the entire group as her key to the next and final stage, it would compensate her by paying for the food. Of the 11 teams formed from the 45 students who made it to the second stage, only 6 of the 11 teams would make it through, and among those that made it through, the team she was on made it to the final stage. And before starting the last stage, there was a break, like a small break, where there was a dynamic that encouraged her to participate, a music contest, a requirement, form a team to participate, and the prize, one of the few guitars signed by the Beatles, a very famous English band years ago and a classic today. Not only was it the guitar, but also the album, the first album to be printed. It was a collector's item and of great value, and she knew it had to be hers. And as expected, the first thing that came to mind was the brown-haired man. She knew that the brown-haired man played the guitar or the piano a long time ago. It would be a good idea to ask him this, but all music always has the rhythm of the drums. But who? She didn't know anyone present who knew how to play the drums. Or so he thought, since he had nothing to lose by asking, getting a drummer, something that surprised him to know who it was, Kirishima. He didn't seem like it, he was literally a hard head, but winning the prize was a priority. She played the first song, which was a classic from the late 80s, I Hate Myself for Loving You by, a classic, and the second was Peace Sign by Yanazu Kensher, a famous singer at the time for being the intro to a very famous mood currently. Instead of Japanese, it was sung in English, although this time it was not her, but the brown-haired man. And boy, was the girl very surprised to find out that she didn't sing badly. She was more than decent. But anyway, in the end the team made up of her, Kirishima and the brunette, won that little contest, where both the redhead and the brunette didn't want the prize, leaving the 2 big prizes to the girl. The feeling and satisfaction of winning at what she loved was unique, so much so that she couldn't help but hug the brunette tightly, until moments later she realized. She felt a small sense of happiness in her, a strange feeling, but not unpleasant. She had never felt anything like that, not at all. But she felt a little ashamed. She didn't understand. She felt her heartbeat increase drastically after separating from the hug. His thoughts were interrupted by the announcement that the third and final stage was about to begin, and that the participants of this final stage should prepare themselves. Winning or losing was no longer important to the girl. She had the best prize a musician could have. She was already looking forward to showing these 2 objects to her parents, who would surely be shocked to see such museum objects. Reaching the third stage was already a great achievement, since seeing who would possibly have to fight against her, they would be quite strong. Being among the best was already enough. Skip. The end of the festival had already passed, and a day of rest was granted to everyone for their efforts at the festival. The girl walked happily back to the house, while carrying the guitar and album in her arms. It was a great day. In her mind, she thought about how she could have done something like a hug. In addition to her parents' reactions when they saw the album and guitar, a few blocks from arriving at her house, the girl stopped when she saw 2 high school students walking with their hands held. Both students showed a happy expression on their faces. There was no need to think much. Holding hands, a happy expression, it was obvious that they had a loving relationship, something that made the girl blush a little seeing an image come to her mind of a certain brunette. Shaking her head, she resumed her way back to her house. When he arrived home, he noticed how his parents were, his mother in the kitchen preparing something to drink, while his father was in the living room playing the guitar. First of all, she showed the guitar and the album to her parents, a real museum piece, great objects worthy of collection for a musician, and to think that her daughter would win this, it was incredible. Such an object deserved to be kept in a display case, definitely. While Kyoka, the girl thought about how to tell her parents. It was not a serious issue, but she wanted to know what this feeling was that sometimes made her heart beat with slight intensity. Something was clear, it had to do with the boy, the brown-haired one. It was then that he asked his parents, taking them off the record. "Father, Mother, I have something to ask you and talk to you about. It's about a boy." After saying this, her parents stopped looking at the guitar and the album, turning their gaze towards their daughter, with 2 types of reactions. But both were partly surprised. Their daughter, for the first time, decided to talk about boys. It really was an unexpected surprise. Her mother opened her eyes slightly, as she began to show a happy expression. At the same age she met the man who was now her husband, and apparently her daughter began meeting a love interest at the same age as her. Her daughter, who had never shown any interest in boys, took the initiative to talk about the subject of boys. Definitely as her mother she would talk about it with her daughter, and clarify her doubts, which most likely was something new for her daughter, which even for her at that time was also new, although as a mother, she was curious to know what the boy was like that made her daughter be able to talk about this. And on her father's side, the man almost dropped the guitar, but he was able to hold it firmly. To think that his daughter would talk about boys, it was something unexpected, something that, if I remember correctly, his daughter had already told the two that in high school she had rejected a few boys, without much interest. Like the overprotective father that he is, most likely she would look for the bastard and threaten him with a guitar in his face. Although both married men at that age, it was in those times. Nowadays, young people were very young in the words of adults and of their generation, well, in the words of Hyoudou. As for Mika, the woman supported when they would be introduced. And her daughter, the girl, simply felt somewhat embarrassed to talk about this, and even more so when her mother already wants the next steps, and her father, apparently, is not very happy, let's say. Her mother was very quick about things. The girl still wasn't very clear about what she felt. For that reason she asked her parents, since she felt that they would know. There wasn't much to clarify since it was new to the girl on the part of her parents. For the moment the girl would only live more with the boy. If you feel great concern if something happens to him, a concern never felt before. If when talking to him you feel a little relief, it was a good start, in the words of her mother. The couple's youngest had grown a little more, and she would become a full-fledged woman in a few years. It was like yesterday that the girl could still stay on her father's shoulder. Skip, work experience. It was a normal internship. The girl chose the same agency as the brunette, where there were more hero movements. The first day was normal, although she was a little jealous when she saw how the brunette and empty lady talked. Even though they were acquaintances, it was a very frequent conversation. On the second day, unlike the first day when the three professionals were together on patrol, this second day they would go separately, since she requested to spend the practices with the hero Death Arm, a professional who always does jobs with a lot of action, a good choice for physical training. In addition to a better experience in the work of a hero. The disappearance of Empty Lady during the chase, while she was with Chestnut and Minetta, she along with Death Arm met at the local police agency. According to some agents of the agency, it was not the first time that there were cases of disappearance of women in the surroundings of this distraction. But without further information about who the causes are. Apparently the brown-haired boy knew something, but since he was a student, unaware of this, it would be impossible for him to know anything, so he, along with Lulu, would act on their own, something that the girl would not let them do alone, and it was against the rules. Despite being against the rules, it was more important to rescue the woman. She was a good friend. On several occasions the girl interacted with you and was quite friendly, like during the festival and at the party at the Chestnut House. If breaking the rules could find the girl's whereabouts faster, she would do it. The victim, according to the chestnut tree, had something to do with it. Apparently what the adults didn't take into account was that he saw something in that victim, something that the agents and heroes didn't see. They had to find out what they knew about that guy, and it was all because of his intuition. Something hard to believe. But if they were wrong they would get into trouble, something that the chestnut tree himself said they would bear the responsibilities for. After extracting information from the victim, in an unknown way about how the brown-haired man managed to get him out, since Lulu didn't let them see or hear, something really mysterious, but he had obtained the address, and knowing where it was left the girl frozen, a spa, a very famous one in the city that her mother went to sometimes. And to think that her mother goes in and out of there without being classified as the next target relieved her. But until when? It was something she would never ask, all the more reason to put those responsible behind bars. It was dangerous, very obvious. The best thing was to call the police and heroes to the place. It was the best. There were only 4 first-year students from UA. The experience was still scarce. It was necessary to let the heroes take care of this. They 4 had already done a lot. Well, the brown-haired boy didn't think that, and instead of staying with his arms crossed, he decided to enter the spa, but without letting the 3 of them enter like him, and instead of entering, she lied and Lulu called the authorities, which was what it was. Without paying attention to the 3 of them, she entered the spa. The 3 of them only had one thing to do, call the authorities. They did it. It didn't take long for the police and the professional heroes to come to the place. Of course the 3 students hid so they wouldn't be seen, but the 3 students witnessed everything. After a moment, the police came out of the spa, with the brunette in handcuffs, suit, hand. There were traces of blood, as well as an unmistakable look of having done something wrong, and he was immediately put into a police car. As expected, the appearance of the police and heroes, while the media appeared, taking and nailing what happened, the first-year UA festival champion, his hands full of blood stains. There were many ways to say what he just did, narrating what they saw to their words. The champion, hero or villain, law or outlaw, are his actions justifiable? We don't know. Several ambulances were carrying what appeared to be lots of men with serious injuries, but there seemed to be signs of life still. But that was no longer important. But the freedom of the chestnut. There was nothing for the 3 of them to do here. It was time to leave, return to their rooms in the agency of the trio of heroes, and then go to the agency. A feeling of great concern was present in her. She didn't know what she had done inside the spa, but seeing her hands full of blood, she had to have hit those involved. More than anything, why had she done it? She must have seen something that made her lose control. Skip. The brown-haired boy was set free, but on condition that he was under the supervision of Teacher Midnight. The academy came out to stand up for him. According to reports, it was an act of violence without thinking, seeing how her friend, Empty Lady, was in the situation at that time. In addition to the fact that he was a student and acted out of fear or under pressure, the academy would conduct a thorough investigation into the brown-haired boy's mental health. He could not continue with his practices, they would be annulled, since the heroine he would take care of was hospitalized due to head injuries from an electric charge. He would not know when she would wake up. The brown-haired boy was released on parole, but the rest of the class would continue with their respective practices. But the news of the brown-haired boy's arrest was a hot topic to discuss. But the important thing was that the brown-haired boy was fine, since he would return home. And for the moment, they could only communicate with him through cell phone. Anyway, in the conversation it became clear that he had done it for you, since the damage suffered was the cause of his anger, somewhat subjective. But the brown-haired man was one of those people who cares about everything around him. A small feeling of relief came to the girl when she found out that he was completely fine. But she still couldn't stop thinking that he acted very calm despite staining his hands with blood in that incident. Skip. A month has passed since then. The chestnut incident had calmed down, although it had divided into 2 opinions, which made this justifiable, and not. The end-of-course exam had begun, one written and the other practical. The group studied their best for the written exam, but the practical exam, according to the president of Class B, Kendo, would be about destroying robots. Destroying robots sounds easy, but they would be just as big as the sports festival. They would study, but at the same time train for the practical exam, either alone or in groups. She asked for help from the smartest girl in the class, her friend Momo, who got first place in the surprise exam. She, along with a few others in the class, asked Yayorozu for help studying, while when it came to training, it would be better to ask the brown-haired girl for help. 2 weeks of studying and training with the help of Momo and Chestnut respectively, she was prepared for both exams. She felt nervous. Skip. What was supposed to be destroying robots ended up being a confrontation between couples against a master. She was paired with Koda, the quiet boy of the group, with his quirk, communicating with animals, against the master present Mike. The fight against the teacher was not easy. The strong voice waves were very powerful, more so for the girl's sensitive ears, to the point of causing bleeding, but thanks to Koda, they were able to pass the test. After the fight ended, the girl was sent to Recovery Girl to have her ears checked, since it seemed that her hearing was a little dull. He saw every fight he could see after his review in the ear, but the most surprising was the one between Chestnut, Serafal, Ravel, Leify, Ophis and Kunu, not separately, but them 6 against 9 masters. It really was incredible. Parts of the simulation city destroyed. Fighting against the symbol of peace fist to fist, added against Aizawa, in addition to fighting on time against the Midnight Mist, 2 great fighters against the strongest in the room, was incredible, since he remembered how Bakugo and Midoriya did against All Might, with the explosive blonde eating dirt. But thanks to the green-haired man they passed the test at the last minute. The brown-haired boy seemed to be on par with the 3 masters, but with a slight disadvantage in power between the symbol of peace and in technique against Aizawa. But it seemed that he gave his best, that unlike the girls, it seemed that the brown-haired boy had it a little more difficult than them. In the end he was able to pass the test, with one arrested person passing the test out of 7 out of 9. The last test was great. Many of those present said the same thing. It really was a great fight, although it is a shame that some who were injured in their respective tests could not see them, since they are in the infirmary. End of the last class of the day. Even though there were no classes, it was more of a warning than to give words of Azazel. The hours after the practical exam were for resting, and now with everything recovered, the entire group was in the room waiting for that warning. The notice was given by Azazel. It was good news for everyone, since everyone would go to the academy camp, including those who failed the practical exam, but this last group would have extra classes, taught by Aizawa. In the end everything went well. With that news the whole group would go to the camp, but some with extra classes, but they would go in the end. And since it would be a 1-week camp, the group agreed that most of them would go shopping for everything they needed for the camp. After all, tomorrow, Friday, would be free. It would be a good idea for the whole group to go shopping, well, most of them, since boys like Todoroki and Bakugo wouldn't go. A good idea, besides asking the brown-haired guy something, alone, if possible, but in the end it would only be a question, but she would feel somewhat embarrassed if someone else heard it.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.